looking at a dude or a woman. I don't always know for sure. I don't know how the heck these people get so fit. Very welcome to the broadcast. How are you? Katie, Jason, what's up? Yo, I have to say, Brevard or Indio Atlantic PD is steady creeping. They are heavy, and it's one too. Like he's trying to be like so sly and make it look like it's just there's a bunch of them around, but like I seen his license plate, and it's the same dude in 4 different places. He just keeps creeping around. I'm like, all right, you do you. It's like stop looking in my direction. And they're like, we do what we want. I'm like, y'all about to find out. They know out in the west and they know up north that y'all don't do whatever you want anymore. And remember, I'm what do you call it? I'm back to blue. I like the cops, but it's also important that we all know our place. And I know my place, and you guys don't know where my place is at. It's just taking some time for you guys to accept it. And I understand that. I mean, I wouldn't want to either. I'm annoying, and I'm not supposed to be annoying, and be where I'm at in life. But it just is what it is. It's part of my personality. I didn't choose to be me. Sorry. But this is gonna be the fun part. So, then welcome to the broadcast. Boom, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the live stream. Noodle Man, what's up? Oh, by the way, thank you for the diamonds. Yeah, guys, I can't even stress this. It was a real nice Honda out there. It's like matte pink. On this platform, money is so straightforward. You give down. It's so simple. Like there's almost nothing to it. It's so simple. Is you give diamonds and they transfer directly to income, and it literally shows up right on your. Oh my! I'm speechless. Dude, the women on these beaches, they dress so slim and they're so beautiful, and I just like, I'm literally like, I'm done. Like I think I'm in heaven, pretty sure. Anyway, I need to stop looking, okay? Because she's checking me out too now, and I don't know what to do at that point. But yeah, diamonds, diamonds transfer directly. So like literally, if you guys remember, you're throwing diamonds, and it was like $4. Like, dude, do you realize how long it took for $4 before? Like only a couple of months ago. Now $4 in like 10 minutes. Just what I'm saying is the conversion. Like they don't take a large percentage on this platform. They almost don't take any money at all. So if you guys could throw diamonds, that'd be freaking awesome. And it's in collecting the money. It's not like, oh, you got to verify your ID. You got to do this. You got to do that. No, it's freaking amazing. All you got to do is put your ACH in, and they pump the money right to you. You can put your Cash App in there. So hit me up because I got a buddy that's willing to take that money and then just like for taking a cut of it. And as long as I'm only making a certain amount, or even if I make more, I still do the taxes. I don't have an issue with that. Put my name on the taxes for it. So thank you ahead of time. But I just like, is this happening on purpose? Like I swear I was sitting here minding my own business. I'm not seeing anybody, and now like these drop dead gorgeous women continue to walk by. I'm not being a chauvinist or a pig. I'm when I say I'm not exaggerating, I'm not. I'm serious. Like these women are like models. Anyway, I seriously can't even think about what I was saying. Oh yeah, hi. So I'm stranded on an island. I thought you guys would like that title. But my foot's definitely broken, and like the pain is outrageous. But I don't care. It's fine. But I can't walk on it too far. Like I made it to the bridge, and I had to turn around because I can't get any further. So I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do. But I always figure it out. But and then I got this giant blister on the bottom side of my foot that I'm gonna have to find a way to cut open and take care of, and then I'll really be hemmed up for a minute. But I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do, honestly. I'll figure it out. Noodleman, welcome to the broadcast. Like this woman needs to move because I'm falling in love. Noodleman, what's up? Chris, how are you? Nick, welcome to the broadcast. New girl, J-Man, how's it going? yeah, I'm getting swoon, bro. I'm getting swoon. I can't be staying here. But like now, I literally physically can't leave. And then there's these absolutely drop dead gorgeous women around me who are like respectful and have personalities and amazing hair that goes down the entirety of their body. Anyway, Jake, welcome to the broadcast. Zako, welcome to the broadcast. See, but what I tell myself is that these women are only passing through. That's what I tell myself. I'm like, nope, don't talk to them. They're not here. But they're definitely here. Um, I, so anyway, I think that it's just like a fight, flight, freeze thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm in like survival mode right now because I don't know what to do as far as where I'm gonna go or whatnot. So I'm getting like, you know, my brain's starting to think about women. It's survival nature. It's how your brain works, and it really is. I'm not making an excuse. You can Google it. It's actually like PhD college level type evolutionary. It's called evolutionary psychology. But Google goes, new account Klepper said you were live, but I'm seeing two of you. I'm right here. I'm live right here. I have the cheesy smile on the picture. Guys, I told you because of the life that I'm living that excuse me, that, you know, I just let you guys call me whatever you want as long as you don't call me late for dinner. I want you to tell me about that bathroom thing. All right, so here's the deal. I did my best to unclog the toilet. All the stuff went down the toilet. Thank you for tolerating me. Saying best as I could. All the all the stuff went down the toilet. But and I didn't clog it. I went in there. I didn't see the out of order sign. But I use urinal. Urinal's fine. But the toilet needs a snake. Someone's gonna have to go down in the toilet with a snake or something. So it's all right now. Does it flush? That's the only thing left is whether or not it flushes. I got all the rest of it down, but I think there might be something clogged up in the pipes. So I need to be snaked. No, but it's not clogged. It's not clogged up. It's not flushing either. Okay, maybe we need to put some damn tape over it so they'll know if you don't use. I'll tell the boss when you come in. All right. It's fine. It's only thing. Well, thank you. You got my fans laughing. I said thank you. You got my fans laughing. I'm here live streaming. We had this conversation. They're laughing at me. Really? Well, I'm. It's all in fun. Well, no, I'm happy about you. Yeah, it's. I mean, most people don't flush most people don't unclog the Wendy's toilet. But you know what? If you see us the day we got to get our you got to get your out of you some yes kind ma'am of way. Yes ma'am. That's right. That's the American way. they could try to take it from us, but it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. We could if we want to unclog a toilet, that's what we're gonna do. But it ain't gonna fire all of us. No, not everybody. Some maybe some. Well, but then they got to bring you back because you put the work in. It happened to me. It happened to me. They tried to fire me, and I got rehired with a promotion. Hey, that might work. So I am ready. All right. And you said this next shift they might be some of them might have because I know how pathetic I'm being, but I'll tell you what, they got me hooked on them cigarettes. It's like, oh, it's tough. It don't look like nothing but kids coming on. Yeah. So you might still be out of good. So well, I'll tell you what, it's a good thing either way. If I get a smoke, I get a smoke. If I don't, it's one more day that I quit. Yeah. Yeah, but I'll tell you, it might seem like I'm willing to beg, but you know, I'll just when it comes to that kind of stuff, I don't need it. So like I'll ask, but then you know, I just wait it out. I end up meeting somebody eventually, and then make an exchange of some sort. Never quit quitting. never quit smoking. It's okay. I've heard of people dying of cancer from cigarettes, from smoking. I've heard of people who, health issues, but I've also heard of people who smoked their whole lives and never had a problem. So I mean, to each his own. What I could say is that I'm a very healthy individual, and most of the people in my family, on my dad's side, smoked most of their lives, and they lived to be older than most of their peers who were like fit and healthy, and because they were all in the military. But my family, for the most part, they all smoked, or they smoked cigars or whatnot. Um, so like liking smoking definitely runs in the family. Um, but anyway, God, I wish I was in a different position because like I'm telling you, there's this young lady out there, and she's just like, when you find somebody attractive to the level that like it feels like wrong if you don't go talk to them or go say hi. That's where I'm at, but I can't. Like I'm at a different point in my life now. Like I just can't. I want to, but I'm sitting here, I'm seeing with my foot in the situation I'm in. I'm like, as much as I want to go talk to her, I feel like I can't afford to go talk to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I just don't have. I shouldn't really be thinking about any of that until I'm like in a better spot. At least that's my opinion. So, money or no money, or I'm sorry, what do you call it? Promotion or no promotion, money is still a conversation. So, until I'm out of this debt, I'll be friggin' living this way. I know some of you think I'm stupid for doing it the way I'm doing it, but I'd rather just not have debt. I'd rather be friggin' keep living this way until it's all gone. And I'm telling you, I'll have it gone in 4, 5, 6 years, than as opposed to just paying it off the rest of my life. So. Um, Rome Picks says new profile. Rome Picks. Who's what? All right. Did anybody see an officer? Anybody see a cruiser sitting around? I don't. I don't even see an undercover. It's a weird day. They know ever undercover. I don't. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't see a single cop. So I don't know what the questions are, but I mean, unless you're offering me 3 hots and a cot, I don't know if I'm really open to pretending to answer your questions. So it's up to you. Why would there be cops? Why wouldn't there be cops? It's America. They're everywhere. If you are somewhere in America and you don't see a police officer at least once a day, then I don't know where the heck you're at, but I'd like to be there. I like them. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, there's no way. That has to be clickbait. I can't fall in love. I can't afford it. And here's what the worst part is. I don't know what it is with these women, but I could be dirt. Like I mean, literally, I think there was a situation where I went a month and a half without showering, and when I say I smelled like those people that never shower and they smell like salty. Like I was disgusting, and my teeth were yellow from cigarettes, and my hair was dirty. Like you could just see how dirty I was and smelly, and I'm falling apart, and I could barely walk. And these ladies are still like it's like they just know where I'm actually at in life. Like somehow they just know that I'm not in a rough spot, and they always end up finding me, and then they're there anyway. And like I was talking to one of them, and she goes, I said everything I just said to you there, like anything I could possibly say to get them put off. And she turns around, she goes, "Well, you just come back to my place, take a shower, put some new clothes on you." And obviously, I went red as a beet, and I kind of just derped from there until the conversation was over, and then nothing came of it because I didn't know what to do. Um, that's one thing. I'm not smooth. I mean, I'm not rough, but I'm not smooth. I'm real. You know, it's my only selling point. Is I'm real. Is because found some friends. Yes, I did. I think I actually did find some friends. Um, New Girl goes, you got to come to Arkansas. I never see cops. Now that you mention it, yeah, I have to say that being in Arkansas, I never saw any cops at all, for the most part. The only time I saw them was like if I was helping out the homeless or something, they're usually busy solving crimes in Arkansas. Um, oh, shout out to the Razorbacks. I'll tell you, that's a university I wish I, instead of life were on a different path, I would have liked to have gone to that university. I wish I knew, like, my capabilities when I was younger. I wish I hadn't been so sheltered, and I would have freaking, I'd have a scholarship and all that. Like, I mean, guys, think about it. Think about it. So, some of the physical feats that I have under my belt now at this point, just like not organized, but just accidental, even some of them. The kind of stuff that I could have accomplished if I had been on an organized track, at a university, doing the job the right way. Yeah, well, I was doing the job. There's getting paid and there's doing your job. Getting paid doesn't mean you're doing your job. um, but what do you call it? Uh, Zach, welcome to the broadcast. Tyus, welcome to the broadcast. Um, yeah, I feel I'm probably giving off like super creepy vibes because I just every now and again I keep glancing, and I probably shouldn't be looking there as much as I'm looking. But it's like, it's either look at the screen, look at random people outside that are totally uncomfortable that I'm looking at them, or like accidentally glance as I look down to my phone at this beautiful woman who doesn't seem to be put off at all by me appreciating her beauty. So you know, new girl goes physical feet. Physical feet. Thank you, thank you. Nice one. New girl, same here goes. That's a feet piece. Feet piece. Yo, I will always remember. I will always remember that little girl. I will always remember what's her name, that she recorded that little girl, her daughter, going feet piece, feet piece. That was the cutest thing in the world. Man, it's been some good times. And things are finally getting back to normal. Um, but I figured I'd give you guys one more nickname. We'll run with it for a while, and then. But after this, I'm getting comfortable to the level where I'm seeing I don't really, I don't have to hide, and I don't have to have all these different screen names, and that's one of the things that I prided myself on in this industry is where so many people they make their screen name, and they make their stage name, right, and it's like a popular thing. But I don't know if you guys know my background, but like my birth name isn't technically a real name, like it's made up, and I didn't know that. And so like technically my birth name is like a screen name or like a stage name. It's just not technically a real name, or it is a real name, but like it was usurped, like it was adopted from Norwegian royalty. Like my family was adopted by one of the royal families in Norway. My dad was, and or my dad or my grandpa or something. And then they came over here, and they kind of just kept the name. But then I found out, like, what my real family name is, and something. Maybe I'll go by that, or maybe I'll figure I'll change my actual legal name to what my family name is, and then use use the name that I've been using my whole life for my content, because it is technically a screen name. It's technically a stage name. Um, but Rome goes, yeah. But like I said, either way, as you guys know, I don't know how to do things when I'm supposed to, or I don't know how to say things. That's what it is, guys. Is if I did less talking and more doing, I'd probably be better off. But um, it's never the right time. Like I've been in situations where I've met some beautiful women who really wanted to hang out, and but it just wasn't. There's always something that just wasn't. I know nothing's ever going to be perfect. I know things will never be perfect, but I'm not a big fan of having regrets. Did you hurt your feet? I was following your older profile. Run pace. Yo, it's like straight up. Like you're pushing me. You're pushing me. Don't push me. Guys, I'm not like none of you have any clue. I am not the child that I was like not that long ago at all. I matured like a decade or two in the past couple of years. Okay. Like I am officially my own age, like maturity wise. So like don't. I want you to think of the person you would not challenge and just tell yourself that that's me. Because I'm telling you, I used to play and I don't play anymore. It might seem like I do, but I really don't. Whenever ultimately, uh, which for some reason some people think it's funny. For whatever it's worth, like I'm a person that legitimately believes in love. So yeah, not that funny to me. Uh, won't fall for it again, but psycho, you know. But anyway, like I said, ever since that, I have been the dude that you don't play with. Ever since then, and I will always be the dude that you do not play with. Um, New girl goes karma. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Um, I mean, we're just gonna make this up right now. But I'm just gonna say, since the Taylor Swift song was made about me. I'm kidding, obviously. But for some of you that know my background, and some of you that know where some of that comes from, you guys know that karma is the most fitting nickname I could possibly have. So we're gonna stick with karma, and then I put Swift as the last name because Taylor Swift wrote a song called Karma, and I really like Taylor Swift. And I would say more on the topic of our associations, but the point is, karma, karma, karma is my boyfriend. Karma is a god. Feeling 22. Are you feeling 22? Oh, to me, you're feeling pretty cute. New girl goes, he's not messing around anymore. No, I'm really not. Yo, people have no idea. Because you got to realize in this life, you get one chance to live your life and to live it the way that you want to live it. And I've wasted so much time on other people, and it's only left me to be sitting here looking like a fool and being treated like a fool. And I'm officially, done with it. And people are like, you're not done with it. I'm like, no, I was just raised by women for the most part. So you are never going to see it coming. And it's so passive aggressive, you can't possibly imagine. I just, and then if I don't have to dish it out, I just don't because I'm a forgiver. But I will sit back and I'll do it. I'll do it like a woman. I ain't going to, you want me to come at you like a man. You really better have it. You're going to have a real reason for me to come at you like a man, or I'm just not going to. Like I said, there's one dude that might be getting it. If he exists. Like I said about the whole. Oh my goodness! Like, how do you look like that? This dude is so fit. But yeah, I said there might be one dude that has it coming for him, if he exists. But like I said, as long as he's not around the kid. But I'm telling you for a fact, like if he's around the kid, I mean, law enforcement won't even get in my way. They will actually FBI, straight up. I'm not kidding. They will get out of my way, because they understand, not because of I'm tough, no, but because they understand. Anybody would understand that situation of why and I would be the gentle version of 10 by 10 out of 10 hardcore. I would. We're only going to break out the battery and the clips. We're not going to take any limbs off, I promise. What? You have your specialty, I have mine, okay? For goodness sake. Etsa goes, no, yes, I know, I get it, but listen, I don't know if you have kids, but unless you do, it's not possible for you to understand the rationale of how rational what I'm saying actually is. Okay? And why are they not freaking pulling me in over it? Because they know that the only place I'm going to end up, I'm going to get put right there. And when put right there, the only thing I'm given at that point is access. So the best way to keep said young adult boy, in some, position of productivity for society is to just stave it off as long as possible. But the day has to come. I mean, like I said, if he's been around him at all, it's already done. It's just a matter of when. But for now, I'm just chilling. someone doxed your kids, yo, I'm gonna tell you guys something right now, and I'll say this, and you want to send this to cops, whatever, I don't care. The cops should say thank you, because then they don't have to do it, and then be incriminating themselves. As long as you don't incriminate me. If you people doxing your kids or messing with your family, hit me up. I'm not kidding. I will take care of it for real. And I don't even have to lift a finger. I'll just call a few people, and they'll just get a couple of emails or messages, or maybe just a package in the mail, a little reminder of you have a family, and if you like having your family in a position of togetherness, stop messing with so and so's family, because there's some things that have to be taken care of, that you have to take care of it, or it's not gonna, and people are like, oh, you don't do that, that's, oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry, you've been through it, you're going through it, what did you do, what are you doing, how do you handle the situation? Oh, well, I don't know what the case, so until you're through it, you can't really say much, what I'm saying? um, my boyfriend took care of it, but thank you, that's awesome, that's awesome. Also, if I ever offer to take care of stuff, I am not hitting on you, and I'm not, I'm really not. It's a topic. It's a topic that is close to home for me, and it's also something that builds out my CV. All right, by letting me help you take care of that kind of stuff, you're helping me build out my resume for one of the ideas I was telling you guys about, something I'm trying to build. So, like I said, that kind of stuff comes with it. All right, well, y'all are messing with some crazy people. Yeah, that's wild. I can tell you for a fact that I never done anything like that. I swear to you. You have my word. You actually have my word. I've never done anything like that. I said I've had. When I say I've had my reasons, I don't mean I have. I'm not saying. I'm not even saying like I've had justification for decisions. I'm saying that I have had to compartmentalize and take a logistical analysis of the scenario and figure out what to do. And I did the best of what I could come up with. But violence to women is never an option. They said it's just not. They said you could. Let me put it this way: it could be a situation where you totally provoked your man, but that's still not an excuse. And I'm saying that as the dude who I've been put in, chokehold situations, cornered, and I've handled the situation, like I said, how do you say it? Foreigners that don't appreciate this country, I really can't. They think I can't understand what they're saying, and I understand every word she's saying right now. Um, what do you call it? Uh, I don't understand. I handled it the best that I could without letting myself get hurt. I let it look like I was getting hurt, but like I understood where it was all coming from. But it wasn't it wasn't them. But there was no way to, like, how do I don't even need to say more on that one. But you get my point. There's only so much one man can handle. She goes, sheesh, goes, that's crazy. She goes, well, ex-boyfriend, this was a while ago. She goes, so she goes, well, ex-boyfriend, this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was, as you can imagine, because like I got people who aren't allowed to be talking to me. People, not just one. I got people that are not supposed to be talking to me, and they keep trying to talk to me, and then figure out how to try to flip it, make it look I'm trying to talk to them, and I'm not. I don't have any interest at all. And then then law enforcement will turn around and try to get me to have a conversation with them about it, trying to entrap them, not entrap me, just to like get them off my back. And I'm like, look, like I just like, why can't you guys just handle it like men and women? Like, just like, why do you have to use the badge? You're using this social protection when these people are in your community. Take care of the people in your community. Go have that conversation one mano a mano. Don't be freaking trying to turn into a paycheck, because then they're going to turn around and do that to your family. It's called karma for a reason. But anyway, what do I know about running a community? I'm just an influencer. What would I know? But Etsa goes peace always. Yeah, peace, absolutely. Peace is peace always. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, peace always. Mankind goes, I'm neutral. I don't support or knock anyone. Yet when it comes to my little brothers and sisters, I the defender and the protector because as a kids energy only men can protect. Sometimes mankind. Thank you for sharing. We have a sharer. I don't mind. That's awesome. Look to the Lord first. Thank you, Etza. Thank you. That's true. Gustraba. Yo, for real though. Oh my gosh, yo, ladies. I'm telling you right now, you wish you were at this beach. You wish. You would not believe. Like, I don't even know how these dudes do it. Like, I have that. What do you call it? I have that operator fat. Like I got that spec ops fat. I'm like a little survival monkey. Like I'm freaking chubby. You know. And that's the body. That's the body type of somebody who actually has to, you know, do like, what are the words? Just stay alive. Like they actually have to work to stay alive. But these comfortable people, I'll tell you what, you should see some how good looking some of these dudes are that are walking by. Y'all would be friggin' drooling. They're so fit. Um, and like I said, I'd show you, but I don't want to be putting strangers on camera. But that would probably look so creepy if I try to put strangers on camera. There is also a man in his like 50s or 60s walking by in a banana hammock, and that's quite interesting. You know what? Kudos to him for rocking that banana hammock. That's something I want to do. I want to get a banana hammock. I have yet to get a banana hammock. Um, children fucks with you and not about them kids. Yeah, for real. Um, yeah. See, the only thing now about being in this, these kind of regular environments is where, uh, like there used to be where you stand up for your own respect, and you could just when someone says something to you that they're not allowed to say to you, they find out that they're not allowed to say it to you. Whereas, here, like you can either be a criminal or you could find another way to do it. And I'm not a criminal, so I'm just like learning how to passive aggressively take care of every problem I have when it comes to people who are ill advised enough to disrespect me. I just it's a, it's the time frame thing, is where let's say that I wasn't here. Let's say I was somewhere else and someone disrespects me, and they lose their left front tooth. They officially understand that they need to respect me. Whereas here, I have to give it like a month until they lose their job. You know, and by that time, I don't even remember I ever met them. But it still is what it is. But um, I'm a nice guy, but you guys gotta understand that like when you're doing your own thing, when you're not being held up by a 9 to 5, or you're not like when you're I don't want to say entrepreneur because I wouldn't put myself in the category of an entrepreneur, but when you're self-made, or like when you're somebody who's doing your own thing and you're not getting support from any particular facet of your environment other than the most immediate pieces of it that you personally request from the people around you, you have to be ruthless or you do not survive. Like I said, it's just, but one of the things that some of the people from my former environment are confused about is now they see me behaving more copacetically, right? They see that I don't throw punches. They see that I am respectful and that I'm slow to anger. Um, but what they don't understand is my reaction time has not changed. Like in the same time that someone would have lost an arm now, well, in those environments, obviously not here in America, but like now they lost their job. The moment they disrespected me, they don't have that job anymore. They officially put their 2 weeks in the way that the moment they said something they shouldn't have said to me, they put their 2 weeks in. They just don't know it yet. Um, That hasn't changed. But the irritation is, whereas before, somebody would be on the ground, nice and quiet. I have to sit here and listen to them scream and kick and cry, as they fall out the boat. And it's just irritating because I'm trying to move on to the next thing that I have to do. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't have compassion, but you can either take care of your own or other people are trying to steal from you, and then you have to take everything that's theirs and push them off the boat because it's a dog eat dog world. And people don't think that's the way it is, and then they find out. And then, like I said, and it gets tempting too because people. Here's the thing about having the upper hand. When you have the upper hand and you have so much of an upper hand that you can afford to play with it, people will doubt you. And then you sit back and you kind of like let them come in your direction and let them like in their own mind get themselves convinced that they can get one over on you. And you kind of start letting them just for the sake of you knowing that you're going to then get what they're trying to take from you from them. Like I said, especially when you're desperate and you got a broken foot, it becomes tempting. But I try not to overdo it, So it's my way of saying I'm trying to chill out. But anyway, all right, where are we at? But and that's what happens too. Is like when you get threatened, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not easily threatened. I'm not. But since I've had to be doing things different and be more mature about stuff, it's hard. I give kudos to people that just do things regular in regular society. It's a lot harder than I thought it was. And I used to make fun of people. If you guys remember, I used to make fun of people with 9 to 5s and this and this and that. And now being out here just trying to live and survive, it's actually difficult, let alone I couldn't imagine doing it with a regular job. It's tough to just get along with people. It is really hard to get along with people that you're not with 24/7. Like I'm used to being with a couple of people 24/7, and then just knowing them. And now here, it's different. It's just different. So I can only imagine. Anyway, go ahead, power up. That sounds fun, bro. Bro, I don't know what you're smoking. I don't, but you really sound like you're in a good mood. I'm gonna say that. Batty, thank you for the kiss. Thank you, I appreciate that, and thank you for the diamonds. Like I said, for those of you that don't know, those diamonds I found out on this platform. This platform is the most financially lucrative for creators. It directs it, or at least for those of us that are grassroots, right? If you're like a mainstream guy or woman or different identity, then you can there's a lot of like traffic that's like rollover traffic and snowball traffic, so they make more on other platforms. But on this platform, it's the most direct. So like the money, it transfers directly. Like that 5 diamonds is probably worth half a cent or a cent, which believe it or not is kind of a lot. So it doesn't take that much money to make. It doesn't take that much time to make money on here, which is kind of cool. And you don't have to get verified. You don't have to do any of that, which is really nice. And there's also a lot of traffic, even for people that are newer. So this kind of how Periscope was in like 2015. It's kind of nice. He said it's much more laid back, and there's not like jihadist stuff on it. I still remember live streaming some serious stuff, and dude, how on earth we did not get violated for what do you call it, terms of service violations or content graphics violations? I don't know how we didn't get flagged for any of that back then. I don't know how, but like nobody must have been watching. It must have just been there's so many people on the platform they didn't even notice. But I'm telling you, ladies, you gotta come to this beach. And dudes too. Well, I won't tell the dudes to come to this beach because I want to keep the ladies to myself because they're absolutely gorgeous. But to the ladies, there are some seriously good-looking dudes walking through this parking lot, and every one of them has abs. And even the older dudes are like, they're kind of fit. And even when they're not fit, they got that dad bod where they're just like rocking it and they're happy with themselves. Like they have the confidence. You know what I'm saying? And most people I've talked to, at least you guys have said that you haven't been to like the Florida beaches on the East Coast of Florida. A lot of you guys frequent like Tampa and whatnot, and I totally get that. But you're kind of missing out. Like it's not exciting over here when it comes to stuff to do. There's not really anything to do unless you are looking for different types of things to do. Other than if you're not just looking to go have fun, if you want to connect with people, let's say that, you could definitely find connections here. So anyway. You seem kind of happy in Florida, maybe just rested. I am not rested, nor am I happy in Florida. Um, People in Florida, for the most part, appear to be very good at pretending to be happy in Florida. Um, but most people on a private basis have told me they can't stand being here. Um, why that is, I don't know. What I could say is the beach makes it almost tolerable. But there's just, for me, there's too much of a police presence, and that's honestly what it is. It's like there's a certain level where I feel safe, and like I actually I like having cops around. I don't care what anyone says, but I don't want to see them every 15 minutes, and I haven't since I brought it up. But like I just don't like seeing them all the time because it's like a certain level where it becomes uncomfortable, and it makes me feel less safe because I think, well, why do they need to be around that much? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but no, Florida is a place for people who have their stuff together and they already know what they're doing, what they want to keep doing. Like they're on the track that they want to be on, and they're starting to like their pace is a little bit slower. Like they already have the thing they like doing. Um, West Coast is more the creative side of the whole coast situation. Tampa's like a little bit in the middle, you know. But like go out to Los Angeles and whatnot, they're the creatives. We're trying something new every day. But over here, like I said, it's very structured. People pretty much do the same thing every day. And like I've literally been here less than a week, and I've already seen the same people more than one time. Um, which is, I mean, I could go a month without seeing people in my hometown within, you know, and here in this vicinity where there's like a lot of people, I've seen the same people several times already. So um, anyway, Rome picks. You lost me on the you think you're more important than the broadcast. So I've appreciated having you here, but you're getting too heated. Um, all right. I'm also gonna say when it comes to respect or attention, somebody's lost my respect and they've lost my attention when they begin to tell me either how things work, what to do, or have a large opinion on a certain type set of behavior if they've never been through the situation, if they've never done it themselves, or have never been willing to do themselves, or like I said, trying to tell me to do something that they would never do or have never done. Like if you've never done something, don't tell me to do it. Do not tell me that something you need from me and how to do it when you've never done it. You know, because I lose all respect at that point because those are like it's entitlement. You know, it's um like if I and the plumber they finish the job and it doesn't work out, get my money back obviously, but then hire another plumber. Like I'm not going to go in and be like, here's how you do your job, because then I could have just done it myself. Um, but like I said, I've just every now and again I end up having to deal with people who, you know, they know more about me than I do somehow. I don't know how that's possible, but they're amazing. You know, they just somehow they know me better than I do, and I wish I could be in their head so I could know myself better. Uh, what do you call it? Big facts. Yeah, Noah's Ark. Yeah, going off the boat. Yo, could you imagine? Like, I feel like Noah probably wasn't that happy of a dude. Like, I really like that newer Noah's Ark movie. It may not have been like biblically accurate or whatever, but it was just very raw and entertaining. But like, you're gonna sit here and tell me that Noah didn't throw a single person off the boat? You're telling me that there wasn't a single tussle, there wasn't a bird that flew off, there wasn't a giraffe that accidentally found his way to the top, you know, to the top of the boat? Like, come on. Oh, there goes the unicorns. You know, like anyway. Sorry, I have to crack myself up sometimes when people get too serious. Mankind goes into the world of quantum, bro, bro. I just can you please share with me what you are ingesting? Like, don't give me some. I don't want any. I don't want any. But I'm definitely curious to know what the heck you're putting in your body that's getting you to talk this way, because it's very interesting. Were you able to get shoes? No, unfortunately. Mel Van B. Hello, how are you? Um, I guess. What in the heck? What in the heck? That's a thank you. Oh, that's where that's up, but I say thank you. No, God, I hate getting angry. I need phone service so I could just go sit somewhere and do this. I really do. I'm so cheap. I don't spend the money, but like I have to get phone service because like doing this in the Wendy's is just not working anymore. Um, why be in the building networking like that is endless. What on earth? Welcome, Floridian. That is the way. Okay, we got it. I can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's just meth is a hell of a drug. I presume. Um, what do we got? Eso goes. Small towns are more chill. Yeah, absolutely. Well, depending. I like farm towns, but like when you got like city money coming into these small towns like suburbia and whatnot, yo, there there is nothing more uncomfortable. Like you could be happy if you fit into the culture, but if you don't, it's just not fun. I had a chick that I talked to who she lived in one of them type suburbia type places, and she was cool, and we had some fun, but I don't know, just wasn't my vibe. Um, New account. Hope you're yo Smite. What's up? Yo, that's the thing. We like guys. There's one particular thing that separates the guy who has it and the guy who's trying to get it. The guy who has it knows he has it, so he's not trying to figure out how to catch up to or slow down the other guy or like try to be keeping tracks on or trying to keep track of another guy or another person. Like you got to realize every ounce of energy you put into the next person is an ounce of energy that you're not putting into yourself. And that 1 ounce of energy is one step, two steps, three steps over that finish line before the next person. You know, and especially nowadays is that competition goes with anybody. It don't matter who it is, it's there. Um, and I learned that real quick. I thought there was only certain people I was competing with, and then I roll over and she's not there anymore. I learned real quick that competition goes far further than I could have expected. Uh, Jackie, what's up? How are you? Noah overboard. Katrina. You know what? I think Noah made it, if I remember correctly. I think he did. Pretty sure. But that can we all agree that that was a very unique and interesting story? Like just to me, at least, it came off as vastly different than all the rest of it. Very unique. Maybe that's just what happens when you're kind of like isolated with people for a while. Just interesting things begin to happen. That's it was Yosemite. Yeah. I might actually. Where's my battery? I'm good on battery. I might go sit outside for a little while. Let's get out of everybody's hair. I don't like being annoying. Um, yeah, I'm gonna let me take a seat outside. I'm gonna shop return. Pun intended. I also need to get away from cute women because I don't know how to function socially, or at least I'm good at pretending like I don't know how. Keeps me in trouble. By trouble, I mean keeps me from having a good time. I have a good time, then I forget that I need to stay focused. Come on. Hello. I swallowed like 7 pieces of ice, and I don't know why. And now I think they're finally starting to melt. I'm getting a migraine. Oh, brain furry. Okay. All right. We're gonna sit right here. Oh my gosh, yeah. I swallowed ice. That was not smart. You're welcome. All right, who you got? David, Barry, Elizabeth, John, Leah, Daisy Blue, Melvin B, Sam, Laurel. Oh, that's a motorcycle. That was a helicopter. Sam, Lorelei, Jill, Spooky. Hi there. Catnip, Leslie, Paul, Chris, and New Girl. How's it going? Wow. What do you call it? Yeah, sometimes things just happen way too fast to be able to catch up with the comments. Brian, welcome to the broadcast. You guys also know my focus is with you, obviously. So, what was I saying? Freaking, what was I saying? I can't remember. Must not have been important. I would have remembered. I think the ice finally melted. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is a topic I'm going to cover, and I want your opinions. All right, I want all your opinions. So I just want you guys to spat out whatever you want to say. So since you guys have all the safety of your private accounts and all that, which I just realized, like every one of you has like is coming on an account that doesn't even show your real name, which is totally fine with me. I prefer that for your own safety. But then I'm just out here. I'm just like, hey, say whatever I want. But it seems to be fine. I mean, unless the feds are sitting somewhere building a case and I don't know about it, which is likely, but I don't really care. I honestly don't care. Like I said, if they'd be dumb enough to incarcerate me, they're missing out on me being in society, and that's on them. I'm far more productive out here, and I think the consensus has been made on that, considering how many times they could have, and they're just like, well, we don't feel like losing that kind of money, so we're just gonna figure out what to do with them. Let's get them out of there and put them somewhere else. Real name is Jamie. Nice to meet you, Jamie. Master Chief, welcome to the broadcast. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, okay. So, all right, we're gonna touch on the social justice warriors claiming the kind of people who will, like, if you're a broadcaster or a live streamer or a social media person or someone who just like does your own thing and minds, you got these people who, for the most part, their money is made by bothering everyone else, right? When they're, I hate SJWs. I have yet to see like a real SJW since maybe like Harvey Milk or Martin Luther King. Like those are justice warriors. Those are social justice warriors. Nowadays, they're just terrorists, literally. Like if you look up the definition of a terrorist, they're literally terrorists. Martin Luther King, he was a visionary. There's a difference. Anyway, these like you're not a social justice warrior for smashing up. There's like I can't even believe I have to say it. But anyway, so on the topic of all that, people that will try to tell you how you're gonna live or how you need to live, and they're literally like recording your every word and trying to figure out how to like entrap you and get you incarcerated and like all this crazy stuff. Like I sit and I wonder, do they do that with like celebrities, like other celebrities? Do they do that? Like, are they sitting and like recording every word and trying to clip stuff and make them sound bad? Like, is there somebody somewhere that thinks themselves high to the level where they're like clipping Taylor Swift videos to make them sound like make her sound stupid. Try and make her sound stupid. You know, like you gotta wonder, like how far do these like they're already delusional. But how far does it go? And why do I want to know that? Because I'm legitimately curious to know what these like. Where do you find the free time? I mean, no offense. Like I don't have a regular job, and I don't have the free time to think about how much work it takes to make a video about someone else. I don't even edit my videos. I don't even have the energy to edit my videos, my own videos. I just put them up just as they are, let alone these people that frickin', have 12, 14 hours to clip videos about somebody else that they don't even like. Like, where do you find the time to make a 14-minute video out of 17 and a half hours of footage about somebody else that you don't like? Like, what kind of miserable do you gotta be? I can't even fathom it. Why do I try to fathom it? Because every now and again, I get curious. I want to understand. Holy apps. Yo, ladies, I'm telling you, you wish you were out here. You do. You got to come to Melbourne, Florida. And they got, oh, crap. I don't know. They're like normal people. I can't ask them. They're not drug addicts. See, I don't mind trading cigarettes with drug addicts because, like, they need food. So, like, I'll get them food and they'll give me cigarettes. But, like, regular people, I feel bad because they're so full of themselves. And then, like, they don't, like, they'll help out people that need help. But, like, it's pretty obvious that I don't need a cigarette. So then they just feel like I'm being a jerk. So I don't ask. What do you call it? SJWs are the worst. Oh, man. She goes, new girl. Yeah, you're a guy, and like you've had issues with. Oh, I had issues. I didn't. You know what? I didn't even have issues with women. A woman had an issue with me because I wouldn't give her. She found out about my family background, and I wouldn't give her my. What's mine. That's literally what it comes down to. And I started to talk about gold diggers. I don't mind. I believe in love, but I don't think love believes in me. I don't leverage or use any of that. Believe it or not, I don't. I mean, heck, look what happens. Look what happens when even if you don't, people find out and they, because and I'll be honest. I mean, what is it unless it's real? Then what's the point? And I actually am serious about that. That really is how I am. It's just nowadays, I'm saying this even as a guy, dudes will do pretty much anything. And then it ruins it for those of us that are just looking for wow, I sound like a friggin' sap. But those of us that are looking for a connection. Only a short term, but connection nonetheless. Like, I don't have an interest in just, like, being cold. You know what I'm saying? Because it becomes a mindset. That's why. Because then it becomes a mindset, and then it affects your other decisions. And I don't like that. I don't want to have that mindset. Because I mean, guys, you think I'm tough you think I'm tough now. No, you should see, oh my gosh, you should see when I'm having to actually handle business. Oh man, I don't even realize how tough I'm being until after I take care of business. And then I'm like, ooh. But even that, like I said, just she softened me up a little bit. I'm far nicer than I was. But I'm also far more serious. If you're not gonna be tough, then you kind of have to be, because strict and tough are different. So I've learned how to be strict. People do that to you all the time. What's that? Critique you or clip your videos or what? Passive income of the leisure class. The passive income, but that's the thing. It's not a passive income. They lose more doing that. Social credit score is a very real thing. Like they came out with it in China, but they're doing it here in America on a passive basis. It's not a new idea. They're already doing it. Like my credit score has gone up 400 points because of my social behaviors that are tracked by the marketing companies that buy into Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter. Like I have almost an 800 credit score, and I don't even use my credit at all. And then you got people who they got a mortgage, they got this, they got that, and their credit score is like 650 because they're a piece of trash. and they take 6 to 8 hours a day making videos about other people they don't like. But like I said, we haven't publicized yet that we're doing the whole social credit score thing because our country is kind of like testing to see how people are going to react. But they'll be coming public with it pretty soon, so that's why I'm talking about it now. It's fun to talk about it. But anyway, leisure class. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not the leisure class. There's having leisure, and then there's pretending like you're having leisure. You got people that are actually relaxing. Like, I'm so stressed, it's not even funny, but I'm relaxing. And then you got people who, they're coming to the beach and they're spending see like that, they're not relaxed, they're psychos. I'm like, literally, they'll spend 20 grand, but they're literally freaking stressed out the whole time, just trying to get I understand mom and dad don't like you. I never had a mom and dad, so like, boo hoo, you came to the wrong guy on that topic. But like I said, I see the things that people consider to have been my disadvantages. They were my absolute greatest advantages. I mean, there are so many things that I never had to deal with that put me ahead of the curve. And the same token, like, people say, "Oh, if you didn't have a family, you don't know how to handle one." When I tell you, I'm better with family than most people who have families because I don't take it for granted. What says, "Am I famous?" Yes. Fortunate, but at the same time, I am stranded on the other side of the coast. If anyone wants to get me back to LA, I'll give you a shit ton of money. Any takers? People never believe me, so I'm still stuck here. Um, let's see. Life ain't for the weak. Helps to be tough. You know what though? Sometimes life is for the weak. It depends. It depends on what you believe and how you live and the kind of people you live around. Like, people that are into religion and all that. They're a lot of them are weak, but they stick together and they can be stronger than some of the strongest of us. Like, as an individual, I'm stronger than most people on the planet. No, I'm not exaggerating. That's why I have the luxury to be able to sit in front of Wendy's. But I tell you, you put me up against 100 weak people who know how to, communicate and gather and coordinate with one another, and I don't stand a chance, and that's the truth. Except that, the difference. I know most people in my position won't admit to that, but I would prefer to admit to that and help people understand that you don't, like I said, you don't got to be tough, you don't got to be strong in order to survive in this world. You got to have some skill set that fits who you are and what you're good at. So, if you're if you're weak but you're a community person, then get in that community. And don't look at it as though you being weak is a bad thing. Your weakness becomes part of your strength because of your need to have effective communication skills. Like, if you weren't weak, you might not need those effective communication skills. And if you didn't need those, then maybe you wouldn't actually have a specialty. You wouldn't have your place in society. If it weren't for the weaknesses that you do have, you wouldn't have the strengths that you have. So, like I said, I digress because it's not that, it's not polarizing. It's not all black and white all the time. So, shades of gray. So it's not always exact, but nonetheless. Never had a mom and dad. No, I didn't. I really didn't. It's not that sad though. Like I said, you don't. How would I say it? Like, you don't miss what you never had. So you're just like, oh, that's so sad. Why? I don't know. It's just I've never had it, so I don't worry. I'm not worried. I'm good. What I can tell you is I know how to treat family. I'll make a joke and say I watched movies growing up. But realistically, I paid attention to the people in my environment. I pay attention. I'm sitting here live streaming with you guys. How many y'all in here? And I hear everything going on around me. I'm watching everything going on around me. And I'm not sitting here saying that makes me special. I'm saying it's a smart thing to do, is to always be aware. And you're not aware, well, where's the danger? That's the difference. For those of you that adopt a more positive mindset, I don't know how to say it, just where you're just aware for the sake of being aware. You're not being nosy. Don't get into people's business. It's my opinion. Don't get into people's business. Also, don't be, well, where's the danger? Where's the risk? There probably isn't one, to tell you the truth. And I'm a big believer in the law of attraction, where if you're looking for a problem, you're going to find one. So for me, it's just paying attention to what's going on around me. That's always worked for me. And I can tell you that even in combat situations, it's more so been situations of needing those communication skills. There are definitely environments where I'm weak, and I've been there. I've been in environments where I'm weak, and well, where's my I don't have a sidearm. I don't have anything. So now I'm the weak one. Well, now what? All of a sudden, I need to learn how to have a conversation. And so, I learned. I jumped right into a course real quick because I almost cost me my life. So sometimes you find out you need that education, and so you jump on it. But sometimes it takes that wake up call. So it goes undercover famous. But actually, no, I had freaking what do you call it, TMZ coming at me. Thankfully, though, it never picked up because it was during a time when I was not around for the most part. I was kind of just quiet, which is nice. But like I said, quiet time's over. But it's a balance, like I said, because I have to get back out there. But at the same time, if I make my presence too known in an environment that's not mine, like I said, my strengths are not in this arena. I'll win, but I just really don't feel like having to put in that kind of work when I'm so close to already just getting home and being done with the drama. Etsa goes, heartbroken. What's wrong? You should travel through the Keys while you're there. Well, let me tell you what. Where I'm at right now is beautiful. The thing is, it's too far for me. So unless the Florida Keys are coming to me, I can't. Now, Florida Keys coming to me, just tectonic shift. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'll stay forever. Florida Keys are beautiful. But the fact of the matter is, I just that trek from here to there is how do I put this? Impossible. It's impossible. So sometimes you just gotta admit your limits. And I know where I'm at right now. Foot's broken. Other foot's on the way out. Giant blister that is gonna get infected unless I take care of it. I walked too far, too fast for too long. I did what? 2,000 miles? No, not walking total, but I traveled like 2,000 miles total. I think I walked a little over 1,000 miles, and I was doing 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 miles a day. I've overdone it by far, which is what I always do. Known for it. And now I literally, I'm having trouble walking like a couple of miles. So I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do, but something will turn up. I'll figure something out. And they're looking for me, and they dropped the freaking warrant. As soon as I'm stranded. Ironically, they could have incarcerated me, given me a couple of nights rest and some food, and then dropped the warrant, and then just give me a ride somewhere, and not told anybody to give me a ride, like they used to. But now, that's all right. I gotta stay grateful that they're in the warrant, because they had to. I told you guys they had the wrong dude. I told you that, but that freaked me out. That freaked me out something good. The Keys. Yeah, I've never been to Florida Keys. Not yet. I'd love to go down, but like I said, I don't think I'm good enough. I don't think I'm posh enough for the Florida Keys. TMZ, cool. TMZ must be super famous. TMZ covers like basketball players, okay, and like WNBA. TMZ is not a big deal, not anymore, especially. Definitely. Oh wow. Are they Muslim? Oh, Latino. At least they protect their family. Because I like you, girl. Thank you. I don't know what I did, but why not? Or did you just notice that I was totally vibing with this chick, but I couldn't. Because I never cut. It's beautiful. Wish I could go back. Oh no. Would a foot massage help? Yo, what's up, dude? Or are you a dude? I don't know your gender because you are a troll account. Oh, not a troll account. I'm sorry, that was a low blow. Um, what do I call you? Would a foot massage help? Yes. I could definitely find my way to a freaking, what do you call it? Find my way to a massage parlor. That would be wonderful. If I have money, I wonder. I wonder if there's little Asian women that do the massages if they take Amazon gift cards. Oh, I cracked myself up. Um, New girl says Dr. Phil is friends with the guy on TMZ. With the guy on who's the guy? I don't know anything about TMZ. They said other than they freaking were coming on with me and doing their thing, but I don't. I like literally. I pay so little attention to tabloids and all that kind of stuff. And that's another piece of it for those of you that are actually trying to make it in the industry. If you pay attention to tabloids, good luck having a career. Good luck. Because it's just they pay attention to you until you pay attention to them, and the moment you pay attention to or acknowledge the tabloids, they ignore you. That's when they officially begin to ignore you. Because if you notice, pay attention to most of their content. It's about somebody, right? But it's almost never like an interview or like face to face. It's like they took a picture, a super creepy picture, like off in the distance. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, would you ever go on Dr. Phil? I hope you get on your feet and tell your story. Never. I would never guess. I absolutely wouldn't. It's a heartbeat, obviously. Why do you ask? We can get it set up, huh? You can get me in front of Dr. Phil. You can give me an intervention. Excuse me, sir, but you have an addiction to not having an addiction. You have a problem because you don't have a problem, and we're gonna need to it's you're perplexing society because you're not a narcissist, but you're disastrously selfish, and we're confused. Who says you be the one who's getting the intervention? Well, who would be? Who else would be? My alter ego. Like, I don't have people in my life. It would just be me and Dr. Phil. Oh, see, I'm telling you, this is why people get trapped in regular life. In the parts of regular life that they don't want to be trapped, is they're so serious all the time, you know. But when I tell you your enemies, I'll tell you what. I could tell you 3/4 of my enemies would not be my enemies if they got what they wanted out of me, and I know exactly what they want. And I wouldn't be. I probably wouldn't even complain. I'd probably be up for it. Goody, welcome to the broadcast. Or Geo, Ohio Macman, welcome to the broadcast. But it's more of a social thing, you know. Like it's a sociocultural thing where it's like they find out, okay, like, did you do anything with him? No. But well, like, should I? Well, no. Like, I didn't, so maybe like you shouldn't. But like, do we like him? Like, I mean, we do. Like, he's hot, but like, he's a jerk. But no, he's not a jerk. He da 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 da. And then they go back and forth. Eventually, it gets to he's a nice guy. It would probably be a wonderful idea to hang out with him for the night. But none of us have yet, and so like we're just waiting on the first one to break the ice, and it hasn't happened. And then I figure from there it'll just continue. But the reality is, either way, I'm sitting here just wishing and hoping and praying and waiting, and it never comes. Unless I'm the one to do it, it never comes. And so I continue to not initiate because I just don't have the energy. Do you think the world is flat? Probably not. Why would the world be flat? It's a circle. You ever shoot a rifle? I can tell you for a fact that there's not a single thing I would ever hit unless you accounted for the fact that the big thing is a circle. That's my favorite part about the Earth, is that it spins. Makes things interesting. Everything's falling over. It's not my problem. Eminem was controversial until he went on. Eminem was on Dr. Phil. I didn't know that. I didn't think of someone. You might be. You might be thinking of somebody else. Maybe you're thinking of. Oh, what's his name? What's her name? Catch Me Outside Girl. Maybe you're thinking about that one. Insane Clown Posse goes on Dr. Phil. I don't know why you're telling me this, but okay. See, so I'm telling you, I keep seeing the same people. It's wild. It's like so many people. It's like a tourist town. But I'm telling you, I keep seeing the same people. I'm not making a thing of it, but I'm just like, I don't know. It's interesting. I'm like seeing all the same people. Sphere. Thank you. How do you know it spins? How do I know it spins? See, this is why I don't get high. Chloe, how are you? Welcome to the broadcast. All right, so we got Fax Phantom, welcome to the broadcast. Melvin B, Amish Fonzie, what's up, Fonzie? Jill H, welcome to the broadcast. Leslie, Joanne, Yolo, John, Daisy, Whirl, Human, Catnip, Chris, and Newbro. What's going on? And if y'all wouldn't mind sharing out the broadcast and just, like I'm guessing that a lot of the people from the last, what do you call it? The last account will probably catch up pretty quick if you guys share it out. Let them know that we're here. But I'm figuring this will be the second to last account, and then I'll make one. I know I said this is going to be the last one, but I figured, I mean, guys, here's the fact of the matter. The feds have had plenty of time to put me away if they wanted to. And if they wanted to, they would have. Trust me, they would have. And I know exactly when they would have. And they didn't. Interpol, if they wanted me, they'd have had me. They don't want me. They got me for something else in a good way. I'm, getting some stuff done. Not with Interpol, but just like on that level. Then we got freaking the local yokels are awesome and actually be pretty cool about stuff. Like I said, there's every now and again, a little bullheaded guy who, he I think he rules the roost on a global level. It's very interesting. And then like I don't beat my chest. I try not to. But like we'll just have a little show out fest for each other and eventually just go our separate ways. But and the fact of the matter is it's not my space. So I back down and I'm like, all right, yeah, I got you. But it's still irritating, like I said, just because I got stuff I got to do, so it gets irritating. But where was I? I don't remember what that guy was saying. Oh yeah, so like I said, if anything was gonna go down, it already would have. So all I have left is just to freaking use the name. That's all I have left to do is just actually use it, and then I should be fine to use it. And then after that, then we shifted to something public. I just don't know yet. But it's being incognito is done. It's officially over. I'm gonna get out of here first, just because I don't want to disrupt the local environment. But once we get to Orlando or something, I should be safe to go public. So I said, law enforcement gets nervous. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna guys. Do you realize my background? How hard I've had to work to keep a decent reputation? Like, I am not the guy that's going to be causing you problems. I may be in this industry, but I go about things a little bit differently, and I pride myself on that. Because I know what it's like to have to be dealing with stuff and taking care of everybody's problems, and then you have people coming in and causing extra problems, just thinking they're funny, and they don't really care what happens to your community just so they can make a paycheck. And I'm not about that. I was raised in a tight knit community, so I understand. And so I do advocate in that direction, and I make sure to I try to be as agreeable as possible. But at the same time, I try to be as agreeable as possible. But then you also have people who they get real testy with me, right? They get real testy with me, and I'm sitting here with a broken foot. I'm with a broken foot and barely an ability to put food in my belly in the moment. And I'm just like, all right, I get it. You're uncomfortable with where I'm at right now, but no offense, psychopath. I don't have the ability to leave your presence right now, so you're gonna have to shut up and mind your business. Because if I could be out of your way, I would be. But it's like it's just always trying to answer people's, like be meeting people's expectations. And sometimes I couldn't even fathom being so nuts off my rocker that you see someone who could barely walk and being like, you're like in my way, or you're bothering me. Like there's a part of my family that'd be like, should we break their foot? And I'm just like, nope, we don't do that. No, we don't break feet. We're we're pro society. We're pro freedom. We like um, but it's I'll laugh because sometimes they'll get excited and be like, huh? And I'll be like, no, and it feels like a TV show type thing, except it's much scarier, and they don't even realize how like freaky it is. Certain things that I'm super desensitized to, but then there's other stuff like they said, like civilian violence, totally unfamiliar to me, and I just don't understand why people commit to civilian violence, because it's like the easiest way to totally just get yourself knocked off track. Um, but like it's not always necessarily about the thing that you're doing or whatnot, but it's also like risk aversion and risk, like mitigating risk, paying attention to what makes sense to do, what makes sense not to do, and what's worth the risk, what isn't. And like when it comes to violence, I'm pretty smart about what's worth the risk and what's not, aka pretty much violence is never worth it. But for me, when it comes to like women and stuff, that's why I'm still just sitting here and appreciating the views that I get every now and again, and then not really sure what to do else otherwise, because I don't know. I don't know what the risk is. I don't know, and I don't know how to calculate it or how to like evaluate the risk. So I don't engage, because it's not. I don't want to. I'm not a gambler. I'm not a gambler. So I'm a player. I'll go and I'll play, and I'll win, and I'll play to win, and I'll play games that I could win, but I don't gamble. They probably work in the area, live close. Yeah, probably. Was the last account cursed? When was it cursed? What? I don't even understand that question. Watch out for jihad, though. Yo, I know you're trolling me, but I'm not. I'm not playing. That was for real a thing, and is for real a thing now. Um, you say watch out for it. Here's what I've learned. Here's what I've learned about jihad. They're like any other typical criminal organization. During the beginning of the war on terror, cousin Bush kind of trumped things. You're welcome. Up quite a bit. Um, they're extremely dangerous. I'll say that. Um, but ironically, I would say that there are certain mobs and mafias that exist in our country that are more dangerous and volatile to the civilians and the citizens we have in this country than jihad. Um, which I know that sounds totally outrageous to say, but I've met people who are slightly radical Muslim in this country, and they are less violent and less of a problem than some of the natural born criminals that we have in this country. Now the foreign ones, no, the foreign ones are crazy. They will literally pick up, like I'm not kidding you when I say they will pick up a bottle of what do you call it? They will pick up a bottle of alcohol that they can light on fire. They will take a rag, or they will tear their own shirt, put a rag in that bottle, light it on fire, and throw it at your face because they're in a bad mood, or because their girlfriend didn't want to sleep with them last night, or what have you. And they will literally just light you on fire. It's because they're in a bad mood. Um, and sometimes you just got to put the fire out, and then you're like, oh, I got burned. But it's a real thing. Google it. It's called Molotov cocktail. But they got that idea from the Russians when frickin' Russia gave them all those guns. They were all making deals and playing around and start killing each other in the process, and they learn from each other inadvertently. As being serious, they're scary. You're telling me? I know. Uh, Anything cool in Middleburg? What's Middleburg? Is that where it says I'm at? Am I in Middleburg? I don't even know. I don't know what's happening right now. God is real. What on earth is happening right now? I don't know, but it's kind of awesome. That was probably one of the best things I've ever witnessed in my entire life. I definitely don't get out enough, but I don't even know if I need to get out any more than I do. This super attractive chick literally just hopped out the SUV and started twerking. I'm literally, I don't even know what happened. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes to figure out what the hell just happened. But I'm just gonna pretend it didn't happen. But you guys know my saying. Let's say we did, or what is it? Let's not say we did. Um, Mel goes, in Montreal, the mob are firebombing businesses in downtown core for not paying protection. Yeah, it's we're working on corruption within law enforcement nowadays in reference to that kind of situation. It's unfortunate, but most of it came from organized criminals. It's not like, guys, you're not gonna believe me when I say this, but when I tell you law enforcement is like forced into some stuff far more than you might realize. Like, what I'm saying is, like, they got a lot more fear in their positions than people think they do, and it's tough to say or talk about because it's men and they got to be the women. Ironically, the women, they're fearless. They don't care. You can't bribe them. You can't nothing. That's what I like about a woman cop. But as far as the men, we got our fears, and it's tough. I still remember when what's it called. I still remember when there's an officer who what do you call it? He threatened to take his pistol and put it right in my mouth, and he thought that scared me. Because I had actually had, like, if you guys see my teeth, like, I've actually had a pistol in my mouth before, and it's not that scary. Like, I just kept talking and like lick the thing like it's just play with it. Just because it's 90% of war is psychological. All right, so just play with it. But anyway, as I was saying, he made that threat to me, and I could see the fear in his eyes. Like, he was afraid that I was going to try to strong arm him to do something. And of course I wasn't. Of course, like, why would I? But he had just been through that much that he like expected it. Like, he literally, there's something about my demeanor that triggered PTSD for him about when somebody had tried to force or tried to force him to do something. Um, so, for me, that's sympathy and empathy and compassion. And that's, honestly, I kid you not, like, that is how I lost my woman, is because when I got caught up in that situation, I going on with the law enforcement, and I thought I was just like weak little whatever, and then I saw how scared they were, and I backed down. Because I saw they were terrified. So I just went through the whole process, and like, I felt bad for them because they're just freaking, they're these scared little dudes, and they're just they want to make sure they posture, but no, they're terrified. Um, so I just backed down and went through the whole thing and gave them my respect, and now I still feel bad for him. But like I said, ironically, I wish I had known that I was going to end up losing who I lost over that. But still, I still did the right thing, because like, you don't come down on people that are scared. They say, well, if you're going to dominate, if you're going to conquer, then you got to, if somebody's weak, you step on them. No, that's wrong. You don't do that way. You got to, like, if you want the long game win, if you really want to win, you have to be more calculated with your decisions and be more respectful. And especially how you treat your adversaries, underlings, like how you treat, let's say you're a general and you're up and you're facing a general and they got grunts coming at you. How you treat their grunts is going to reflect on you. Like, when we were doing what we were doing to our captives, you know what I'm talking about? That made us look so bad. Like, that destroyed so much that we could have accomplished, and to this day continues to affect gas prices. Just because we mistreated um, some of the prisoners, the terrorists. Um, so my point is, how you treat your enemy's underlings is really going to affect, like, or your adversary is really going to affect how they continue to treat you. Like, I was able to bring a couple of different groups of people that I'm not even involved with into an armistice, just by having that conversation and helping them understand that it's better just to give them that respect and to not put hands on them. Now, like I said, there were certain facets of the society that lost a lot of money because there was a lot less war, and there was a lot less bloodshed, and there was a lot less arrests. But the community had more peace for a long period of time. So, like, it's a trade off. So some people were happy, some weren't. But the point of the matter is, if you could treat somebody the way you're supposed to, you should. And like I said, I lost the people that I love the most. And I'm heartbroken. I am. But it is what it is. I did the right thing, and I know I did. Like after I made my mistakes, I made my amends. But then it's like immediately as I turn around and I look and I see what the situation is, I see all these people getting out and just moving on and moving on and moving on, and they got mad at me for not doing what they did. Copping out and doing what they did. But I saw a bigger purpose. I saw what the right thing was to do, and I did the best right thing that I could do. And they thought that I like gave into pressure, and this no, it was the opposite. It was me seeing an opportunity to commit. It was me seeing an opportunity to do the right thing and be there for people that needed me. So I was, and needed me more than anybody else needed me. If I was that needed, it would have been made known. So I want to make sure that people understand that I wasn't protecting myself. If I was protecting myself, I wouldn't have been within inches of death for almost 2 years straight. I was not protecting myself. I was not, you know, going out of my way to friggin' just make sure I live. Like, I'm not like that at all. And I'm still not. Like, even as we speak, if things had gone a little bit differently in such a way where I could, be what I want, do what I want, or, I mean, I could, but like, without being a jerk, I would be. It's exactly what I'd be doing. But it's like the expectation is for me to like be a jerk on purpose, break those boundaries, be disrespectful, go in a direction that's not healthy for me. Like, I'm sorry for being more of the person that you could have, like somebody that's even better for you than the person that you thought you were with. Should we apologize? Like, I don't know what direction I'm supposed to take that. But Nell says in Montreal, yeah. Man, that's scary. Where's Montreal? What country is? Where's Montreal? Wait, Montreal, not Canada. Wait, Montreal, Quebec, not in Canada. And you said the mob, but what mob? Like you have different groups of people. And don't, like I said, guys. If you're chilling with me, you're fine. Like I said, I've kind of been in ways that I've wanted to, and also ways that I've been technically either accidentally or on purpose forced to pretty much meet most American people of all typesets. So anything you say, you're probably fine to say it if you're saying it to me. Like I said, because it'll be referenced back. Oh, what did they say? Or they said it. Well, they were talking to me, so you're fine. I just gotta find. I'm either gonna plug up outside or plug up inside, but that depends if there's one out here. And there's none, I don't think, which is fine with me because I kind of want to go inside. But yeah, I'm gonna go inside, and then I'm probably gonna have to get something else to eat because this is right by the beach, and I don't want to be mooching. They said I'm fine, so maybe I will, but let me just see. But first, I have to plug in. Let me ask. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna ask it in a little. I'm not gonna ask right now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and then my only thing when it comes to women, I'm gonna be straight about this. I'm gonna be serious for a moment. I love women. I really do. The thing is, with the amount of influence that I've accrued, a woman has an ability to very quickly have a lot of influence over my decision making. And being that most people are not equipped, capable, or mature enough, no matter their age, to handle the influence that I do have, it oftentimes then turns around and I'm the one, making ill-seated decisions or making decisions that are less mature or less appropriate than what I would be making if I were on my own. And that's not their fault, because like when you're with somebody, you become more like each other and you start associating more. And then in the same tokens, like I end up affecting their decisions too, and I just seem to be somebody that's extremely strong-willed. And I don't want to throw anybody off their track, and I also I can't afford to be thrown off my track. And like I said, it's always that fine line where it's like, oh yeah, like maybe you're with somebody for a short time, like short time, but it never goes that way. They always end up wanting more, and I'm tired of either not doing anything at all, and there's all that suspense, and it's just me laying there wondering how cool it could have been, or on the other side of it is where you end up having a good time, and then you wake up and they're like, "You're not leaving, right?" And I'm like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I can't have that weighing on me anymore. I don't have the energy to feel that guilt, because it's like no matter what, it's leading somebody on, even when they convince me that I'm not leading them on, and then they turn around and they're I have yet to have a woman look at me as just that. I never thought I would want them to, but I'm getting there pretty quick. I don't want them to, honestly, but at the same time, it's just a maturity thing. The maturity factor does not exist on the East Coast, at least for the most part. And if it does, I just haven't had the opportunity to meet those kind of women yet. I thought you said you were. I thought you said that I was what? What happened, says New Girl? What happened? What? Platt, welcome to the broadcast. How are you? New Girl goes, yeah, no, I am not associated with who you're talking about. They insinuate that they insinuate. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is it's insinuation. That's the thing, is it's not. Well, it's not. Okay, so screw it. This is when being allowed to say whatever you want comes in handy. When I get lazy. The Italians do not. Should you ever have any legitimate association, if one person tells me to shut up, I'm going to make them shut up. And man, do I need a bed to sleep in and food to eat. So anyway, let's not tempt me right now. I think I'm kidding. I'm in so much pain, it's not even funny. I'm just really good at masking it. I won't do anything, but I will definitely make sure I get arrested just so I can get some fucking food and sleep. So where was I? With the Italians, you don't say mob. You don't. There may be a dumb kid or two that says it, that they don't even know, but you just don't. Just be smart enough not to. And if you're not smart enough not to, whatever happens to you is your fault. Realize you did it to yourself. Secondly, there's more than like, there's different, nationalities, all of which are entirely obvious to the entirety of mainstream society and like law enforcement and everything, but they legitimately believe themselves to continue to be operating under the radar and having like forms of anonymity that haven't existed since like 2005, with like the implementation of certain systems from the NSA. But for me, what I try to do is speak the common sense and help the ones through that deserve to get help through, and like try and help them out of being involved in those organizations. Because here's the fact of the matter, right? I'm a logistical type of person, and I'm an independent contractor. And for me, I'm going to choose whatever is the most beneficial for me, no matter the situation, right? Well, some people might say you're overly selfish, but the fact of the matter is you have to know what's actually going to work for you. So, people won't come to me, they'll get mad at me, or they'll be upset about my opinions, but then they want to know what's going to be best for them. And I'm the guy to come to when you have questions about what is individually healthy for you on a one-on-one basis between you and who's in the mirror. But, these associations are not nearly as lucrative as they may have been at one time. So most of the people who are involved with or associated with these organizations, like if you got a nationality, you got a nationality. You got a background, you got a family, you got a tradition. That's different. That's different than being involved with criminals. So stay involved with your family. Don't be involved with criminals, and just don't. And I can't get out of it, guys. yes, you could. There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. If you're not, then you don't want to. Whatever sacrifices you have to make to get away from people that are going to cost you the rest of your life, that's on you to figure out. Life's not fair, but it's equal. It's just about what kind of work you got to put in. But like I said, there's not enough of a benefit when it comes to those situations. At that point, it's mostly trauma bonding and coercion, and kind of like being psychologically convinced that it's a healthy situation for you. When you do, if you lay it out on a piece of paper and you write it out, the benefits are not nearly what they used to be. And I'm saying that, I say that in a really like, oh my gosh, how is he saying it that way? But you guys want a real answer. There's a real world answer. Is there was a day when being involved with these types of people and these types of groups could have been more beneficial to you depending on how you grew up. But nowadays, no matter what, you do get more of a benefit being a part of mainstream society and being disassociated from, people who are making less healthy decisions. That are hooked up and linked up. Now, I'm not talking about people that are, like I said, that's just in reference if you're going by nationality, because that's an NSA thing. Like that's straight up. That's a spook thing. You tell me what topic you want to talk about, and if it has to do with the organized government, then it's appropriate. But if you associate with those groups, be ready for war from your own government, because that's how it is. And some people roll that way, But what I can tell you is, being in this country, I wouldn't recommend it. But you got to realize who you're asking too. You're asking a guy who my loyalties are business minded, and I don't really have any personal assets. I don't have personal. See, I even say assets. I don't have like personal associations. I have professional associations. I've never really known what it's like to be close to people like that. So I could give you an unbiased viewpoint, but you got to realize it's also kind of like asking a computer, because I don't have, I have those feelings and I have those connections with people, but they're not as deep as a lot of people around me have them. So if you're going to ask for those answers, I'm going to give you answers that are logistically sound and statistically sound and are healthy for you if you're able to get through to the point where you can do it. But like I said, oftentimes doing it is the hard part. But also at the same time, is if you have your mind is wired to where you think it's healthy for you, you're not going to know until it's too late and you've made it out of the situation to find out how unhealthy it was for you. So it's kind of like you couldn't go back. It's not possible to go back. But some people are like, oh no, they're going to do this to me. Let me tell you something. It's your life. And the fact of the matter is, you don't even want to know where I've been and what I've been. People are like, you're not getting out of this. You want to bet? Where there's a will, there's a way. I say God, to each his own, to each her own. But here I sit. God spared me. That's what I say. But there's always going to be somebody bigger than the person trying to squash your foot, or the person trying to, do something to you. So, or somebody more stronger, powerful, that's not going to expect something from you. Someone that's willing to give you charity if you're humble enough to ask for it. Make sure that you find a way to live a healthier life when you're able to. Have the courage to live the life that you're supposed to live, not the life that you're told to live. Canada says, no. Welcome from Canada. I love East Coasters says that's it. Thank you. I would, but we're too much alike. I like different. Joseph says you can get more. That's hilarious, Joseph. Thank you. Welcome to the broadcast. There's always a way, says New Girl. 100%. That's how it goes. Bob's, yo. Where's mine? You tell me. No, I'm a dude. But that'd be perfect right about now. Joseph goes, oh, yeah, I know. It'll ban you if you do. Yo, for real though. That's it. It's you have to kind of get to know somebody first before you find out whether or not they're narcissistic or they simply have their own unique personality where they're, like I'm not a narcissist. I'm not full of myself. People assume that I'm full of myself because my life is mostly about me, but it's not that way. Like I live my life about me, but the moment I see an opportunity to be there for somebody, that's what I do. And I don't look for what I get out of it. I don't. Is a temptation there? Of course it is. I'm human, same as everyone else. But I don't put those thoughts into the equation when I make a decision about what I'm going to do. And then should there be a result or a reward or something on the other end of it, then I mean, depending on what it is, I might not even want it. You know. So. Um, Thanks for the donuts, Silky. Appreciate that. Or for the diamonds, donuts. I don't know the difference, but showing diamonds. Thank you. Um, where are you from, says Joe? I'm from America. Where are you from? I'm into that. Thank you. Rachel, welcome to broadcast. I love myself. That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, me. I'm. If you want to know about me, I tried to build my life and like build everything at one time, and it all fell apart all one time. And now I'm starting over, but like not starting over to start over, but I didn't go backwards, but I haven't technically gone forwards yet. Like I'm like right after the point of where the past gets left behind, and it's staying there. It's not catching up or like anything, but because even a good past is what I'm talking about. Like I'm not associating, but I'm moving forward. I'm like kind of on a treadmill, just trying to train up before I actually go out into a new life that I'm not familiar with, so that I'm, you know, at least some of the decisions like I make are going to be uh, that my decision that my what I do will stay consistent and reliable per se. Carrollton, Georgia, in the Bible Belt. Welcome from Carrollton, Georgia. It's the Bible Belt. All right, so I'm gonna get some water real quick, and then I have also learned that I have just learned, and I keep learning. That's awesome. Um, Joseph goes, I'm usually pulled towards negative people. My exes treated me like uh, yeah, see, I'm here's it, bro. Word of advice is if you're attracted to people that treat you poorly, is to step back into like you got to get your own mindset and your own like headspace. That's the biggest thing. Is like if you people think they know who they are, but I'll tell you what, you don't know who you are nearly as much as you think you do until you really have time away from the people around you long enough for their behaviors and the way they are to not be rubbing off on you anymore. When you have enough time away from people that you can think in your own head without the people around you affecting your decision making processes or like the way that you make decisions, if you have a long enough time to yourself, you will begin to see a shift in your own behavior. You will begin to see that what you do and who you are may not necessarily be who you thought you were. And then whatever decisions you're making, I would say after about 3 to 4 months of being totally alone, I would then start to associate based on that behavior with people that you really want to associate with, whether it's family or not. And like, I mean, literally cut it down to like 3 to 4 people and then do that for 3 months and then expand that to like 15 to 20 people and then go from there. And if I were you, I would not expand your social circle beyond 100 people. There is never any point in time that I am talking with more than 100 people at a time. Never. Unless I'm on broadcast, unless I'm live. I do not go past 100 people unless I'm live streaming. I mean, literally, like I literally calculate that number and like pay attention to who I'm talking to. Because, like I said, it's our behaviors are far more socially affected than we are willing to admit to ourselves sometimes. A lot of factors that go into decisions we make and things we say and what we do. So the more time you have to yourself, the better. In ebbs and flows, like I said, you wanna get to know yourself and then get back out there, and then you backtrack after like 9 months. After you get back to that 100, you backtrack. You take about 9 months to yourself and you focus. Well, I'm saying that 9 months where you take 3 months to yourself, 3 months with a couple people, and then 3 months with a whole bunch, and just go through that cycle over and over. And I know how familiar that sounds, but I'm accurate on what I'm saying. So uh, it's a lot to learn from women. Let's say it that way. Just pay attention to what they do and how they're made, and just reverse engineer that and apply it to your own life, and you'll learn a lot. Usually pulled towards, got around, but you're a good man. Thank you. Peace for now. You stay. Well, I want to stay, but I don't. I don't think there's a reason for me to stay. That's what it is. It's like like I'm always doing all right, but then there's not enough to entice me. Like if my feet, like if my foot weren't broken, and my other foot weren't about to be broken, I didn't have that freaking thing on the bottom of my foot that I got to literally cut off, and I wasn't freaking at the edge of my rope right now, I would stay. But there's always the next thing. There's always just one more thing that's I gotta keep going just for the sake of whatever it is that I'm dealing with. Um, and I can't not do the healthy thing. I'm gonna do the right thing. So, and like I said, doing the right thing. Sometimes people are gonna get uncomfortable with you, but the fact of the matter is, those that get comfortable with you, stay warm. They're the ones that keep you warm at night. So, I don't even have to paraphrase on this. I could just literally say how I want. And once again, like I said, whenever you get to know yourself, you will get proficient in your environmental structure to a level where even if you don't fit in, you are like a knife through butter, and you can just keep moving forward, and pretty much say whatever you want as long as you do it with respect. And people will get comedy out of it, or they'll appreciate it, or both, or you name it. And then you keep it to yourself, the things that you learn. It's whether we relive it or not, we took for our parents and a partner. Yeah, whether we realize it or not, we definitely. Yeah, it's human nature to look for your parents and your partner. See, here's a tough thing here is if you weren't raised with your parents, like I wasn't, all right, like I didn't have parents. Let me tell you something. You will naturally gravitate, as a man, you will naturally gravitate to a woman that reminds you of the female figures most prominent in your life. So be very, very careful, because your nature says that you should marry, be with, what have you, a woman that is like your mother. And there's a reason for that. There are behaviors that you get from your mom that you're looking for in a woman that are going to naturally coalesce with your personality, and it's going to make it easier to be in a relationship. Well, if you're trying to be with someone that reminds you of women that were in your life growing up, but they're not the way that your parents were, then you're actually going to have a tougher time in that relationship. And I know how what I'm saying may be like, oh, you're looking too into it, or you're thinking too much about it. Maybe. If it's a relationship you want, then it's a relationship you can make work as long as you put enough work in for it. But understand that based on the natural sciences, it's going to be more work. It's like when you go uphill, it takes more energy than going downhill. It's basic nature. But if it's worth it for you, then you put the work in. I had somebody in my life that reminded me of somebody that raised me, but wasn't all that much like the person that bore me. And, it for them, they felt that it was too much work, so they gave up. Me personally, I was fine with things being different, and I didn't necessarily want and don't really want to be with someone that reminds me of the one that bore me. So it is what it is. But you pick and choose what's going to be good for you based on what you can handle. Ratch goes, by 30, I finally had my situation figured out. That's awesome. Realistically nowadays, 30 is a really young age to have your situation figured out. It's not healthy to backtrack, work to the future. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%, 100%. I live in the present, but I definitely, when my present is not serving me in such a way that's working for me, or in a way that like I'm getting where I need to get to at the time, then that's when I start to focus forward. Like right now I'm in an awesome space, like absolutely awesome space. But because of how I feel interiorly, because of what I'm feeling on the inside, what I'm going through right now, personally on the inside, not on the outside, it's like really, really difficult for me. So like, although I'm actually in a really sweet spot, like I'm in a really cool situation right now, I'm having difficulty enjoying it because of what I'm going through. And then it's important then to always communicate that openly to make sure that people understand that they're being awesome to you, but you're going through it, and it's so they're not to blame. But like I said, I'm okay. I'm just I'm just going through it a little bit, but I will be all right. I just, like I said, I have some really heavy stuff that I'm processing right now. Recent news that I got that I'm really having to work through. And it's not even the situation that surprised me. It's just people that made decisions that I really didn't think they would ever make. Like I was making my decisions in part based on certain people and the decisions that I would expect them to make. But I guess they saw me as some form of an adversary and made decisions in such a way to surprise me or get the upper hand over me. Like I said, also another attribute that I never expected out of them at all, because I haven't done that to them at all in the slightest, nor would I ever. Um, and any form of what may have appeared to be an attempt of control has always been an attempt at leadership, an attempt at making, protecting and keeping safe. Never, ever, ever, ever getting an upper hand. Never about getting what I want. Nope. When I did, I was glad, but um, I wasn't raised that way. But I think once again is association back to, some people believe that, and I think this is what it really comes down to, is believing that nurture is over nature, or nature is over nurture, which is totally not true, depending on how much work you put in. Nature does not always prevail over nurture. So I am actually much more like the people that raised me than the people that bore me to this day. Even as I come into full maturity, I am still far more like the people that raised me than the people that bore me. And I'm very, I have a lot of gratitude for that. Um, but it's a very unfortunate situation because the expectation and the belief was that, I was becoming like what bore me. And I'm not. Even after being introduced to and being inundated with, and I mean, society played its role and tried to force me into a criminal life. And I refused, I made it, I didn't fall into it at all. I really didn't. You want to talk about more rejection? My next set of rejection is stuff you guys don't even know about. Like I got totally rejected by my own family, but like biological family, because I refused to get involved with what they were doing. So once again, I chose me over all these people that love me, and so I look like the jerk. But I had to look out. I put God first, then family, then myself, and my God's in place. My family's in place where it's supposed to be. I'm family one right now, but I'm healthy, and that's part of the self. I understand, Joseph. What do I think my type is? Asked Rachel. Um, what do I think my type is? Uh, you guys aren't going to believe me, but I don't have a type. Nobody believes me, but I'm telling the truth. I don't have a type. When your mind has the ability to grasp concepts and process information that is on a more mature depth, let's call it, or a mature plane of the perception of existence. Like when you have a mature perception on reality, uh, you aren't necessarily acknowledging, not disacknowledging, but you have in your mind a perceptual hierarchy of what is imperative to survival, what is imperative to procreation, and then what is imperative to effective communication and connection. Connection through communication. So like color, personality type, all that becomes secondary. So all this advice that I'm giving you guys and stuff that I'm talking about is kind of like stuff for people that are living on those lower planes, people that that they have their social space where that exists and they exist in, and then they can't really shift that. So the most you could do is associate on those baseline levels, which is fine, like that. I mean, for people that live that way, that's how you live. But now you're asking me about how I live, so I'm going to tell you how I live. I mean, personally, I do not have a type. You could put a blonde hair, blue eyed, white chick in front of me who has a C plus chest, gorgeous. She knows how to move what she's got in the bag, and that's amazing. Her personality, sparkling, all that. And then you put a woman of the exact same stature on an equal basis, standing right next to her, of a total, she could be Ethiopian, bald, because that's one of their, popular hairstyles is the ladies will just have like a buzz cut. They're actually really attractive. and just like this tall, skinny Ethiopian woman. And I'm honestly, I'd be sitting there thinking, I wonder how I get them both in there. Yeah. um, or if it was for a relationship, it would be different. Like I said, my mindset's not a relationship mindset. It takes a very particular woman to get to, like I said, there has to be a connection. But like I said, it's like a soul tie. It's not really a personality thing. So the only woman I ever fell for, I said it was more of what I call. I learned this from the Native Americans, is a soul tie, and that's where you are intertwined with one another and you connect on a spiritual level, not just a physical or emotional. So for me, that spiritual connection is usually number one. Um, and that's rare, and it's not something, and it's, for me, it's exciting because it's not something you think about. It's not something you put your feelings into and figure out. It's something that you literally, it's a mixture of your physical, emotional experience and whether or not you have the ability to perceive like that you two are on a vibe or on a wavelength, that there's no other way to recognize you're on that same wavelength unless you're paying attention to your behaviors that you do together. And when you see, you're finishing each other's sentences legitimately, not just trying to force it. You're walking in cadence with each other on accident. You go to hold hands, you know exactly where to put your fingers. Like that kind of stuff it's nature, and that it happens with people of all sizes, shapes, and colors. When two connect, and that's that. So that's how I see what you're asking is how it is for me. So like I said, that I did have that one person, and that's why I'm sitting here so perplexed and wondering how, like, what, you get confused. I'm confused. I don't think I'll ever figure it out. You know, um, and then anytime someone has like even an opinion, I'm just like, I don't know why I go into war mode, but I immediately, I'm immediately a couple of years back, like immediately. It just throws me back, and then I mean, you'll like if you were here, you literally see me sometimes. Like I'll put my hand on my hip, like it's still there, and it's not there, or I'll go and I'll go to scratch my back, but I'm not like scratching my back, and then I realize, wait, I should probably scratch my back so people aren't wondering why I just put my hand back there. Um, but that's how it used to be. Is like you just that was done, just one and done. There wasn't, but society don't work that way. So, and like, do you give people warnings? Do you this, do that? But that's not how you're taught. That's just not. And American society is no different than anywhere else where it's live or die. It's just about what you have to do to live or die, or to survive, to live. Um, it's just different decisions. I just missed the person that I thought I had a soul tie with. I said maybe I was wrong. Maybe they were faking it the whole time. That's what I'm really thinking. Is like I must have. And then I don't know if you guys understand this kind of thing, but like energy transference and like being able to relate to people. It could have been that there was somebody in her family that I actually felt closer with, and there's like relaying through her. But that's also, by the way, that's also like a biomechanics conversation. It's a legitimate uh, realm of study. So what I'm saying to you is not left field. It's actually like a college study that you could have. It's actually an education you could gain of what I'm saying. So anyway, um, Joseph says I was trying to say that I'm attracted to a narcissist. Sad. Come here, I love it. Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying. I mean, some people just get so used to that cycle of abuse. But if it's like I said, if it's something that's beneficial for you and it really isn't detrimenting your life, then it may not necessarily be a cycle of abuse, but it could definitely very easily look like one. So you got to be very careful. But there's plenty of people that are married to people that have different kind of issues going on. So it's about your acceptance of that person, and thankfully, we, at least here in America, we live in a country where you can kind of do what you want. Reference that you want to date somebody that's not a good person. It's a free country. You could, or like that's perceivably not a good person. You could. All you have to do is just be willing to put up with the flack that comes with it, and roll with the punches with whatever happens. I mean, it's no different than dating someone who's famous, or dating a celebrity, or dating somebody that's in the military, or whatever caveats come with the situation, or dating someone with mental illness or somebody with a disability. Like, we live in a country where you could not in a country where it has a disability. They're putting them in the middle of the soccer field, and need I say more? We live in a very beautiful country where even the thought of what I just said there is like appalling and shocking and scarring, because we live in such a cushy, comfortable space, which is incredible that we're even able to have what we have the way that we have it. Rick says, do you have any siblings? I'm gonna have to say that I don't. I kind of do. Not really trying to get into it, but I don't really talk about, like, for me, as far as I'm concerned, is this year is the beginning of my life, and everything from before. Like I said, some pieces of it may exist on a very private basis for me, but I don't have a past life. I don't have a life for you to refer back to. It's kind of just you guys being cool enough with me that we just talk about whatever's going on now, and we could plan for the future. Like, it's very, very, very hard for me, at this point. I can't give. I eventually end up with an empty cup. Yeah, I agree. Rick says, huh? Huh, to what? Narcissist, take. So at first it feels like a match made in heaven, but eventually I'm on. Yo, for real though. Dude, you're totally right. That's exactly how it is. Rich goes, alrighty then. Alrighty then to what? What'd I do? What'd I say? See, this is what this happens too. Is like we lose communication at some point and I say something wrong on accident, or Mel goes, so would you say your heart has been broken? I would say that, I mean, if you want the God's honest truth, I would say that she ripped it directly out of my chest and never put it back in there. And either ate it or threw it out. I don't know which. I know she didn't keep it. And now, like, I feel and I have feelings, but it's mostly either lust or, some form of sensuality or some form like that. Here, give me, I think I'm cool. I'm still cool. I like this guy. That's awesome. All right. Yeah, because I was planning to get out of here. I wasn't even planning to be here, but now I don't know what I'm going to do because I literally cannot walk. So, or not far anyway. So I'm going to see about maybe being able to hang around for a while if he's cool with it, and then try to figure out what to do next. And if not, then I'll find somewhere else. But I'm just, like I said, I can't be doing this anymore. I'm so tired. And I can't go any further south. Going west is a possibility. Going north is a possibility. Well, not all the way north, but I'm done being pushy in ways that aren't good for me. But like I said, I don't think people realize how much time I've needed to come to terms with all this, because I've just literally almost been forced to have to live this way and try to figure these things out on my own, and not really having other options to even figure out. So now making the shift into healthier decisions is good, but just understand that I didn't end up in these decisions without being very heavily pushed to kind of be sitting where I shouldn't be sitting at all. Like I said, I'm getting through that, and I'm gonna be doing some more common sense stuff. He will be cool. Yes, he is be cool. A lot of gratitude on that. Rich goes, maybe go to the ER. Well, that's the thing. I was actually very heavily considering the emergency room, but the thing is, I don't have anything to provide them with. I definitely don't have, and they will not keep me. Like, pretty much anywhere in the country now is, if you're in a position like I'm in right now, and they're not going to help you. They're not going to let you stay overnight, do any of that. Like, unless I was severely dehydrated, then they have you in for a day and a half, get you hydrated, and send you out the door. It's not like years ago where you go to the hospital and you sleep there for a week. Now it's you're lucky to be there through the night if you don't have something that's major. And a broken foot is not major enough. They will literally wrap it up and then maybe give me a crutch or something and charge me $400 for it and send me out the door. So I should move this on to someone else then. I mean, that's what I was told. I was told that she already has plans to get married. Like she's literally getting married. I mean, like left me for dead, and is now getting married to somebody else. I'm like, and I mean, I saved her life. Like it'd be different, and I didn't put her in the position she's in. I didn't. Um, but like what I am coming to accept is that the scenario and all the whole situation was so toxic from the get go. But I never knew it because I was just so used to having like I'm not toxic, and I wasn't toxic. I really wasn't. I'm not. Um, but I've had such toxic people in my life, and was so used to that, and so used to them feeding off of me all the time, that I didn't notice the difference. But when you're constantly trying to put yourself in a really impossible position for the sake of getting someone's attention, or for the sake of trying to get someone to save you, constantly be a victim. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm really not. I'm pushing to try and get my life to where I want it to get to. And that is requiring me to make some pretty tough decisions and be pushing really hard. And that does inadvertently land me sometimes in situations where I need assistance. But I could either push or quit, and I'm not quitting. Um, but in reference to not me, um, unfortunately, like I said, there was just a lot of, even with a whole lot of backing and a whole lot of support, still constant decisions to, keep my attention and push me to save them. And, I see that now, and I see through it. And it makes me sick. It really does, because it's just the last person I ever expected. And, I did everything that I was raised to do, like what to look for in a person. I was like, are they doing this? Are they doing that? Do they, um, and they were. But there was just there's two different sides of life that I didn't even see, and I didn't even think about, because I just wasn't mature enough to even recognize them yet. And then throughout the relationship, or not relationship, but like throughout the time of being with them, I started to see and understand that other piece of it. And I was like, wait, that doesn't fit what they're doing. And then the other piece of it was like way more profound that I didn't even realize until I wasn't around them. And then I was like, all right, this is that's a problem. Um, so as much as I'd like to think I could play superhero on this topic, I just, now if there really isn't anybody or whatever, and they're literally just chilling, like pissed at me for saying anything at all, that would ironically be like a really nice situation. And I could probably find a way to work around all the rest of it, as long as they're willing to work with me in my idiocy. But I don't know. So another big thing was them thinking that I was like with somebody, or getting with somebody, or something to that effect, which I never was. So I don't know. Rachel goes, no ID. No. And I was going to go, and I was going to get all that taken care of. But it ends up like where I was going to go, they, like I said, it's just everywhere. This is how it is. There's no places that are like legit anymore. It's all like traps. It's like they're all setups. You can come in, you can get your stuff. But the reality is, there are certain people that are getting on their feet, and there's other people that they want something out of, and they think they could be greedy and steal from you, and so they start making greedy decisions and trying to put you in a position that makes them money. And I won't allow for that. And my two options are either to take charge or walk away. And I don't care enough to take charge. I don't need an ID, so I don't care enough to take charge. I want one. It would behoove the government, and it would behoove mainstream American society if I had that documentation. But I'm not going to power through to get that documentation while having to deal with people being that way to me, while trying to keep my head on my shoulders. That is how one snaps and then turns around and is in a worse position. They can't turn you away. Who can't turn me away? This is, at least there's no MAID like in Canada. What is MAID? What's that? It says, really? Wow, really to what? Rich says, you need an ID to be legit these days. You don't, though. You really don't. Having an ID nowadays in circles of people of legitimacy is a mark against you, not for you. You're looked down upon for selling out to the system, as opposed to having like real life regular loyalty. And people know your name because you're you. Like people know my name because I'm me. People don't know my name because of my American identity. Like they don't they don't need to see my ID to know it's me. Like, and that's pretty much anywhere in the country where there's law enforcement or people that I meet. The only people I've ever had ask me for my ID are people who were just trying to cause me an extra problem. They already knew who I was, or they knew it was me, and they were like trying to really sell that they didn't, and it was pretty obvious they already knew. Especially based on their reactions whenever they'd be like, "Oh, can I see ID?" I'm like, no, you don't have either. You don't have probable cause, or what do you call it? Or you're not an officer. You're not law enforcement. What do you need my ID for? What the heck are you asking me for? It's kind of weird. So anyway, I'm gonna go to a little more water and then use the restroom. So 2 minutes. Miguel, welcome to the broadcast. We got Markston, and thank you for the diamonds, by the way, guys. The best way you could help me at this point is actually, now that I found out I could straight up cash them out, is if you throw diamonds in my direction, I can cash them out directly for money. And I have a friend who's willing to accept them, and then he will like get me like gift cards or whatever, so I could just get food and whatever. So if you guys are willing to throw diamonds in my direction, that would be the biggest help humanly possible. Thank you. So Markston, Beanie, Leia, Schwanzi, yeah, like if you wanted to help me and you were like, if you were one of the people that was offering me a hotel room, offering me food, whatever, you throw diamonds my way, that's straight money. And for whatever it's worth, because of the position I'm in, I can't go to strip clubs, I can't go to bars, I can't buy alcohol, I can't buy cigarettes or tobacco. So you don't have to worry about me misusing any of the money you give me. As you guys are fully aware, I am entirely against, on like top level, totally hating drugs. So there's really not anything that I could misuse the money for. I don't buy myself stuff. So the money will go directly to survival needs, or like say getting a phone that I can actually get service on, maybe a better pair of shoes, stuff like that, so that my feet aren't going numb. But thank you. We got Rachel, New Girl, John, Daisy, Dave, Joanne, Mel, Jill, Pullman, and Chris. All right, thank you. Welcome from Mexico, Merles. Mel, welcome from, or is that Italy? Is that Italy or Mexico? I don't know what flag that is. Sorry. Just gotta tell me what flag that is. Rachel goes, can you get a small tube of sunscreen? I don't have any money. I don't have any cash or anything. You're burning up, so you need an ID for strip clubs. Yeah, I don't remember going on strip clubs. Mexican flag. All right, thank you. All right. I'm going to be back. I will be here in 2 seconds. I'm just going to leave you guys here to talk amongst yourselves. Don't forget to follow. Please add me, and I will see you in the DMs. And I think I'm going to re-download Bigo because they're probably missing me over there. Let's see what they're doing. Now I'm going to go to the bathroom. But I'll tell you something. I haven't seen the manager in a minute. And I'm telling you right now, like, they always freaking do this. They do it with the homeless, is where they'll try to set up like some sort of trap or a plan, and then they like execute, and they're like da, 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 da. And I always end up getting out of it or whatever because they're just super annoying. But I'm calling it right now is that wherever they're at, they're gonna show up and say, "Excuse me, sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave." I'm just gonna be like, you know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm officially gonna start doing is get on the map. But I'm not gonna do it on this account. So I'm gonna give it a few more weeks. But on the next, and I will, like I said, with this money, guys, I will download this and like actually get the money out of this. I won't leave it in the account. But I will. I'm gonna start leaving reviews. I'm gonna do like Google reviews and everything. So I'll come in, I'll hang out, I'll do whatever I'm doing, get permission, and just make sure I remember how things went. And then if they try to get hinky with me, I'll just make sure to leave it in the review that I put on the internet. I'll just put it everywhere and share it out, and send it to corporate. But I said on the good ones, and I'll do the same thing. I'll make sure to leave positive reviews. All right, I'll be right back. This is also another piece of a process I'll go through. Like I'll sit back and watch now at this point when they do it. Is where like I'll go through a town, right? And there's so many towns that I go through that it's kind of a repeat process. It's like they got their protocol or whatever that they do when it comes to scamming people, right? We're trying to figure out what's going on with them. And so like I'll go and say I go to the bathroom, right? Well, the bathroom's out of order or the toilet doesn't flush right or something, right? And then eventually you got to leave the facility, right? So you got to leave and you go outside. Well, guess who pulls up? Either an undercover, maybe a. I'm not gonna name companies or name names, but maybe some company that so and so works for that could grab such and such a piece of something out of the toilet and bring it to such and such, or pull the trash out the bag and put it in the truck that definitely it's not the garbage truck. And then they go and they analyze whatever, right? Because they're like, dude's got to be on drugs, or what's he doing? We got to get him on something. I don't do drugs, and then they the piss test, they pull the piss out the toilet, they find out I'm not doing drugs, and then they're a little perplexed. They're like, all right, so he's straight shooter. What's the deal here? How do we help him? Oh, well, guess what? We were so busy trying to be freaking either hero, villain, or skeptic that by the time we could have helped him out, he's already either screwed or gone, or so pissed at just not getting what he needed when he needed it that he didn't feel it was worth to stick around or worth it to get the help. So now he's helping himself in the area. So it's just I don't move too fast. It's not that they move too slow. It's just people don't put enough thought into the person who's in front of them, and they put too much thought into the protocol of they're just the protocol. They don't even pay attention to what's in front of them. They're like, I tell you, most people I would not want on the battlefield with me, never, because they're pulling that trigger before they even find out who's about to come around the corner, and that person coming around the corner could be me. So no, thank you. But anyway, you gotta make case slowly. Somebody's coming around that corner and you see their hand. Well, you fire on that hand. But if their head's coming around the corner before you see that, you want to wait. Waiting is not always good. You don't want to hesitate, but like, give it a millisecond to make sure that you're about to fire on someone you should. Give it a freaking millisecond. especially if they look like you. I mean, it might not be a smart choice. They could be one of you. Well, how do you know you're not firing on somebody that's undercover, as they would call it? You know, in the civilian world. We're just gonna keep it that word. But how do you know? You don't. People never try to find out. They're just so busy pulling the trigger and marrying other people. Yeah, I literally crawled out the grave. How funny is that? Yo, come on, come on. You know what the worst thing is when you do the impossible and you don't get any points for it. Because it's not that you didn't do it for the points, but also you'd like to, every now and again you look down, you realize the situation you're in, you're like, oh, I could really use those points right now. That's all right. I'm thinking of maybe shutting down a broadcast for a minute and getting more food, or maybe at least a soda. Because like I said, I'm gonna see if they might be cool with me chilling for a little while longer. Because I literally don't have anywhere to go, and I'm having some serious trouble walking. Um, but I also don't like. I'm really not milking it. I'm seriously like screwed right now. I have not been screwed like this in a while. Um, but it's also not anyone's problem, you know. There, like I said, I've seen homeless people putting their faces down in the mulch and just literally sleeping in the mulch, but where the shade is, so the cops don't see them. And literally, the cops will roll right by them and not even see them. Um, but you know, you're not gonna see me. I can't. I just can't. I can't pull myself to do that because as soon as you're doing that, then that's what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you're in that position, then that's where you're at. And you know, I'm an honest man, and the way things come out of my mouth, I'm not a very good liar about what my opinions are. And but I was never accused of being perfect. But I've always been accused of being real. So that's it. And that's like I said, there's another piece of it is losing her. Is I guess she wants somebody that's polite. You know, like, oh, I'm sorry. Everybody, all these people, they dream about having real, and then they have real, and they can't handle it, or they can't control it. I should say. They get upset when they can't control it. Ends up working out for the best for them when they keep them around, but that's not always the case. Some people aren't smart enough to keep them around. So then you got guys like me that when they don't keep you around, you just find somewhere to go. Pre-game. We're pre-gaming. I don't drink alcohol, but I'll go to the party. I made a really good, what do you call it? DD. I made a really good DD. I should not be proud of that. I am the dude they invite to the party because they don't have anyone to drive. It was that way with my buddies too. It's always that way. Robert Jensen over the broadcast. Oh, or third wheeling. Y'all ever have to third wheel? Because I am sick and tired of having a third wheel. I always end up third wheeling. Or this new thing has been happening where I've actually been meeting women, but there's always a cock block every time. Some dude whose life I saved for some stupid reason that was gonna like jump off a cliff or off a bridge or drink himself to death. I decided to say, all right, come along. And then that's always when I meet the beautiful woman, and then they're terrified of the whoever the heck I am helping out, and then they ruin it. Or even just recently, literally today, I'm walking down the street and there's this chick that's like dying, literally, or claiming to be dying, and I tried to help her get over to where she could get some help, and then she ended up turning it down anyway and being like a total snot. Like, she was horrible to me. I was trying to help her and she was asking me for my help. Um, and then she's like, I'd rather burn in the sun. I don't know what I did, but all right. And I wasn't flirting with her at all. Not even the slightest interest, trust me, not the slightest. Just literally concerned that she stayed alive. Um, I don't know why she found herself that attractive, but that's not my problem. Um, but I had passed this one place that I would have ended up going, and I would have met somebody, and I'm like, and on top of that, I lost my hangout spot over helping her out, and then it ends up freaking I'm just sick of people. I'm sick of losers. That's what I'm sick of. And what do I call a loser? A hater. Haters are losers. Splash, welcome to the broadcast. King Rodman, Dan, welcome to the broadcast. But you will never see me, no matter how dire my situation gets, you will never see me shut my mouth. I will always speak my piece. I mean, my gosh, I remember the feeling of those gloves on my face. And I still didn't shut up. I just kept going. And I'm proud of that. I had his guys laughing while he's freaking busting my jaw open. And this is all in just the past couple of years. I'm not even kidding you. This is after I ended up being by myself, and I didn't go on a rampage. I put all my skill sets together, and I just went at it. And I was just like, I don't even care what's going to happen. Let's just see what this turns into. And I'm not happy about all the chairs I've been tied to, but I would have preferred to have been tied to them in a different way with the person who was enjoying what they want, having me what they wanted. And that was fun. But I definitely missed that. That was fun. But I still feel those gloves. I still, as I sit here, I could feel the scratch of the plastic on my cheek. Crazy. Anyway, Jack, welcome to broadcast. Yeah, and people know me, like, I am a nonviolent person, like, for real. And I'm mostly the recipient of violence. I've had to make difficult decisions to compartmentalize situations and make sure that everyone in this scenario survived, even with a little bias, admittedly, toward particular individuals. But I've had people, yes, Rachel gloves, gloves like I don't know if you've ever seen those work gloves that have the hard knuckles, but those kind. And then dude turns around and, like an idiot, throws his jacket covered in my blood with the gloves out the window on the same pile, throws it in the same pile. What a genius. He's just the smartest guy in the world. I don't know what happened to him, but they ended up throwing me out the van anyway at like 35 miles an hour. That was fun. You had a pregame? What? What is a pregame? Pregame is drinking, isn't it? Or is it pregummy? But either way, I'm not doing the drama with the weirdos and the attention freaks. I'm not doing it. And that pretty much is when it's people that just like when I tell you there's something weird with certain middle-aged women that want sex and they don't know how to communicate, and then they get so turned on but they don't know what to say, so they just like start bandwagoning with pessimism, thinking it's going to be some way where they get to be physically in my environment and then just like get me in a closet. Or, like I said, some people got some warped fantasies, and you got to be careful because like they will permeate your physical environment, permeate your actual life, and then not even like just people are freaky. Where was I? You need to find a place where chilled stoner peeps hang out. No drama there. No, there is. They're full of drama. I've never met I've never met anyone who has more drama in their life than people who smoke weed. They are the most drama-focused people I've ever met. No, I really know it. Yeah, at least on the East Coast. Absolutely. They're all obsessed with smoking, and like nothing else exists to them. At least that's been my experience. And they're high all the time. You can never talk to them because they're always high. Can't even hold a conversation. High in what? High in life? No, marijuana. So she said stoners. Yeah, no, I'm not going to defend people that do drugs. I'm not. I mean, I'll defend them in other ways, but I'm not going to defend them about drugs. I don't like drugs, not even marijuana. And if there's anything I can do to prevent people from doing drugs, I'm going to do it. Jose, welcome to Broadcast. I said I do my best to be a rather neutral individual when it comes down to it. There are certain things that are just close to my heart, close to home for me, and I can't. I just can't get behind it. Like I can't get behind marijuana. I can't. It's a personal thing. We all have our limits. Sister does a lot of drugs. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that your sister does drugs. I can only imagine what it's like to have siblings doing drugs or family or people that I care about doing drugs. Like if the person's people that I care about are doing drugs, and talk about a broken heart. Oh my gosh. I feel like everything I'm doing would disappear until I got them off drugs. So I'm glad they don't. It's funny on drugs, so there's a lot of that, I guess. Yeah. That's just how it is. Do I get food? I have food here. I'm gonna have to get some more. Maybe. We'll see. I might not have to. I'm just nervous about tonight because I really don't know what I'm gonna do. But I'll figure it out. I have an idea, but the thing is, I feel it's not even worth it. Like, I feel like I would be better off like staying awake throughout the night than paying $200 for a room. You know, like I technically have a couple. I technically have some money, but like, it's like it's not money I could spend on just anything. Should build a tree house. Tree house would be pretty cool. I don't know where you. Yo, I'm coming to the point where you're getting me right out of left field. I'm not even seeing it coming. That was a pretty good one. Um, uh, yeah, I said I would go talk to this guy, but they're like super busy, and he does not look happy. So I'm just gonna like stay in the corner and hide, and hopefully he'll be cool. I wish I had words. I don't. You're too pretty. I literally don't know what to say. Yeah, and I literally just said that to that young lady that came in, went to the bathroom, and she looked at me. She was like, "Wait for me to say something." I literally said, "I'm like, I don't know what to say. You're too pretty," and that was the truth. I did not know what the heck to say. So that's what I said. Uh, have you seen Without a Paddle? Yes, I love that movie. It's been a long time though. I don't necessarily remember like a lot of the scenes or anything, but I do remember that movie. Oh boy, it's gonna be interesting. Make love, not war. Use war to make love if necessary. And if you don't agree with me, suck it. It's the American way. If it didn't work, we wouldn't be so good at it. Just don't use love to make war. That'll curse you. Gene, welcome to Broadcast. Curse being an operative word. Kathleen, welcome to Broadcast. King Rodman, sweetheart. Mary Jo Spice. Rotterdam, welcome to Broadcast. Spooky Elvis, Leia, Leslie, Mel, John, Amish Fonzie, New Girl, Daisy, Joanne, and Chris, welcome to podcast. They had a tree house, you can build one like that. That's a good idea. Could you guys share this broadcast out if you know how to? Just and don't forget to follow, just so we could like get more people in here and get some of our people back that were hanging out. Because we had a lot of good people in here, and we were up to like 300. But I didn't like that name anymore. Like I wasn't comfortable. All right, I'm just not. So I've had a lot of people trying to influence me about how I'm going to live my life and who I am and all that. And so like sometimes you see me make decisions and you're like, oh, that's no. It's not that I'm easily swayed. Like I mean, I get like weighed down with people like trying to tell me how I'm going to be, you know. And I'm finally coming out to this who I am. And so I think I'm just going to go back to good old fashioned A1 day one. You know what my name was to start with, and or like I said, I might pick this new one. We'll see. Or like I said, last but not least, I think just because of my upbringing and not having those connections or like knowing who I am, I got all these business connections now, and that's cool. But maybe I'll find a chick that I marry and I'll take her name. You know, we live in the 21st century where people do that. You know, some people think it's like weak, but for me, I mean, you got to realize like my name doesn't speak to the actions that I commit to in my life. Like my family name has increased so much because of the decisions I made, but like I feel like my family name isn't worthy of being attached to me. Like I would much rather end up with somebody who has a family name that matches, say, my accomplishments, that I can then attribute my accomplishments to that family name and be a part of a healthier family that maybe could at least be like, you know, in somehow way, shape, or form up the family tree of what I come from. So like for me, I got Middle East. I got yes, please. Oh, thank you for blessing me. What do you call it? Um, yeah, Middle Eastern, um, Jewish, Norwegian. I know for a fact that if my mom were on this planet, she would kill me for saying out loud that we got Middle Eastern blood. But we got family from that's Israeli. So yeah, but like I said, they don't people. I've actually really never even told anybody like publicly about that piece of it. But it was in my DNA test, like straight up. I got Judaic roots from like what do you call it? Said Scandinavia, and then so for anybody that doesn't know, the Jewish people and the Norwegian and Scandinavian people aren't all that different. Like the Norwegians and certain Scandinavian people, if you ever heard the term Druid or Druidic, it's not Druid, it's Judaic. It's actually the origin of Judaism was what people are calling Druid, which is like the name of a priest within Judaism, which is the actual pronunciation. And then Hebrew, the Hebrew came from Old Farthic and from these Norse language. It was a derivative of, and then became Hebrew. And then so the Hebrew people were, or say the Hebrew people were like the Scandinavian people that didn't leave the woods. I'm sorry. You want me to be like mature, but you're too beautiful. I keep trying to tell these women that, but because they'll stare at me, and I'm like, yes, I see you staring, and I want to stare in return, but I can't stare like you stare. I'm gonna look weird, so I don't. I'll look for like a second. I'm like, yes, you're beautiful, and then I go back to it. But so the Jews, before migrating through the countries, they were the people that lived in the woods. Like you have the Vikings, right? People know the Norse people, and a lot of Scandinavian countries as the Vikings, right? Well, there was more than just those that went on the boats. There were those who migrated and conquered, and then those who actually stayed inland and were living in the woods. And if you notice the difference in complexion, and whatnot, over generations, is what do you call it? The Norse people got a lot of sun, right? So over time, a lot of us ended up blonde, where we ended up, blonde, blue eyes, light complexion. Now the Jews have very light complexion because they didn't get a lot of sunlight at all for a very long time. and also, like I said, is very dark hair because they didn't have a lot of exposure to sunlight. Um, and then they eventually ended up being the last ones coming out as certain things were going on up north that we don't really even talk about in history all that much yet. Um, but anyway, it's a little history lesson for you. But like I said, got a little Israeli, a little what is it, Jerusalem. I think some of my family lives in Jerusalem, and then I got family that's Jewish that's spread all over, and then family that's Norse, Norwegian. So like we originally come from Norway. Is where our family lineage and our legacy could be traced back to is Norway. So, which is kind of cool because like I've been learning Norwegian, and when I tell you it's so easy to pronounce the words and like learning it. I mean, I'm learning it as if it's a native language for me. So my recommendation to you is to figure out what your heritage is, and whatever your heritage is, try and learn that language. Because as I'm learning Norwegian and I'm learning Hebrew and I'm learning, it's not Israeli. I can't remember the word for the language, but as I'm learning these languages, they're rolling off the tongue because it's built into you to know how to speak these languages. It's just been a couple generations since you've spoken them, or since your bloodline is spoken. So, picking up those languages and trying to learn them, you may end up being able to have 3 4 languages that you're good at, and it wouldn't take a lot of work. And then with these apps like Duolingo, and I think Babbel's another one, but I use Duolingo, and I mean it's completely free, and I'm learning real quick. That's pretty cool. So anyway, it's a these palm trees. Yes, Etsa goes. I'm Nordic too. Are you really? Very cool. That's awesome. I'll tell you what, I'd have more to say or more to appreciate, but I used to be a really big dreamer, right? And I'd see, I'd say, you're so nice, you're very nice to me, and then you look pretty, and you got Christ there on your thing, and I'd be like, oh, and I'm getting swooned. The fact of the matter is, I don't even know if you're real, and I hope you appreciate that. To say is, I've definitely learned to be very cautious and very just more reserved. It's like I don't. But now something I do that a lot of people don't do. Most people wouldn't say that. They wouldn't even get personal enough to like throw that out there. But uh, the reality is, the more you put yourself out there, the faster you get closer with people. So either you can initiate and get closer to people. Like I despair in the thought of a life where I don't know whether or not I could have like. I don't like not knowing how something could have gone. Like I want to know, and I don't want to know by somebody told me. I want to, like at least for the good stuff. Now, if I get enough of a warning on the bad or whatever, it's one thing. But like, if I had the opportunity to get to know someone better, I would rather have the memory of at least having tried to get to know someone better, no matter who they are, even if I only met them for a moment. So, like I sit here, I picture myself like I should be sitting in like Italy, or I should be like you guys know it too. But I'm telling you, and I'm showing you. This is how much of my life I have sacrificed for the people around me, and how much I've given. I've given too much. I have. I'm supposed to be a millionaire sitting in a villa, not in a villa, but we're not going to talk about a villa because I would rather be in, like in say in just one of the cities or something. I don't really know, but just like in an apartment, not an apartment, maybe an apartment, but just like a hotel room for the night or something. Just or what do you call it? Even call it a hotel. And I would know these things. If I hadn't put so much energy into the people around me, I would know these things and I'd be doing these things because that's the level that I'm on interiorly. And I need to start living that on the outside because I see so many examples around me of people that never expounded their capabilities. You know what I mean? Like they just stagnated and stayed that way. And I see myself as I look in this camera, and I see exactly what I could become. Like I could get complacent in this and become this. No, 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 absolutely not. That's a scary thought. Could you imagine looking like this or being in my position and having the capabilities that I do with y'all's perspective? Now imagine if I actually did decide to stay and live this way for like 20, 30 years. How scary of a thought that is. How scary is that? How much waste potential, how much wasted life, how much you guys didn't get to be a part of, and like the connections that we're having that we wouldn't have otherwise. And I can't even think about it. Do I speak other languages? Not yet. No, I'm not fluent in any languages yet, and I don't have enough enough words gathered or phrases gathered to be able to speak another language for you yet. Um, But I thought about the nationality thing because these young ladies had just come in, and the one was speaking. Freaking, what's the language? What's the language? It's not Farsi. I think that's like, uh, yeah, Farsi is anyway. Um, but they're speaking what we speak in Israel, and what we speak in Jerusalem. See, not Hebrew. Is it Hebrew? But it's a different language. It's not. It's not Hebrew. But maybe it's no. I'm literally learning it, but I can't remember the name of the language itself. Sweet goes, "Are you camping?" No, no. All the people around here that are camping are like homeless and like, um, but like homeless, like on purpose. Like, dude comes up to me and he's like, "We got like this, like we have our own religion and like, or like our own beliefs and like, so I don't even know what the heck he was saying. It was just really creepy." I just got up on out of there. But like, I don't. It's like this place went in the opposite direction, and I'm not complaining. Like, I mean, good for them. Like, I would love to have it where certain places I've been stuck that, having the ability to chill. Um, but like, it's more lax. Like, there's actually more homeless now, and there's more places to stay. But you know what? What I'm realizing, I didn't think of, is Daytona a couple of years ago. They really started cracking down because there used to be people that really hung out in Daytona, like a lot of homeless, and now Daytona, at least Daytona Beach, is mostly empty of homeless people from what I've seen, um, at least comparatively. So I'm thinking maybe a lot of them got chased down here or something. I don't know, but there's like a lot of homeless around here now, like a lot. Um, but for me, whether you guys like it or not, like I said, I'm not a big fan of the whole homeless thing. But I'm happy, based on having been through it. I'm happy that they have somewhere to sleep. I'm happy that, like they're at least able to survive through the night and they're not just being incarcerated or chased into the city where all the drugs and everything are. Um, so I'm kind of happy about that. But for all I know, they're doing drugs. I don't know. But one thing I do know is, and one thing I don't like, and it is bothering me, is where dude who came up on me, like I told you, I overheard them. I was just laying there minding my business, but they decided to mind my business and wake me up at 3 a.m. So this is on them for it's their own fault. I got no problem selling them out because they're being scumbags anyway. But these disgusting, creepy ass uh, homeless drug addicts were pulling in college girls, and I literally heard them trying to force them to do drugs, and like coming onto them and stuff and like making them uncomfortable. And then I was rooching around a little bit, and then all of a sudden things went silent, right? Like I was a little bit off in the distance, and I just rooched around a little bit, make sure that I was heard. And because they woke me up just by trying to like come onto these women, so I just like rolled around a little bit, and then everything went quiet real quick. And then, like I said, then like an hour later, half hour later, they came and woke me up, asked me to leave. They go, this spot we saved for the elderly or something. Like I said, just I don't know what kind of drugs. I don't care, but meth is a hell of a drug. We'll leave it at that. Um, but yeah, it's just they're pulling in. They're using this little camp spot and like carving out into the forestry where it's nationally protected uh, to pull in college girls and do drugs right off the beach and literally like right around families and everything and like literally down the street from a park. Um, so am I selling them out? Yeah, I would smoke them out myself if I could, but I wouldn't get away with it. I might actually get away with it, but I won't do it. Um, so, like, it's one thing to have a community; it's another thing to be an absolute piece of trash. And having been somebody who had good relations with women in college and this and that, and then like I've had to take the rap, not legally, but like have people be calling me that I'm like that, and then I got some scumbag coming over and trying to act like he's a cop. That really pissed me off. And I was as respectful as I could to his face. And then he comes to me and he's like, "Oh, well, what?" Like with the way I said it, like the attitude I have with him. He's like, "Well, what?" Like he expected me to give him respect. So I repeated myself with a little more oomph. And I was like, "Yeah, this is how it is. It's a respect thing. Have a good night." And he's all respect, like he's trying to win me over. Like as I'm walking away, trying to win me over. I'm like, "Listen, you're a loser. Shut up." And I said that in other words, but the point is, um, like I said, that stuff I just can't do it. I can't. Um, it hits close when someone's thrown something in my direction is when it starts to hit home. You know, because I don't like people that take advantage of people like that. I don't, because I've been accused of it, and I'm someone who gets people out of being taken advantage of, and I do not take advantage of people. So I don't like one of my major pet peeves is when people who take advantage of people come in my direction and trying to get an upper hand and trying to think they're bigger than me. It's a great way to end up smaller than me when their knees give out. But Yiddish, could be. Yiddish sounds familiar. Um, oh yeah, wait, Yiddish is the Jewish language, isn't it? So that's that one. But I don't think that's what they speak in Jerusalem or in. It might be Arabic. Arabic is one of the ones I'm learning, but I don't remember. Like I said, for me, I do a lot of stuff. I don't necessarily think about, like, I don't have to put a lot of thought into it. I kind of just do what makes sense to me. And there's not always a whole lot that makes sense to me, but sometimes there is. Oh, and I have a thing for Indian women. Don't know why. I don't know why. But, I just do. And do I really? I mean, kind of, but it was mostly that there was a young Indian lady walking through, and I wanted her to feel better about herself because she looked like she was feeling insecure, so I said that. But it's also true. She's very pretty. So anyway, she goes, "You're homeless from COVID." Kinda. King goes, "How's your feet?" Ends up that one of them's broken, riddled with stress fractures, and I didn't even know it. So I bandaged up the part where there was cracks that turned into like bleeding and pus and stuff. So I had to clean it up. I got a first aid kit and I got it all cleaned up. But it hurts like hell. And then I got a giant bubble under my toes on the same side that I have to fix. And then my right foot is just also in a decent amount of pain. So I'm actually faring very poorly, unfortunately, if I'm going to be completely honest. Art says, and I'm not afraid of incarceration or any of the rest of it. I am to a point where however things go is how they go, and I'm fine with it because I'm doing my best, and I don't take any of it as failure. I take it as the next step into whatever's going to go, whatever's happening next is just how it's going to happen. I don't take any of it as bad or good or win or loss. They said the only win and loss is the winners are the fans and the haters are the losers. Oh my god, I love palm trees. It's art. Awesome. Play it. Welcome to the broadcast. Oh, and if you want to know who the first people are that are going to be systemically pretty much outcast from society, as far as everything from identity to the ability to interact with the society, are the people who are trying to do what the cops do. Like, if there are things that you do that you can refer to police protocol and you're not law enforcement or you're not on the job or you are working on something that is not a part of a project that's been assigned to you, expect to slowly but surely start losing things, including your identification. And, say whatever you want, but I'm living it. I mean, I didn't do it, but I kind of stood in front of the person that was doing it. I'm not gonna anymore, so I'm slowly getting everything back. But I stood up for somebody that I thought I should have, and I shouldn't have anyway. Found out. Soak your feet in the ocean. Salt water is good for infection. Yeah, I'm not really feeling it right now. I don't want to get sand all over my clothes. No, that's a good idea. Worst things better is working. Also, you're in for antiseptic. Thank you, Art. So is this for you ladies like start to pretend to care and then like try to take over my broadcast? Is this like next level of the same stuff I used to go through, except just a little less obvious because it's more passive aggressive and I like said something that pissed you off or made you feel more competitive and I'm not aware? Because I'm a guy and I have a penis and I just want to make everyone aware of that. That I don't compete with women because I'm not a woman. So like I'm gonna lose either way in a woman's competition. Just saying. No different than you automatically lose in a male competition because I'm a male and you're not male. I mean, unless I were to invite you into the male competition. If you were to invite me into the female competition, I would respectfully decline because I'm smart enough to know that I'm going to lose either way. And if you were to ask to be invited to the male competition, I would respectfully decline because you would lose either way. And I like saving everyone time because time is valuable and it's the one thing we can't get back. Elvis says, "What is your favorite? My favorite state that I visit?" I'm gonna say this with a tough attitude about it. I have to admit that California is absolutely my favorite state, and definitely the state that I enjoy visiting the most. It is also the state where people have been the most tough with me, the most rude, the most this, the most that. It's been the hardest place to be. Is California. Also, my favorite place. It has some of those beautiful landscapes. Throughout the state, there's all different sorts of landscapes that you'd see, and it's just very. It's almost like a country of its own. It's pretty cool. California is so vast and so varying in its landscapes. Like California, people don't realize California has desert, it has tropical, it has uh, forestry, it has coastline, um, it has city, it has rural, it has farms, it has suburban. Like it literally has everything. I just wish I could be with some palm trees. I just wish there would be somebody here to give me a hug. I'm kidding you. Oh my God, I miss the days when people would help me figure stuff out when I couldn't figure stuff out. But like right now, I just don't even know what to do. And I'm telling you, it's very rare that I've ever been just sitting and not knowing what to do. I'm always problem solving, but I'm in so much pain that I legit do not know what to do. And I've never not known, like I've not known what to do, but I always try to figure it out. But I guess I finally have officially ran out of juice, where I'm just like, all I can do is kind of just wander and try to relax and try to chill until my feet get better. I just don't know how long that's going to take. It might take a couple of days or a week or two. And I'm definitely not somewhere that I could be for a week or two. I'm not. I did it to myself too, you know. So if there's anybody that you know or around Melbourne area that could help me get out to Orlando, or anybody in Orlando area, help me get out to Orlando, or back up to Jacksonville. I said I think it's really important to get out of this area. I thought this area was going to be a solution, but like I said, things just um, I could see from the way they were going that like I went to this one place and it was like, when I say it was a total setup, I mean like they must have thought that my head was not screwed on straight and I was just stupid or something, or like on drugs, because it was it was the weekend, and the way they were talking and everything they were doing, they were talking about it as though it was not the weekend. And I went with it. I was fine, but like they actually thought that I didn't realize what they were saying, what they were doing. I didn't let them see that I knew what was going on, but I was just like, this is super weird. Um, and they played the whole thing out, and I was just like, uh, I probably need to go somewhere else to get what I need, because this is just weird, and I don't know what they're doing, and I don't want to know. Um, yeah, these guys would be freaking awesome with me, and I'm like to the point where I'm like begging to be able to stay so I could just relax. And I am super grateful. I'm embarrassed that I'm in such a vulnerable position right now. I don't let myself get here. I really don't. But this place is so close to my heart from years ago, and I got a little too comfortable. I have to admit to myself, I got a little too comfortable here. Um, oh, by the way, Mel and Art and whatnot, thank you, and I apologize. I hope you realize this is also something where, like, I realize we're connecting, like, we are actually connecting. But you guys, you obviously connect more because you're women and probably maybe around the same maturity bracket or something to that effect. Like you guys are just vibing. Um, I think sometimes I get jealous, or which is weird, right? Like, why am I getting jealous of you? Like, you're women, and like I'm not, and so like, why be jealous of what I can't be or what I can't be? But like, I would like to have that connection. It's also cool. Like, I could feel that connection with y'all. And I just don't get mad at me for like naturally kind of trying to reject it at first or whatnot, because it's just tough for me. But I appreciate y'all, and I even talk about it like it's such a big deal, and I probably come off like super heavy. But guys, you got to realize like that's what I've been through. That's how I am. I'm not really connected with anybody, so I'm like, like I get connected, I get attached real quick, and unfortunately, people have always seen that as a weakness. But naturally, it's actually not supposed to be. Like, you're supposed to be that way, but I won't get into that. But it's science. What is wrong with your feet? Um, Well, currently, I walked. I overdid it. So they're busted up. Jim says if you go there, it will help you. If I go where? And what's up, Jim? I like your photo. Big fan. And he goes, take some deep breaths. You will be okay. Thank you, Jim. I will be. I'm just, like I said, I actually am worried about tonight because, like, the decisions I had to make last night to make it through the night, I'm not very proud of. I didn't commit any crimes, but I was just like, I don't know. That was kind of rude. Lily, welcome to the broadcast. Suggsy, welcome to the broadcast. Antonio, welcome to the broadcast. So if you guys know anybody like in this area or around this area that could help out, I'd really appreciate you. Like in any way. What did I do that was rude? Last night I just had an attitude just because I was scared. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And I didn't end up finding a solution on what to do anyways. So I just had people that were trying to talk to me, and I literally, no matter how respectful I tried to be, I just couldn't get the words out of my mouth in a respectful way. I literally kept being disrespectful on accident. Like I was so tired and irritated that no matter what I said, it just didn't come out right. Tough world out there right now. It is, sweetheart. There's sweet heat. It is. Is it Orlando or Jacksonville? Yeah, because at least in Orlando or Jacksonville, like they have shelters, they have places to stay. Now Orlando not nearly as much, but like Jacksonville has shelters. At least somewhere that I could rest up for a week or two while I let my feet heal. Like I said, my foot has breaks in it, but they're like stress fractures. They're not like breaks. And with a week or two or three, I heal nice and fast. My body will at least get to a point where I can start walking again. But I have another crack in my foot. Except from the last time I got stress fractures, I had this crack no matter where I moved my foot, and I got two of them. I go back and forth and go crack, 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 crack. But yeah, so going to Orlando or going to Jacksonville would be helpful because if I go to Jacksonville, I can find shelters. If I go to Orlando, then at least I'm out of the city and there's places I can sit until the morning. And then with Orlando, as I'm closer to the West Coast, where like Tampa's a big one. Like there's places where I don't want to say I know people, but people know of me and know me who haven't gone out of their way to meet me, but I'll go out of my way to meet them. And have a wonderful night. Hey, am I all right then? Do you know if I'm all right now? Am I all right, like hanging out for a little bit? All right, because like I have to admit I don't know what the heck to do, so I appreciate you. And I'll tell you, it's real humbling after all the nights that I've had to figure out what to do, and you know how many times I've survived and some of the things that I've done in my life and accomplished. To be sitting here right now in this small little position, in this small little space, in this small little situation, and not know what to do is extremely, extremely humbling. But I've never dealt with a situation where I'm having trouble walking. You know, it's always been the thing. Is my feet have got me wherever I need to be. So this is I feel very trapped to say it straight. Because my feet, I always, no matter what fear I had, no matter what situation I had, I always had my feet. Could always take a walk. I could always, you know, be able to move if I needed to. I know being stuck in one spot is I'm just really not liking how I'm feeling. No peace for those feet, says Ratch. I agree. No peace for those feet, not today. It just says, sure. So it's it's as it sounds. Stress fracture is too much pressure, too much activity. It's like wear and tear. Rach says, did you get a small tent maybe in camp? No, I don't have one, and I don't have a way to get one. So I could order one from Amazon. I said somebody gave me a gift card, but the thing is, like, it'll take 2 days for me to get it, and that would be if I had Prime. So realistically, obviously, I don't have Amazon Prime, so it'd take a while for me to get it. And I mean, I would need it by tonight to begin with, you know. And I don't know I don't want to order something and end up incarcerated before the end of the week. You know what I'm saying? And then whatever I bought ends up disappearing because that's how it works. Thrift shop has them cheap. Yeah, but I don't. You gotta realize I don't have any money, so I can't. It's like not an option unless I talk to a thrift store or talk to someone and be like, hey, I got such and such money in Amazon credit. Um, is there any way we can make an exchange or something? I don't know, but like I've had people used to do that all the time, barter and whatnot. But nowadays, it's like everything's so cut and dry. So, and I've adapted and adjusted to that situation, but I'm just not used to having money at all. Not used to not having money at all. So I'm trying to finagle and figure out what makes sense to do. And I'll say like any day of the week, I could finesse and flirt with a woman, and she'd help me out, and I help her out. But when it comes down to it, is that am I doing the right thing? I don't know. But all I know is I don't want to use somebody because I know what it's like to be used. I've been used for a long time, especially after I started doing good for myself. And even now, like I got all this stuff for you guys that you like, but even though I don't have money, you still come for this. But no, I don't like anyone feeling used because I don't like being used. Which goes give blood. Well, giving blood is free, and then plasma requires an ID, and so does giving blood and all that. Like you have to have all your credentials and everything to be able to donate. And then also they require you to have like a certain amount of food in you, or not food in you, but like they want you to be that you don't pass out after you give blood. And I am in a position where if I give blood, I'm gonna pass out, or if I get plasma, I'm gonna pass out and end up in the hospital. So you totally need an ID. Well, obviously, but it's not an option that's on the table. Like I said, I'm in a space and I'm finally near an organization that could definitely help me get my ID like ASAP. But it take a couple of weeks. But the thing is, there isn't anywhere to sleep, and there's only two places around here that you could sleep. You could either sleep in prison by trying to sleep where you can't sleep, or you could sleep where there is a disgustingly scary amount of drugs. Those are the two options. Unless you like finesse somebody and they friggin' take you in, which doesn't happen. So, and I'm also not the creep to try and do that. So, listen, I've had people tell me that they made it through these areas, but the dudes anyway, mostly they make it by, finessing some of these ladies that are out here and single and minding their own business, and they meet up, but they mostly don't. A guy like me, ironically, it's being too clean cut. Like they expect a guy in my position to be a little more raggedy, and then they invite him in and help him get a shower and all that, and they do whatever they're doing, and I guess it's all part of the ritual. But me, I show up, I'm clean cut, and they're just like, nah, something ain't right. So they'll flirt for a while, and then they don't want no part of it because it's like an intimidation factor, and they don't like that. It's really weird because it's like there's an attraction, and then they end up getting like competitive, and it confuses the living hell out of me. Because I'm like, what are we competing about? I don't even know. You win. I don't know. EBM, welcome to broadcast. It's not like the only way that I even know that there's like a competition type mindset is like just the attitude or the looks that I'm given. They confuse me. I'm like, okay. I will also say there was this one. Oh man, I wish this one could find me. There's this one gorgeous young lady that I had met, I think on Tinder, and we had hung out down here. It might have been in Daytona or maybe around here, and she she had all sorts of interests, and I was just at the time so prude, and we didn't really end up doing anything. And I'm to this day I feel so stupid because like I mean I couldn't even tell you, but she was she was a character. She was a Spitfire. So I mean if we had gotten more involved, she probably would have gotten me into a serious amount of trouble. But anyway, I digress. All I know is I'm like, where's the next one? Like, what's going on? Like just the way things are going tells me that there's more going on than I know about. Just the way that my situation is going tells me that there's more going on in my situation than I know about. And it would be nice to know about my own situation. But as usual, I am clued out about my own life, not clued in about my own life. Like, wouldn't you like to know before you're in your late 20s that your father is living? You know, like you would want to know that, right? And then they would turn around and tell you, you know, well, you're not gonna say anything about that because we say so. And I'm like, well, first off, I've already surpassed you. If I didn't, then your what do you call it? Your people that don't exist would have been able to catch up with me, and they could barely find me in the middle of nowhere, let alone in a city, with you know, uh, what do you call it? With uh, an asset, we'll call it. So don't tell me that I answer to you. I'm gonna say what I want, do what I want, and then pay for it. Um, but you don't hide stuff from me my whole life and then turn around and tell me what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna go without most of my identity my whole life. You're gonna teach me how to live, show me how to live, tell me who to be. You're gonna program me to do exactly what you want, like I'm friggin' Jason Bourne. No exaggeration on the matter. And then turn around and tell me that I belong to you. And then whenever I get an introduction to actual life, you're gonna you're gonna tell me how I'm gonna live it. You didn't take it far enough, is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm still bringing in that's a mistake you made. You're not my enemy, but don't be trying to tell me what to do. You're lucky that I'm not freaking like that, and you know you're lucky that I'm not like that. What's my phone, please? It was TikTok version USA. What do you want my phone for? Um, Sweet Heat goes, you seem smart. Why are you doing this to yourself? There are other options. The urinal works. Urinal. Toilets busted. Urinal works. Uh, yeah. Are there no other options? No, there's really not. I'm telling you, like you gotta remember the entire country is kind of organized and fixated to be one way. You know what I mean? Like we have particular protocol for how things go, and throughout the whole country, there's really just not a solution for this scenario for the most part, unless you have connections or you got people that are willing to pay for it. Um, like getting the social, the birth certificate, and the ID. And I'll show you tell you how sick this is. Somebody like how sick it is that I'm going through this for as long as I'm going through it. Um, Somebody with $200 to $400 and an address and willing to take me in for a month tops could help me to get all three credentials plus my passport. No exaggeration. What's up, Snapchat? How are you? Yeah, and as far as people telling me what to and not to say, or what I'm allowed to and what I'm not allowed to say, is actually local jurisdiction stuff. Like it's not even federal. It's not even anybody higher up. It's literally just freaking locals who are trying to keep their little tiny little secrets because they don't want to get in trouble, and that's their problem. But like I've been cleared. I'm good. I can say whatever I want, literally. Um, but it's just like local beef, and they think they're going to come at me over local beef when I've earned my way to get far past any of their drama or what they're doing. Like I'm like, no, you're not dragging me into your abyss that's already being freaking picked apart. It's not my problem. I've earned my way out of that, and you don't turn around and tell me that that you have the right to drag me back in. Wait till you see who comes to extract me. Well, you kind of already did, but said family's always there for family, and you are not doing that because I don't have anyone that's willing to do it for me. It's been years, and I mean literally that's all I needed. And I tell you, I've already there was literally a chick who needed money to buy groceries for her kids, and I gave her $400. And then I turn around and I say, hey, could you help me? As I asked her for like $100 because I gave her like 400. Turned around, couldn't do it. And that's fine. It happens all the time. But I definitely learned to stop just giving stuff out. But that's like I said, is ironically that could solve the whole thing. Would be somebody taking me in for a couple of weeks, having $400 to get all that documentation, and it'd be done. And like my life would be back to normal. Isn't that sick? Like $400 is something people spend on a purse or spend on a pair of shoes or spend on a car payment. And and it would literally get my entire life back on track to have a residential address and $400 and 3.5 weeks of somewhere to sleep. And I would have all my credentials and documentation in line. Even being, like I said, even being outside the system, I still could use it in a fashion of what would look like a DBA. It would be like treated like a DBA. Is the best I can describe it to you. I can still use all that documentation, even if it's not, like I said, it's not applicable in reference to identity. But it still exists within the market, so it can be utilized as like I said, as doing business as name per se would be, because there's not really a word to use for it when you're outside the system, but that's what essentially would be used as, or what fashion would be used. Lux, welcome to the broadcast. I says you just said somebody offered. Well, no, it's not that somebody offered. Somebody said that they might be able to help me out with it, but I haven't got like a confirmation. And that's another thing. It's not like people I'm super close with or family. Like, I mean, I just can't fathom it that, I mean, they couldn't, like, it would be one thing if I were doing drugs or causing problems or something. But I mean, literally, they have a giant house. Way more than, like I said, $400 to get all my documentation back in place so I could get a job. And it's not like I have this history of like getting jobs and quitting jobs or being lazy, and like I really don't. What it comes down to is that I built pretty much my own success without them, as they tried to force me into their family business. I made it out to do my own thing, and I was successful with my own thing. And now they got a vendetta against me over it. Like I threw them under the bus because I went out and they did my own thing. But no, it's what it is. So, like I said, as I sit here right now, it would take them. It could have taken them less than a month, like 4.5 years ago, and I would right now probably have a college degree and a career. I'd be like starting in my career right now. But instead, they hold a vendetta against me for having had built my own success without them, and just let me out on the street. And like I said, finding a stranger or whatever, it's different. Like I'm not going to go sell my body to some random lady, or friggin' break into a place, or like I said, when it comes to these systems, when it comes to the homeless, you'd be surprised how much more difficult it is to make it out of that position if you decide to get involved in the community. I mean, most of them do drugs, and that's really just saying the least. There's not a whole lot more I want to say on the subject, but it is almost impossible. And most of it, what it is, here's your ID, here's your social, here's your birth certificate, let's hang it in front of you. And unless you have the ability to get out of that situation through socioeconomical favor, like if you're not a woman or if you're not a protected class, aka if you're a white guy, get ready for prison. Because that's the only place we're going to entrap you and essentially put you away, because we have a way to get away with it. That is now coming to a close, which is why it's fine for me to just say it out loud. It's not a big secret anymore. Everybody pretty much knows about it and talks about it. But like I said, as that comes to a close, they need to find another income source. Well, here's just a wild thought. How about helping people get their documentation so they could get jobs and start paying taxes? So it's mind-blowing. I know. Who would thought? But I don't know. I thought of it. I feel pretty smart. So anyway. I couldn't even tell you the amount of taxes I paid by now if I had just been able to go to college instead of being forced out on the street by geniuses, mastermind schemers. They're so smart. Don't worry, I learned plenty. Don't worry, I matured. I learned plenty. Now I don't have an interest in being any better of a person. I'm a pretty good person as it is. I was a good person as it was to begin with, better than most people to begin with. Now, if we take it any further, I'm going to have to become like a monk or a priest, and I'm not religious. So can we go ahead and do the part where we get normal? Because I understand the philosophy of things, but that doesn't change the fact that I am sitting here, and I should be. And I'm doing everything that I possibly could to get through the situation. And society is not holding up its weight, and it doesn't want to admit it. And that doesn't happen often. Most times it is the person in the situation just being trash. And thanks to them, they often ruin for guys like me, but it is what it is. Like I said, I just keep powering through it. I'm kind of having fun when I talk about it, admittedly. Because eventually you start to pride yourself on your ability to survive. But like I said, that pride, you only should let it go so far, because then you realize you're in this position. Being in this position, I shouldn't have more pride than I already have. I think I've kind of peaked out on the pride thing, and I should just get out of the situation. Because you don't have a friend, friends. No, I said living this way, you don't have the friends are a luxury that you can't necessarily afford in this position. Because looking out for yourself is one thing when your friend screws you over and you lose your car. Your friend screws you over and I don't know, you just can't go to the same restaurant anymore for dinner. But when your friend's screwing you over, it changes whether or not you wake up in the morning. You have to be a little more careful. Like I said, I'm nonviolent. I don't do drugs, and like I'm more at risk in a situation like this because of my unwillingness to engage in certain behaviors. I don't fit into the typeset or this social class, so it's not appropriate for me. Prison was even worse of an idea. We already tried that option, and it's even worse. So the reality is, unfortunately, society's going to have to wait to afford to keep me as a citizen, or to get me to be one. And the issue is, they're instead of doing the smart thing and putting me in a position where I'm contributing to society, they're trying to figure out how to go the other direction and ice me, which is so stupid. Because like, there's plenty of people who are sucking off the economy. Where I'm sitting here, I just spent $40 at a Wendy's, and I found a way to pay for my own food. You know what I'm saying? I'm I get annoyed when I'm actually spending money and doing stuff, and then I'm being treated like people who they'll come and spend $40, but what you don't realize is they got that $40 because they sold their food, their Snap card, you know, and it's not fair. Like, so maybe I'm not natural born in that fashion, but I'm an American and I'm tired of not being treated like one. When I see all these people that are becoming American and they're definitely not American, I don't care if you got the I don't care if you got the business card. You're not American if you're not being an American. It's a culture thing. It's a personality thing. It's a decision making process. There's a way to be an American. There's a way where you're just sucking off the economy. And everybody contributes. I get that, but when you got people putting 6, 7, 8 people in the basement, it's called cheating for a reason. Um, yeah, it's crime for a reason. And I'm over here outside the law, following the law, being treated like I'm a criminal, and it bothers me. Now they're being awesome with me because I'm being more vocal, but it shouldn't have had to take that. It shouldn't have taken this long for things to get here. But I'm like I said, I'm not in a position of blame game or trying to blame somebody or staying mad. But it is where I officially see there's a possibility of creating a solution and getting to a point where I can just get a freaking 9 to 5, and like, how many people just don't want to work, and I'm over here, I want to work, and I can't, or I can't, you know. Trying to keep a position of control of how do we keep him under the table so we have that leverage, or how do we make it almost impossible for him to get the ID without giving us like an insane amount of social or criminal type leverage, and it doesn't work out because as they've been doing this in my direction, I'm working in an international direction, building those connections, and America is losing my business. America is losing stuff they could be getting from me. And they're like, well, we don't like that. Well, that sucks for you. You should be smarter and treat me with more respect and be giving me what I deserve and what I've earned. I'm not asking you for anything for free. I'm asking you for what you owe me. What we owe you, yes, what you owe me. That it goes both ways. It's not just you set up a payment system or a payment plan and then I pay you, but then you don't owe me anything in return whenever I set up my end of the agreement. I don't care how big you are, you still owe me. And if you don't think so, you now have authorities that you have to answer to that you helped to create. Welcome to the new world. Where's my money? I want my ID because I want to get a job. Rant over. Years. How long you've been doing this? I have been going through this for longer than I'd care to admit. Rich goes, take up that offer you said somebody offered you. Well, it was kind of an offer. It was kind of like, we might talk about doing it for you, but we need like 1,000% more leverage on you. Like I said, it's a thing. Like I said, it's like people keep trying to put me in this pit, and I don't want to screw people over. Even if they're trying to screw me over, I'm just not the type of person to. I'm not a home wrecker or a life ruiner, because karma's real. And I'm not gonna flip a situation on somebody and do that to them, even if they're trying to do it to me, because the day's gonna come when it could happen to me. And what happens if I got kids when it happens? What happens if I got business when that happens? What if I got my whole life together, the door, and come to collect? I'm not looking to be in that position. So I try to do things ethically, and that does take longer and cause it to be a more difficult process. last time I had a job. Last time I've had a 9 to 5, it's been a while. Um, Done a lot of work, but last time I really got paid, and I've you know taxes and whatnot. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. And it ends up that if you don't file taxes for long enough, they think you're deceased. So like literally, I had to do this whole interview thing with the government, with what do you call it, with the feds, to not reinstate identity, but like to prove that I am me and that I'm alive, because it just had been that long since I had any interaction with the federal government that they didn't even realize I was still alive. They thought I was deceased. And even now, it's like there's still places or systems or whatnot where there's no verifiable evidence that I exist at all, let alone not just if I was alive, but that I exist. That there's like not even past um, documentation. So, as you can imagine, trying to get current documentation becomes that much more difficult when you're also trying to continue to stay in contact with people you used to know to maintain that record of past existence in the country. Um, it's never too late to start a career. I agree, Elvis. Reach says it's life paying taxes. Yeah, it's part of. I don't mind taxes. I don't. I like a paycheck. People that don't like pay, I mean, you don't like taxes. It's on you. But I will say that I like getting an income, and income's getting taxed is part of having an income. So making money is nice. Just my opinion. Says I could get you in a hermitage here. They will give you 3 months to pray about it. Touche. They'll give me 3 months to pray about it. Oh man, I couldn't take advantage of somebody like that, let alone a freaking hermitage. That was freaking hilarious. That was left field. I like that. That was effective. Thank you. I needed that. I think be a good mentor. Thank you, Elvis. But I'm not. I don't want to be a street prophet or what do you call it? Street preacher or whatever you call it. Because that's how I'd be if I'm freaking. I can't mentor anybody right now. But I do appreciate that compliment. We've gotten to the point of getting so many comments that I'm trying to keep up with them, but apparently on this platform the comments disappear. So I missed a couple of comments, but where we're caught up here is Etza says I love East Coaster. Oh wait, no, I actually scroll back. Where are we? Holy crap! How long? Oh, all right. We've been live for a while. I have been on a soapbox for a good minute. Just didn't realize it. Where are we at? I've really been going at it. I ain't like I got anything else to do anyway. So there's no way to really solve these issues in the current moment, fortunately. See, and that's the other thing is it's so much easier for people who aren't going through it or haven't been through it. They're like, it's so easy, 1, 2, 3, ABC, and I'm like, welcome to grade school. We're full-grown adults. I hate to tell you, but this is a complex problem with a complex solution. Can't do 2 + 2 = 4 here, as nice as that sounds. But this is what's on paper. Yes, I know. That paper is a piece of paper. You see, it's flesh and blood. It's much more complex. So, yeah, much more complex. And so is the process to which these things happen is there's 2 to 3, 4 different things written on paper and a whole bunch of stuff in between that nobody tells you about, so that you don't get all scared. And then you end up in the position and you find out how much tougher it is than you thought it was going to be. It seems smart. And they don't do it to you to screw you. It's just, I mean, it's a fine print type of thing. If the Facebook terms of service weren't 15,000 pages long, you wouldn't click yes without reading them. Like, do you guys remember when Facebook Messenger first started collecting data from other apps and started collecting data on your messages? And it was like the biggest deal in the world. Everybody was talking about it, and now it's like everybody collects all your marketing data from every platform and every app, and it's shared globally with over 1,500 marketing companies worldwide on a daily basis, with literally all the way down to your physical location every 15 seconds. And less than 10 years ago, or maybe a little more than 10 years ago, it was the biggest deal in the world whether or not they read your text messages. Privacy is no longer a thing. So why is it this hard to get an ID when obviously I exist? I think what things really need to be shifted to is where I don't need one because I'm obviously me. But I guess for now, that's just my opinion. TikTok version goes, "What is your phone number?" Actually, I don't even have a phone number. I use email and iMessage. Um, and even when I have a phone number, I don't use it. Um, well, no, I am not a model. I am not. I may get into model work. I was thinking about that. Just going out to it because I'm like I say, I gotta get back out to the West Coast either way. Trying to get there. I say I got to get out of here and get to like Orlando or back up to Jacksonville because this is not going to be fun for me in this position. I don't even want to be here. It's kind of an accident. Um, but yeah, there's work like that I could get out there that'll be like under the table and whatnot. At least for now. Like I said, I don't want to work that way, but I'm gonna kind of have to. I'm not gonna have much of an option. Um, that's the past. You need to release that whole situation. Snap Jackie. What's up? Uh, dude, so many offers. You're on friend years. How long you been doing it? Yep, an ID is your goal. Rachel says, "What all happens? Is this all about getting an ID?" Is this all about getting an ID? Yeah, actually. Yep, yep. That's how hard I've had to try just to be able to get work. And what I found out is, by law, I could technically get what's considered to be a fake ID because I don't have an actual ID. A fake ID is one that is comparative to a real ID and would be considered fraudulent because it didn't come from the government. But if you get an ID that didn't come from the government and you don't have one issued by the government, it's not a fake ID. It's just an ID because there is no government ID that exists. So you could technically use it as long as you're not trying to use it for official government purposes. You could use it for like, as far as I know, you can use it for like flights and hotels and stuff. You just can't use it like with the government or for like taxes, IRS, stuff like that. Um, did you get a phone card? No, I did not, Jackie. I did not. I probably should. Oh my gosh, I have a freaking eSIM in my phone. I'm gonna get a freaking I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna get a card, and then I'm gonna try to hook it up. I'll see if I get service. Oh my gosh, could you imagine if I could get service? But then if I can't get service and I have a card and I don't have a phone, I don't want to waste the money for taxes, the feds. Well, yeah, monks are awesome. I love Christmas. 2 plus 2 is 11 sometimes. You know what? I don't even want to know. Federal ID or state? Uh, what's it? I don't even know what a federal ID is, honestly. Um, where it says to change us this life situation, you need an ID. Simple. I agree. Well, two forms of ID. A photo ID and a birth certificate, or like birth certificate and social security card. So I could at least get a job because that's what you need. Is you have to have two. You have to have your social and an ID, or birth certificate and ID. You do look like you'd be a model. Thank you. Grace goes, Key West should have some nice spots. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not making it down there. I'm not going down that direction. I'm smart enough to know my limits, and as much as it kills me to not go to Key West because I was so close, I have to recognize my physical limitations and where my body is at right now. And when I say it's too much of a risk where I could actually die trying to get down there, I'm not exaggerating. I know you guys probably think I sound crazy to say that, but you've never been out here, you've never been walking this far, and the fact of the matter is, on the way down to Key West is actually like, in the condition I'm in, I could actually like real life die. Because it's a lot of residential, there's not people that can help. It's people that would literally either die or go to prison, or like, just end up in the hospital and end up having to find where to go. The urinal works in the guy's bathroom. The urinal works in the guy's bathroom. Anyway, all right. So yeah, that's that. Um, Super familiar. It says, "Do you need a permanent address? Do you know where your ID went? I don't have one. You need some tennis shoes. Any kind of shoes would be good. I'm coming to the point where sandals are like cutting into my feet, where I'm losing circulation. Like I can't feel my toes, and all they do is sting. Like I messed up, but Why am I saying it so nonchalantly? Because there isn't anything I can do about it right now. Literally, it's the purge and the keys. That's what I heard. Yo, I can't believe you know about that. I wasn't saying anything. I didn't say anything to anybody about that when I looked it up. But they're let's not talk about that. That actually get the broadcast flagged. So let's like not talk about. Yeah, it's definitely his cousin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I see. Yeah, this could be awesome. Or I just probably wouldn't even meet them because that's how it always goes. But anyway, Hug's not really, really. All right, so who we got? Uh, Funrise, Roman Broadcast, Joe, Lee, Mel, Elvis, J-Man, Leia, Rach, Snap Jackie, Fonzie, Sweet Heat, New Girl, Daisy, Chris. What's up? Uh, oh, have you tried Reiki? Um, yes and no. It's not really my thing for the feet. Yeah, it's not really my thing. Sonai, welcome to broadcast. Go, welcome to broadcast. Tico, welcome to broadcast. Panda, what's up? No worries. Uh, Not for everyone. Reese says, cool. With that Florida heat, no, it would not because, uh, yeah, just no, it would not. See, it's a mindset thing. Like with a nice car and a hotel room to go back to and a safe family and a home back where you're from. It's wonderful to come to the beach and have a beer. But when you're homeless, it's just called public intoxication. That's pretty much it. It's not really called anything else. Santa drinks beer with his reindeer. Okay, well, you're my favorite troll. I'm gonna stick with that. Definitely his cousin. Yo, you ever see people and you're like, yup, like you know that like you either met in a past life or something, and you're just like so familiar. Yeah, that's if I'm not at the edge of if I'm not at the edge of whatever I'm doing, and I'm bored. I don't know, and I didn't even know people don't live the way that I do. Like I always thought that just everybody just do whatever they want. Apparently they don't, and I thought everybody kind of just like tested the limits of stuff and the limits of life. Apparently not. Apparently like it's a forbidden thing, and I've just been doing it my whole life. I didn't know. And they're like, "Oh, you're gonna." I'm like, "I'm not gonna stop now. Like, this is what I do, and I'm good at it. And I don't actually piss people off all that bad when I do it. So like, what's the big deal?" And like, just because it's forbidden, and I'm like, Voldemort. Oh, I said it. Like, calm down. And then they do. But and I know I say a lot of stuff. I say to you guys is I don't recommend doing the stuff I do. With this, I do push limits, test boundaries. Try new stuff. It's oftentimes how you end up in places you never thought you would be. Like, for example, a couple of years ago, I'm gonna say it this way, half of the women that actually look in my direction nowadays never in a million years would have looked at me a couple of years ago. But a couple of years of testing my limits, becoming a man, and learning what it actually means to survive and have a good time and like have something to offer, right, to bring to the table and keep that confidence has made all the difference. And now I get blessed. Whereas before, you know what I mean? It was like, oh my gosh, what's that or who's that? And now it's like a positive. And and also with that confidence comes the ability to bless, to give those compliments, and to make sure that people feel appreciated. So I said that it's not something that just happens. For some people it does, but it always bugs me when people think that like the life that I'm living in the good parts of it and the things that I've come into are like that I've just come into, like not that I had to work for them. And people have no idea how hard I've had to work just to keep breathing, let alone to be doing the rest of what I get to do. It's cost me more than most people could ever imagine. Um, and it doesn't even belong to me. It's like at the end of the day, it could be taken away like that, snap of a finger. And I've learned that the hard way too. So always keep that in mind when you're making your decisions. That's I say the biggest word of advice I would have to people that I see that are just so used to the way they're living is just to take a look in the mirror real quick and remind yourself that legitimately it could disappear today, tomorrow, and you'll never see it coming. Or at least I know I didn't, and most people that I've met who've had that kind of loss, they never saw it coming. So always appreciate who's in front of you, what's in front of you, what you have, and just stay grateful. Seriously, keep that gratitude, because there isn't anything else than what you have right now, and there isn't time to come down on the people around you. You don't have time to give people drama. Make time to focus on the fact that you still have what you have, and you are at where you're at. And then you will begin to enjoy more what you do have and take it a little more seriously. I can tell you one thing people often throw in my direction is that I take things too seriously, or that I'm a little too heavy, or how they say it is you're doing too much. But then I look at where they're at or what they're doing, and I'm like, to me it doesn't look like you're doing enough, because you're not happy or you're not appreciating what you have. And so for me, I might not have a lot, but I appreciate who I have. I recommend that to the people around me, is to appreciate who you have, because you never know what could happen. Growing up, there's a family who, and I'll tell you that you never know. There's no way to see it coming, and it happens to everybody. It doesn't matter what you come from or what you don't come from. It happens to everybody. And this family that I had grown up around, they pretty much held the community together in the mainstream parts of the businesses in the area. And they actually had an incident where their daughter had passed away. And when I tell you, they had their hands in everything in town and made sure everybody was okay, and looked out for everybody. And then to have God turn around and say, I need this one. What's the, you never know. So, like I said, the next time, if you got a little one, the next time you hold them, remember somewhere there's somebody who can't hold theirs. The next time that you hug your wife or hug your girlfriend or hug your sister or your mom, or you shake your brother's hand, remind yourself, hey, somewhere there's somebody that can't. Somewhere there is somebody that can. And realize that if you don't decide to be appreciative while you have what you have, there are times where God may just take that from you just to help you learn how to be grateful. And then you'll be grateful, and that's wonderful. But at what cost, when you could have been grateful earlier? Take it from me, because I really, really know. And I don't want you to ever have to know the way that I know. But I want you to know, so that you can feel the gratitude that I feel. I want you to have that. Just hopefully at a much lower cost. Chris goes, I'm not a troll. If you know what? More power to you. I'm glad you're not a troll. Rach goes Lori Daybell and Chad Daybell. I don't know who they are. Who are they? I push limits with my therapist every day. That's actually awesome. Rach goes, God bless this mess. Yes, absolutely. I like that saying. Thank you. Kelly says, have nice eyes, kind eyes. Thank you. Live life to the fullest. Absolutely. Jackie says, did I hear you say you might be looking into college? Sorry, I came in late. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Guys, I don't give up. I don't care. You might have had a freaking kamikaze woman come into my life and try to freaking bury me into the dirt just so I couldn't get a college degree, or was jealous I was getting college. I don't know what the frick happened. But I'll tell you what, I'm still going. Try to stop me. I'll go to college in prison if they're dumb enough to lock me up. You watch me and tell me what I'm going to and what I'm not going to do. Oh, and by the way, for anybody that talks about prison and not being able to do or have some of the stuff that you want to do or have, trust me when I say there are plenty of people locked up that get more in there than they get out here. I'm leaving it at that. Tomorrow isn't promised. I agree. Mel says it's so true. Everything can change in a minute. 100%. I'm always prepared for that. Like I've been shown, and like like when a parent shows a kid stuff to try and scare them in a good way, like put the fear of God in them and say, well, you should do this, you should do that. I've had that done to me on like some pretty massive scales, and not just with the common sense stuff, but some pretty just stuff that is for the perception of people whose mind is geared to understand and appreciate ulterior and alternative and interesting perspectives. And I understand how things are, but you've got to power through. Like if you really want something, sometimes you just got to shut off that instinct. And as long as you know you're going to stay alive, you just got to fight through. Because it really depends on how much you want it. Um, I took the time to grounded myself. That's awesome. Rich says it never makes sense. I hope you believe what you are preaching. I'm living it. What I'm saying to you right now is what I'm living. Kelly says, "What if you're not a Christian? What if you're not a Christian? I don't know. I don't understand that question." Chris says, "I am just me." Same. Jasmine goes, "LOL. What's up?" Rich says, "You need a 6-month trade school." I'll probably do both. To be honest, I'm probably gonna learn trades just to be able to like build for myself and whatnot, and to be able to do basic maintenance in my own house or wherever I'm living or what I'm doing. Rich says, "How was it? How was? Oh, I know. I did not. I didn't have any prison sex. I didn't. Is that what you were asking, or how was it? How was what? I'm gonna get some more water real quick. Don't forget to follow. Hit me up in the DMs or something if you could. Like I said, I wish to God I could have confirmation of what's really going on elsewhere. Because like putting me in limbo is just really hell is better. How was the food? It's good. I said I'm thinking about getting more. Um, but right now I think I just mostly want soda. But I'm trying to like not get soda. But I'm also trying to figure out like I should be fine as far as where to sleep tonight. Like I'll figure something out. I'm just hoping it's not too cold. Is all. Um, yeah, I'm not too, limbo isn't cool. No, no, limbo, yo, limbo is worse than heaven or hell. It is, and all three I try to opt out of. Like there's a lot of systems in this world built off of the whole religion thing and all that stuff, and like I admittedly, after having dabbled in a little bit of all of it, I have retracted from all of it, and there's just like a couple of people that I associate with from any of that at all. Um, and I am entirely, I don't even know if you call it agnostic, atheistic. What would you call it? Because like I just had my most recent run in with a situation where I was gonna just start doing, and just because my point is I'm officially done with all of it. Um, unless, like I said, if I end up with a woman who's into it, I'll look so into it you wouldn't even know. So I'm good on it. I don't mind, especially for another person. But um, Josh, what's up? What's up? Welcome to the broadcast. Elvis says, "Hold the fly." What all you got is a t-shirt, and what all you got is a t-shirt and shorts. The nights do sometimes get called. Done with religion. 100% done with politics. I'm not done with all politicians because some of them are entertaining. But I'm 100% done with politics, and I'm 100% done with. I've never really been in politics at all, but I'm 100% done with religion, like straight up. Um, so yeah, Jose Flores, Billy Brooks over the broadcast. Don't forget to follow. Please share out the broadcast if you could. We're trying to get some. Like I said, I had an issue with my other account, and we're trying to make sure that we get the people that were on the last account into this one. So wow, what? When you're in an adoration chapel and you're reading and you're praying and you're like legit like connecting with your God, and some dude reminds you that later on the night there's going to be a woman coming in, and he might not feel comfortable if I was in there. Uh, he's like super creepy and dangerous, and I'm literally totally normal and harmless and look like a monk, and I'm reading scripture and praying and doing everything that someone in there would and should be doing, and he's like practically on his phone and being weird. Um, but then they're the preference. Religion's not for me. It's backwards, and it doesn't follow how things are supposed to go. So I don't feel like being a part of something that pulls me away from what I'm supposed to be into while I'm there. Now there are certain socio-religious organizations that I don't mind, and I'm happy to get involved with. Like if you've ever heard of America Needs Fatima, that's something I like. I know it's like Catholic related, but it's not about that. It's about spirituality. I don't get into all that too much, but it's real close to my heart. Well, see, you guys are getting me open up a little bit, but anyway, don't let other people change that for you. Yeah, no, that's it. Is I'm finding me. That's really what it is. Is I'm finding me, and it's tough because like I don't know what kind of woman, like what is gonna like me when I don't have, I don't have that any of that grounding. I'm with the wind. They think of that as flaky, and I'm not. Like I'm very, it's just so many of these social perceptions, at least in America, about people of the wind or people of the, that we're non-reliable or whatnot. It's not that way. We just move around and we're don't necessarily have certain philosophies or codes that we stick to. We have codes of ethics based on personal personality and what we consider to be right and wrong or good and bad, or for those of us that believe in subjectivity, uh, to be more effective or ineffective. God helps those who help themselves. Absolutely. Fatima? Yeah. Rich says people shouldn't distract you in the Adoration Chapel. Yeah, I know. I was literally minding my own business, and then dude even went as far as tracking down the name of the guy who let me into the Adoration Chapel to like scold him for letting me in. When I'm literally it's just that I was new, and I was literally today I was going to go to mass, and I was going to become a member of the parish and stay in the area and actually fight to figure out how to live here and get my ID from the organization and like do all that for real. And I kid you not, the way that guy treated me, well, it says right in the Bible to dust your, get the dust off your, or what do you say? Uh, Dust your feet at the door or whatnot. And that's what I did. So, I didn't get kicked out, but I was like, you know what? I don't even deserve that treatment. So I'm gonna leave. And realistically, I am, now that I don't have anyone influencing me or trying to like tell me how to live. I'm signed off for religion. I really am. It's not for me. It's like poison, and I don't like it. Um, I have to say, I have a particular sway towards Catholicism. I do, but not the people. That's the thing, is I don't even like to say it because like most people who are Catholic are horrible people. They really are. But the Catholic faith itself, if you remove most of the scumbags and you don't let them affect your mindset in reference to your worship, um, it's actually amazing. It's actually really amazing in my opinion. Um, it's been the most I've ever been able to connect with God was through the Catholic faith. But like I said, it's just on an individual basis, not as a community, as a church community. Or like as a spiritual or religious community, I've been able to connect with Wiccans. I've been able to connect with other people of certain religious sects, but just not with the Catholic social community. Other than maybe like rosary groups, prayer groups, mostly foreigners, people from like Mexico or like Slavic countries who are like into the rosary and actually do meditations and whatnot. I could get with that, and I'll pray with them, and get into the Holy Spirit with them. But like other than that, it's just like so empty. Like people don't even mean it. They're so fake, and I can't be around the poison. So people with the wind. Well, yeah, it's I mean, I'm a Libra and an air sign, so it goes right in with the territory. That's another thing is I don't believe in the zodiac, but you have to realize that with nature there are things that make sense, and like there's everything has a place and a purpose and is built a certain way. Like even down to the atomic structure of different stuff that we have, like what say it's wood, say it's stone, what have you. Like there's a structure to it. Same with the cycles of the Earth and the Moon and whatnot. It actually does affect stuff more than we realize. And when you're born, and if you were to compare personalities of people that are born in the same times or the same parts of the year, they do share certain similarities that they do not share in their type set of DNA through their family tradition. So like, they don't share DNA; they're from totally different parts of the world, but they share very similar personality types, and it gets traced back to when they're born, what part of the year they're born in. And like, for example, the equator is actually lighter. You are lighter at the equator than anywhere else on the Earth. There's the least amount of gravity at the equator. Um, Interesting fact. Um, so like, as you travel south, you will feel lighter. You might not realize you feel lighter, but technically you will be lighter. Um, but anyway, uh, where were we? That said, I'm not, Sarah says Rach. I'm not what? That's sad. Yeah. Have you tried an ACTNX retreat? I have not. What is that? Oh, Rachel, is that you? From oh, a full moon definitely brings out the freak. She goes. See, that's the other thing, is like, you got to remember that no matter what God you believe in, we're all God's children, or we're all, you know what I mean? Like, we all come from the same stock, in one way or the other, and you got to remember that we're all loved creatures. All right, and I challenge you to challenge yourself. Is that the greater faith you have, or the greater a person you are, the better a person you are, is the more accepting you can be and open you can be to people. It doesn't mean you have to engage in what they engage in, but I would highly recommend opening your heart and opening your mind to, like, associating with more people, and like, I'm telling you, like, that's part of what has changed me as a person, and always continued to help me transform into a better person every day, is by keeping an open heart and an open mind as much as possible, and then also making sure to close it down when I need to make sure I stay me, you know. um, but if you have people in your life or in your environment that you're either scared of, or that you're judging or whatnot, the best thing you can do for yourself to get that weight off your shoulders is to understand them and learn about them. And then, even if it does mean you retract back to where you came from, at least you now have that information and that knowledge where you can reference back to and be more respectful, and you're going to like yourself more for how you're treating them, and you're going to know how to treat them better. And you're also going to recognize how worse you did treat them before, and maybe hopefully have some regret over that, and apologize, and then you're going to understand how better to treat them, and then you're also going to be able to pass that knowledge on to the people around you on how they could better treat those people. And then if they don't accept that or whatnot, you have to realize that's also part of your faith and your journey of evangelization, no matter what you're evangelizing for, or if you're advocating for anything. Like me personally, now moving into this part of my life, I'm not going to push for anyone to agree with or disagree with me, but I will do my best to have, like, a neutral standpoint and be able to meet people where they're at. But I will always have that bias from the way I was raised. I will always have that. And you got to realize, like, you don't have to fault yourself for having that bias. You just have to work through it and stay as you know, do more listening than preaching or teaching. If you're dealing with someone who's not trying to change the way they believe, then the best way to learn is to listen. Says, for not liking it, you sure know a lot. Yeah, I was raised in it, so yeah, I know an awful lot, actually, about it. So can you clear and stop your mind to say it, or just, yeah, very easily. But that's the other thing, is like, when people come in with, like, competition type stuff about this kind of thing, is like sickening. Like, that's another reason I don't do religion, is because when you mix the American economy, like the American culture of competition, and then you mix in someone who's religious, you get what we've never seen before in history, and that's actual religious competition, like within its own religion. Like before, you would have religions fighting. That was normal. But you never had people within the same religion fighting about the religion, like in reference to competing about who's better about it. You might have had debates about philosophies, you might have had conversations, but like the first times we ever started seeing that was like the Pharisees and Jesus. It was the first time we ever started seeing people having art at religion in the same within the same religion. Was when he came and challenged the religion itself. And like I said, that's kind of just permeated cultures from then on. And it's been more of a detriment than a benefit. But yeah, I agree. So, like I said, moving on from that is also, I can't do, I can't be doing that anymore. You know, you live and you learn, you evolve, you adapt, you survive, you find out what's working and what's not, and you stick to what's effective. And you know, I'm looking at the people in my life, and I'm looking at who's succeeding and who's not, who's getting further and who's not, who looks like they're succeeding, but it's actually leaning on the people around them, and who's not. And you know, everything is leading me in this direction. So, I mean, common sense would say that if your life is getting better, the choices of the people whose lives are getting better are kind of like, and the philosophies and beliefs are going to be the more successful ones, or the ones that makes more sense to indulge in or learn about. So, or adopt, depending on if you really agree. Penny Lee, welcome to broadcast. Yeah, these guys have been freaking awesome with me, so I'm still chilling, and thankfully. But is this charging still on hold? Ooh. Yeah, so I don't really know what I'm gonna do, but I can repeat that 1,000 more times. But pretty much all I'm gonna do is just wait, and then the sun will go down. I'll panic, and then eventually I'll find somewhere to pass out if I'm lucky. And hopefully, I said, officers are smart enough not to attempt to identify me, because I just don't look for war, don't. And the only thing, don't you found your pestilence, you found your famine, you found your death. The only thing left you have to get out of me is war. And like I just said to you, I ain't religious, and this ain't one of them scary movies. So leave me alone, because I'm done, and I'm not playing those games because it's weird. I'm sorry, but it's weird. It's not for me. It's just not. You guys go find someone else who's gonna engage in your fantasies, because that's what it is to me at this point. You know, it's like I don't see any of it. Like I see how the power of manifestation, how like if you believe in something enough and you put your energy into it, um, you're gonna believe it exists, or it's gonna seem to exist. But when it comes down to it, when most of it could be explained away, the only stuff I'm gonna believe in is the concrete evidence of what makes sense. Like dude sitting over here, he's in front of me, he's real, right? I can count on that. What you guys are talking about is something that I paid into and bought into my whole life, and I'm sitting here with my foot falling off, having a drink of water at a Wendy's. So it's all thanks, but I'm going to bank on the more common sense solutions that are actually creating results in my life. And even the people I rely on or look to might not even agree with me on those philosophies. But one thing they'll agree upon and appreciate is that I'm appreciating them. Something I didn't do near as much of when I was focused on trying to give all the credit that belongs to them to religion or to myself, or you name it, or else it didn't belong. So I'm making more accurate decisions, and thus I'm obviously making more mature decisions, which tells me that I'm on the right track, or else I'm on a better track than I was. Jay says, "Are you going to go back to Big O? Because I could just delete that app off my phone." To Bigo. Oh, I'm going to go to Bigo right now. I'm going to go over there right now. Thank you. I'm going to try to make the same username. Someone probably already stole it since I mentioned that I might possibly go over there. But you guys will find me. Just look for this, and then I'll try to make it like that. And I will share it with one of my dudes, and I'll see if we can't get it spread around. And just like I said, wish me luck. And if you guys know anybody, this is the official desperate SOS call. Because I am not turning to law enforcement, and I'm not turning to go to a hospital, because it's not gonna, like I said, they're not gonna keep me. Just something about tonight makes me nervous. So if y'all got any connections or you know anybody, tonight's the night to actually pull the stop. All right, I'll see you guys on video. Paul Walker Broadcast. Yunochka. Привет, как дела? Hello, Butterfly. Ahmed. Inked. Celebi. Jessica. Tony. Isata. Jessica. Chantal. Chantal. Not, I don't even joke with me. Chantal, is that you? Dan, welcome to broadcast. Sam, welcome to broadcast. Miriam, Teju, Liam, Michael, Edward, Chiliana, Jeannie, Allison, Dorsey, Wee Wee, Rosalia, Ispatim, Naomi, Ross. Thank you for level 2. Vane, Mimi, Rona, Anyota, Привет, как дела? Tiffany, the best of, Zano, and Booty. Welcome to the podcast. Chantal, is that you? Or is that a different Chantal? Chantal, if that's you, I need you to say something. I need my spirits lifted now more than I ever have. And if that's you, and I saw either you or a profile like yours over on Clapper. I know, and I knew it was you. If it, maybe at least it might not be you, but I know it's. I know. I feel you. Chantal, wherever you're at, I feel you. I'm telling you, I feel that you're around. I know you're somewhere here. If that's not the real one, I know you're here. Or you've been watching. I'm not reaching. I'm not. Fonzie, thanks for the letters. Thank you. Oh, and I'm going to figure out how to cash out here on Bigo. You know, it's time to not be going through this on purpose anymore. It's time to win. Jupiter, welcome to the broadcast. Michael says, hi, is this your first time to go live on Bigo? It's not my very first. Oh my gosh, thank you. We got over 100 people in the broadcast for thank you. You know what I'm saying? ID, welcome to broadcast. Me says, what do you usually broadcast? I just hang out with people. I hang out with y'all. Jupiter says, thanks for the follow. Oh, and I want to get Smiley's attention. I don't know if y'all know who Smiley is, but she's a broadcaster on here, and I really enjoy watching her. I would love to get her attention. I'm sure she's got some big brolic dude in her life, because I'm being stereotypical. But I want to get her attention. I do. That's an I do right there. And it's literally right up my alley, believe it or not. If I had frickin' just lived the life that I probably normally would have lived, that is somebody that I'd probably be with. Somebody like that. But, you know, life took me other places, and I'm seeing if I'm supposed to move into a regular life, what I'm supposed to do. But Jackie, welcome to the broadcast. Jupiter, thanks for the hearts. Like I say, guys, I am going to start cashing this stuff out and actually have money for food and stuff. So thank you for the gifts. Mimi, thanks for the follow. Jackie says, bigger crowd here. Yeah, absolutely. But you got to realize, I've literally lost everybody and lost everything, and that's fine. I don't. You know, it's not a sympathy thing. It's I got to get my life on track. That's why, like I said, I told you I've already been stopped on the bridge because they thought I was trying to do something because I don't have anybody. But I'm the type of person who normally would. But I don't know, for whatever reason, I just don't. I almost had a car hit me today, and I just go, a car almost hit me today, and they slowed down. I go, no, it's fine, you could, it's not a big deal. So I'd been fine, I don't mind. I thought it was funny. I guess I didn't find it too funny, but anyway. Thanks for the gift. Thank you for the gift. I didn't catch the username, but we're almost at 200 in the broadcast. Thank you. Jackie says, bigger crowd here. Absolutely, Jackie. Thanks for the letters. Jupiter, thanks for the 100 hearts, for the 100 gift hearts. And he says, could you sing a song? I can't. Not tonight. I'm not going to be singing tonight. At least not yet. I don't know, maybe I wish I could get service. Like I said, I'd try to get outside and just go somewhere, go wherever I have to go, and I could just sit broadcast with you guys all night. But I'll try that later. But I'm also afraid of waste the money. I don't want to get a phone card and then it doesn't work out. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. Wow. You guys are awesome. Where are we? Jackie, thanks for the follow. Michael says, do you like dancing? Yes. Visitor, welcome broadcast. Fiona, thanks for the follow. Jackie, thanks for the 100 letters. Says, can you show me your dance? No, not right now. ID, thanks for the rose. Maybe later. Charles Walker, welcome to the broadcast. J-Lo, welcome to the broadcast. Jay says, where are you from? I'm from America. Where are you from? Jenny, welcome to the broadcast. Bill Joe, welcome to the broadcast. Michael, thank you for the follow. Anthony Benet, thanks for the hearts. Dr. Phil, welcome to the broadcast. A, welcome to the broadcast. A, welcome to the broadcast. Hawaii, Philaxis, and Sam, hello. How are you? JR, welcome to the broadcast. Kashi, welcome to the broadcast. Shfonzie, appreciate you liking the live. EV, Yogi, Black Love, Dog and Cat Love, Dennis, Chris, Zaid, Lala, welcome to the broadcast. Mississippi, John, Lovely, Scat, thanks for the welcome to the broadcast. And Scat, thanks for the gift cards. Jeannie, Y, Esau, ID, John, Bruno, thanks for welcome to the broadcast. Kelly, thanks for the follow. Nakor, Privet Kakila. Feet Peace fans, thanks for the hearts. King Island, welcome to the broadcast. King Z, Darganej, welcome to the broadcast. Privet Kakila. Pete, welcome to the broadcast. Pew, Queen Joy, Thomas, Orlando, Eric, Kelly, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the gifts. You matter now on the broadcast. Scat, thanks for the follow. Saj, Red Snapper, Zephaniah, Outlaw, John Setch, Sarah, welcome to the broadcast. Snapchat, thanks for the 500 letters. ID, Robert, welcome to the broadcast. Disturbed, welcome to the broadcast. Trying to catch up. Irina, thanks for the letters. Michael, thank you for the dino flowers. I really appreciate the gold bean. Thank you. Wellington, welcome to the broadcast. Stitch, ID, Fourth, welcome to the broadcast. Calvin, Irina, hello boy, how are you? Nice to meet you. Please message me. Don't be afraid to. User, welcome to the broadcast. Pappy, welcome to the broadcast. Jiwei, Roy, Esquebo, Anthony, Santa, Leslie, welcome to the broadcast. And thank you for the gift hearts. Confit, welcome to the broadcast. Trident, welcome to the broadcast. Juju Joe, welcome to the broadcast. Irina, cute, thank you. PP's fan says Taylor Swift is amazing. Yes, she is. Nori, welcome to the broadcast. Freddie, welcome to the broadcast. Monique, welcome to the broadcast. Jana, Problematic, Deputat, thank you for the letters. Royal Rain, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the 1,000 hearts. Teju, thanks for the follow. Doc, welcome to the broadcast. Pappy, PP's fan, thanks for the follow. John, welcome to the broadcast. Jupiter, I appreciate you liking the broadcast. Truly blessed, welcome to the broadcast. Where are we at? Thank you for the 1,000 letters. Appreciate that. Where are we at? Tink, welcome to the broadcast. Hakeem, welcome to the broadcast. Scat says, where are you at? I am currently in Melbourne, Florida, and I do not have anywhere to sleep. If anyone is willing to help me to find somewhere to sleep. And I have to admit, tonight I am terrified because my left foot is like full of my left foot is done. Stress fractures. It's like, it's going to take time to heal up, and I'm just exhausted. And like, I literally couldn't even leave the area. Like, I tried to leave, and I can't walk out of here. I'm kind of like trapped until my feet are better, and I'm kind of desperate and freaking scared about where to sleep. So if you guys could help me out, I'd really, really appreciate you. Like, I've never been in a position like this where I'm this trapped. I've always had my feet, and right now I don't, and it's really freaking scary. Like, I could like fight or defend myself if I have to, but like, I shouldn't even have to say that. I'm ready to fight if I have to. Like, it's ridiculous, you know. But I can't be walking. I really can't, honestly. I've already done it. I've already gone way too far. Arakan, welcome to the broadcast. Porza, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to Qatar. Welcome from Qatar. Devin, Instagram. Not right now. I don't. Main dude, welcome to the broadcast. Luna, welcome to the broadcast. Phoebe Sonza, I got to see Taylor Swift in Atlanta. Well, that's pretty cool. How was that? Lady Virgo, welcome to the broadcast. Lee, welcome to the broadcast. Nee, James Chief, Authentic, Hallway, welcome to the broadcast. Love Lynn, Rob, and Janus, welcome to the broadcast. And Insu, thank you for the bone arrow. And Rocky, thanks for the hearts. Thank you to the 165 that are in the broadcast. Please don't forget to follow. Click share if you wouldn't mind. That would be freaking awesome. And make sure to drop me a message here on the platform. Send me a message. Say, hey, even if you're just saying hi. It would be nice to hear from you. Music, welcome to the broadcast. I admittedly am a very lonely dude. I spend pretty much all my time alone, and I would love to hear from you. The only time that I really talk to people is when we're sharing a cigarette that they offered my direction or that I asked them for. Otherwise, I don't really talk to people, or if they're like cool when they like throw food my way or something. But I'm really not trying to stay in this position in my life. I'm really trying to get out of it, and I really appreciate you guys helping to support me along that path. Thank you. Rob, welcome to the broadcast. Snack, welcome to the broadcast. So we have Michael, welcome to the broadcast, and I saw there's Kelly. Hi, Kelly. We have Michael, Scat, Amish Fonzie, Kelly, Jackie. Hey, Jackie. ID, we have FP's family, Virginia, Vanilla, Snack, Jupiter, Sapphire, Yelly, Waste, Ayush, Rawan, Zuzana, Kalina, Tisha, Miriam, Georgia, Zoming, Steffi, Krachadar, Bro, Privet Kakela, Marva, Paulina, Hong, Naizé, Miss Deadly, Aline, Prepodav, Privet Kakela, QP, Chepai, Emain, Paul, Black, Kritika, Kahina, Kaf, Milena, Privet Kakela, Valeria, Privet, Yanochka, hello, Az, Javis, Butterfly, Celine, Sandy, Barbara, Pinar, Julia, Shayar, Palankina, Diab, Ahmed, Inked, Jessica, Haddad, Jay, Weni, Anita, Basuma, Alien, Tony, Elamir, Thomas, Kyle, Imir, Maxim, Karim, Qatar, Inga, Cesar, Angelica, Ikatach, Stanish, Sunshi, Jessica, Chantal. I don't think Chantal's real, because that was a different level, I think. She was on a different level. Angie, welcome to the broadcast. Angie, Issa, Volha, Diane, Sam, Phil, Moto, Universe, Hijab, Daddy, Beauty, Due, Elena, Alexa, Teju, Kristen, Debutat, Liam, Mohammed, Norman, Sophia, Sunlid, Edward, Beauty, Juliana, Jeannie, Veronica, Nina, Allison, Mad, Uri, Glow, Jade. I have to stop saying names. I'm sorry. I've this is too much for me. Welcome to 168 people in the broadcast. Oh man. And I just have how many I didn't miss so many comments. Okay. Thank you for the 100 donuts. Thank you for the gold beans. I think the gold beans will get me paid. Abdul, welcome broadcast. Check says usernames are the coolest thing. They're all different. Yes. Silent, welcome to the broadcast. JC 2023. Marioy Scat says you seem so nice. I hope you elevate to a better place. Thank you. I'm working on it, like I said. But tonight, I need somewhere to stay, and I did actually find a place that is able to take me without like needing too much from me. So if there's anybody interested in help me out in that direction, that'd be very cool. But we'll see what happens. Andy, welcome to the broadcast. Mariori Flores, welcome to the broadcast, and thanks for the letter. I was trying to figure out people around here. Like people will talk to you even if you don't know them, which is like unique, kind of cool. But I'm still getting used to it. welcome to broadcast. I said that right. And this is why I don't stay in one spot, because I get nosy. And it used to be my job to be nosy. And I'm not Jack Reacher, nor am I the Equalizer. Technically. And I would not even dare say anything in reference to John Wick because, Keanu Reeves. Not because of John Wick, but Keanu Reeves. Oh, my nickname, thank you. I always thought they just came up with Baba Yaga. Well, here it comes from frickin' John Wick. And this whole time I'm over here feeling special. Special ed, maybe. That was cool. The urinal works in the other one. The urinal works. The urinal works in the other one. The urinal works in the other one. The male bathroom. In the male bathroom, the urinal does work. The urinal works in the male bathroom. So the door's I think it's open, but I wouldn't use the toilet. But I think the urinal works. Joyce, thanks for the follow. Hey, what's up? Can you get a follow back? I don't know you yet. Well, welcome to the broadcast. Like I said, I'm not a local, and I don't think I'm, at this point, like I said, after that level of disrespect, I don't think I'm becoming a local. But I always, this is how I am. Especially like when you grow up in a tight knit situation, wherever you go, if you're in a space long enough, you end up freaking getting involved. So that's why I don't stay around places for too long, because I'm not looking for my next Jack Reacher story. I got enough of him. And you know what I'm gonna do? I can't write a book because I was told with a gun to my head that I'm not writing a book. It's all right by people that I can't stop. But what I will do is tell you some stories, because I could already be marked as a liar, and that way I can tell you my stories. You're not gonna know whether they're true or not. I mean, they're true, but I'll tell you. I'm gonna have to tell them to you before things start going good for me. So you'll be getting some good stories for you soon. Billy Goat, welcome to the broadcast. Summit, welcome to the broadcast. But all the stuff, I'll tell you, all the stuff that they were telling me, don't write a book, you can't be talking about it. I'm like, none of this stuff that you don't want me talking about is even interesting. Like, I have way more interesting stories. And then they leave me alone, but I was like, kind of surprising. But, yes, I'm fine. Yes. If I wasn't fine, I wouldn't have said it out loud. I'm absolutely fine. It's not me you should worry about. I'm always looking out for the next person, making sure the next person's okay. You know what I'm saying? If they're not okay, God help who's ever making them not okay. Cause yeah, it's definitely a fucking red flag. Fucking burgundy, could you be any more obvious? And you're coming, yeah, holy shit, are you obvious? Oh my god. I thank God none of this is my business. I'd be frickin'. I'm painting pavement right now. But I'm not allowed. I mean, I am allowed, but I don't know, I just haven't like, no freaking way, this is so weird. I'm getting out of here. Oh my gosh. I was like, it's just a typical day. It's not like people don't notice that. That's so freaking like that. It reminds me of this one time I was in. They're peddling drugs on the side of the street, And you think that like they thought they were in a big city, how they were trying to be like all like super secretive, but it was like so obvious it's not even funny. And like the undercover's sitting right there, and it's like, you know, it's obvious. Oh, this is gonna be a paycheck. I don't think I'm getting out of this one. Maybe I'll put on live stream for y'all. Peter, welcome to the broadcast. Virginia, thanks for the donuts. Snack says, what's going on? What do I see? Nothing I can tell you about right now. I might tell you later, but I'm gonna have to wait till I get out of town, probably out of state. But I'll tell you. But just something something I, as much as I'd like to do something about, I really can't. When I say I would be going equalizer status, I'm not kidding at all. And I just, see, that's the tough part, guys. When you see stuff and you know you could do something about it, or like, there's certain things you gotta understand that, like, without evidence or without proof or without, you know, any of that, like, law enforcement can't prove that something's happening. So like they don't, but like, you know, and they know. But if they can't prove it, they can't do anything. But just sometimes you see stuff and you know stuff's going on, because you got that intuition, like, especially like I said, growing up tight knit too. It's like you got that just that instinct where you know if something's wrong or something's not, or you know when something's wrong, or just off or something. But right about now, there's not much I can do. So I just gotta leave it be. But based on what I saw, what I can tell you is you guys are lucky to be living. I would not get arrested for it. I put them right in that pavement, open them up, and then walk away. I'm talking to an officer. But tonight's not the night. Sunday is the day of rest. And in Christian communities, better respect that day of rest for everyone, every walk of life. Or else. I found out. Jackie goes, what do you see? Like I said, I can't tell you what I saw. Not right now. Spark, welcome to the broadcast. Gabby, welcome to the broadcast. If you guys message me, if you guys actually freaking message me, I could talk to you on like Discord, or I could talk to you on what do you call it? Telegram or WhatsApp or some other secure platform. I could talk to you on Signal or Wire. But you guys are asking me stuff that I shouldn't be saying at all, and I could tell you with a VPN on in an encrypted communication app, but I can't talk about it like right out in the open. Zero Garrow, welcome to broadcast. Jackie goes, yes, flip the camera. No. Like I said, I can't. I really won't get in trouble. I'm not kidding you. Guys, you got to weigh those decisions. Like, don't be a vigilante. Just don't do it. But if you see something going on that, like, you know, for like, okay, here's when you do something. Now, this is my opinion on when you do something as far as keeping yourself safe, because you got to realize if you don't do it the right way, you're going to end up in prison. Is if you know that there's enough evidence in the situation where you call the police and something's going to be done, then take action and frickin', you know, save the day per se. But only if you know for a fact that you can call the police and they're going to be able to verify that you were not only in a self-defense position and get yourself in a self-defense position, but also that what was going on was actually going on, and you had you saw that what was going on was something that you could verify for sure was happening. And if it's not easily verifiable, that you have the background to say that you were the type of person that could verify it with less evidence to have taken action. Otherwise, you're really looking at a tough situation for yourself. So like, why did I not do anything? Because it's honestly because it's not my space to do something. It comes down to the situation that I'm in my own life. I can't do anything about it. Now, could I? Technically, yeah. At what cost? You ever hear that stupid country song where the guy's bragging about how he beat up or killed or whatever the boyfriend who beat up the girlfriend, and he's proud to be in prison? That idiotic song, you know, where he could have just found a more ethical solution instead of just, you know, banking on your pride and spending the rest of your life in prison. and because it's like stupid when there's easier solutions that still have the same amount of valor in the results. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is in that situation, that's somewhere where I'm likely going to see that guy. I'm probably going to run into him. Him and I run in similar circles. I'm probably going to see him in Orlando, so I'm not worried about it. And if he still has that same young lady with him, she might be the next one I'm walking down the road to get some services. But as of right now, there's nothing I can do about it. It's not my place, and this is not the place for it, for several reasons. Just Mac, welcome to the broadcast. Ali's dad, welcome to the broadcast. Con, Jackie says, okay. Andrew, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the follow. Vanilla, welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the rose. And if I ever say things the way I'm saying to you, please realize I'm not calling you out or I didn't even realize how if you took that negatively. I'm literally just logistically explaining the situation. I swear to you. Kimura, thanks for the follow and the donut heart. Morgo, say gorgeous. Hi, how are you? Can I get a follow back? I can't. Let's Boy, welcome to the broadcast. Johnny Cooper, welcome to the broadcast. BBC, welcome to the broadcast. ID and Adam, welcome to the broadcast. Michael Edson, welcome to the broadcast. Alright, I have a dude hitting me up that may be able to put me in a hotel tonight. So give me 2 seconds if I don't have to frickin' hide like an animal tonight. That'd be awesome. So give me 2 seconds. Hey, so welcome to the broadcast. Okay. It's about 9 p.m. there. We're looking at 20. It's 8:15 right now. 8:15 p.m. on the East Coast. Accepted. Welcome to the broadcast. What time is it for you? Wherever you're at. And where are you at? What country? And what time zone you got?
Yeah.
Heart's been acting real weird. And like my stuff has been swelling before the appendage is not. So, Rodman, welcome to the broadcast. Andrew, thanks for the heart. Well, I'm gonna go sit outside for a little while and get warm. Rodman, welcome to the broadcast. I'm Noy, welcome to the broadcast. All right, so remember that whole, we have to wait forever to tell you. Yeah, I'll just tell you. So there was like this dude who freaking, what do you call it? There was this dude who was definitely not this chick's dad. And they were just stuff that was going on. It was obvious that she wasn't supposed to be with him. And I mean, like, you should have seen the bags under her eyes. She was so scared. Making sure that I'm not seeing them. And he was, he's in a burgundy Toyota Corolla, newer model. I'd say like a 2018, 2019, which is super weird. Why is that weird? Just because it's like, burgundy is like a color of a car that people either buy because they like, which is, it happens. Or if people are tactically purchasing a burgundy vehicle, it is because burgundy is a color that kind of just, you don't really notice it. Like, it's like, I don't want to say it's a boring color, but most people consider burgundy to be a boring color. So it's like one that you don't really pay attention to. It's a vehicle color that if you are purchasing it on purpose for a reason other than just personal preference, you are definitely hiding something. I know that just sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's because I really know what I'm talking about that I'm saying what I'm saying. And like, it's psychology. All right. So I don't want to bore you. But anyway, so yeah, that's what that was. And there was nothing I could do about that situation. Unless I wanted to cause myself a certain problem that couldn't be solved. And the likelihood is that something would have happened to them. The likelihood is that he would have done something to the girl before I could even get to him, because he would have seen me coming from across the room, knowing exactly what I was doing, and that would have been a loose end, and then he's tied in with whoever who would have just ended up torturing him, and he's probably a wimp, so he would have done something to make sure that couldn't happen to him, and he would have started with getting rid of her. So I know that all sounds complicated and made up, but welcome to real life. But last but not least is we are where we are, and this is not the place for that. And I know it sounds so simple and so cut and dry, like, if there's a problem like that, you just take care of it. But this is what I've been trying to tell you guys when I said, with some of the situations that I've been through and some of the stuff that I've had to handle, there's protocol. There's ways that you handle stuff that you don't break that protocol. Like, there's very, very good reasons why you don't do certain things in certain places at certain times, and you do certain things in certain places at certain times. I said I got judged for some of the choices that I made when I really did make some seriously good choices in reference to how things could have gone. I think I'm thinking, like, in certain facets, there's a lot of stuff that certain people might not even know how things would have definitely gone. There's also the factor of when people don't have those massive amounts of denial, they'll often, which is like human nature, like, you can't fight it. Your brain's going to tell you, no, it's not possible. Like, especially, like, there's, what do you call it? The eternity fallacy, where your mind by nature believes that you're going to live forever, and that mortality is like an option of mindset. But when it comes down to it, eventually one day you see someone who, is inanimate, and it kind of starts to sink in, but you really process what you're seeing. Just because, like, believe it or not, death is kind of like a more, at least to the human brain, a more unnatural process. It's something that doesn't totally make sense to us. It's like our brain actually processes death and seeing someone who isn't alive the same way that it processes digital information. Like, our brains know that what we look at on screen isn't real, but our brains almost think that it's real. Well, we actually process death the same way, where our brains think that it almost isn't real. And that's in part because death is just a very particular topic that we can get into another time, but also because, like, the shock of having to process the death of a human life, because on a core level, we actually care about one another's existence and survival far more than we believe we do on a conscious level. And we put a lot of work into fighting whether or not we care in order to try and gain more for ourselves. But when it comes down to it, we do actually love one another, and we do actually care about one another, and we do actually, on a very, very deep level, care to make sure to see that each and every one of each other survives and lives and makes it through the day. And we actually do really care about one another equally, believe it or not, on a core level. We do not have instincts that tell us to defend something that's familiar, even down to the nth degree, more so than the next, when it comes to a survival scenario. When it comes down to living or dying, it's human nature to protect every creature that is in front of us that needs that surviving, that's in the same species. So I could bore you all day or all night, but I might bore you all night. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I have this. I'll actually show you my foot. I do have a giant bubble on it, so I'm kind of hoping that we can find a solution. Because I can already see. Like I said, I don't like getting familiar with the nightlife as far as like the people the criminals that come out at night. Because once you're familiar with them, they start getting comfy with you, and then they kind of expect you to associate with them, and I don't have time. And I'm already seeing ones that I find familiar. But let me. I was gonna say, yeah, I'll show you my foot. Where were we? That's an interesting vehicle. What is that? It's just new model. And Pappy, welcome to the broadcast. Jackie, thanks for that. Nini, welcome to the broadcast. 7585. Trucker, welcome to the broadcast. Telly, hello. Nappy Chocolate, welcome to the broadcast. Snapchat, he says, let's see it, I'll show you. Bernie, welcome to the broadcast. Ken, welcome to the broadcast. And also, like I said, if I talk to you and I'm short with what I say, it's because I'm used to you or familiar with you. Like, I feel comfortable. So I'll just blurt out what I'm saying. It might not always come out respectful. Or I intend for it to come out respectful. It just might not always come out polite. Because I'm just doing what I'm doing, and I'm comfortable with you enough that I just freaking say what I'm saying to you. Ken Mask, welcome to broadcast. Rennie, hello, says, I was browsing through my Beagle page and I saw your live video on my suggestion and cited a DM. Hi. Thank you for the DM. If anyone else wants to DM me, that's awesome. I love getting DMs. Thank you. Thank you to the 200 there in the broadcast. I appreciate you. I do welcome broadcast. Catnip, thanks for the arrow. Sweet Pea, hello. Thanks for the donut. Rennie says, please follow me back. I already followed you. Yeah. Well, thank you for the follow. I don't necessarily, here's the thing. If I follow one person, I gotta follow everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I don't do any follows on this platform at all. Unless I'm following someone who's another creator that I want to watch myself. And I've so far only have one of those. So. Where are we at? Karsten, welcome to the broadcast. Mimi, thanks for the letters. It says, you didn't follow me back, just followed you. Yeah, no, I'm not. Hal, welcome to the broadcast. Rennie, thanks for the letters. Thanks for the gold beans, by the way. Marbo, welcome to the broadcast. Antidote, done. Welcome to the broadcast. Jackie, 100%. Demir, welcome to the broadcast. Jadiger, welcome to the broadcast. Allison, welcome to the broadcast. And Jay, welcome to the broadcast. Charles, welcome to the broadcast. Oh, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try my messages one more time and see if, let's see, now I got, I got my tendons are starting to get sore too. Like, I have every part of my leg starting to go out on me. No way. Oh, that's scary. Wait, no. Is that a different person? Yeah, it's a different person. I'm telling you, yo, that Toyota sketched me out, man. I haven't seen anything like that in a while. That freaked me out. Anyway. Now I'm seeing other vehicles. I'm like, I'm needing a minute. Because, yeah, when it comes to stuff like that, it's just some serious people. And when I tell you the stuff in real life, it's not like stuff from the movies. Not even close. There's no dramatics, no any of that. It's just, it's business. And it's real freaking scary, in my opinion. Because I know how to handle it, but it doesn't change how spooky it is, how little some people actually value human life. And that's why they say they got them illnesses and whatnot. Because there's something wrong with them. But let me look at something real quick. And Abbas, welcome to the broadcast. And I am literally dying for a cigarette, to the point where I'm pathetically saying out loud that I'm dying for a cigarette in hopes that hey, I heard you say that you're dying for a cigarette. But, like, I can't buy them. That's the issue. I literally got, I don't want to say how much money I got sitting up in the thing, but I don't have cash or anything, but I have money, but I can't get cigarettes. And also, I'm kind of glad because I know I shouldn't be buying cigarettes. And I know people will literally stop throwing cash my way if I start buying cigarettes. Even if I could. Sarday, welcome to the broadcast. Renwick, welcome to the broadcast. Oh, by the way, for anybody that doesn't have an address, get yourself Amazon money because they have these boxes in these like outside gas stations and stuff. And what do you call it? You can get stuff shipped to it. And even if you don't have a residential address or somewhere to live, you can get stuff from Amazon. So you don't have to go to Walmart. You don't have to walk so far down the road. You can go to the gas station where they have an Amazon box and you order something to the box and it arrives in the box. And then you just pull it out and you have something from Amazon. So it's super useful. Anna Hart, welcome to the broadcast. Time's Up, welcome to broadcast. Don Dogs, welcome to broadcast. And yeah, like even what I told you guys tonight was like pushing the envelope a little bit. Like I can't even believe I just told you guys that what happened. But like I don't have time to be scared anymore. You know, like I gotta freaking capitalize on whatever I could because I'm freaking. Oh, my brain was playing a trick on me. I thought I saw an animal. What do you call it? Jesse, welcome to broadcast. That's another thing that happens when you're overtired. You hallucinate. You can't help it. Let me tell you. Oh, there's something for you. If you're ever living outside and you got people accusing you of either having a mental illness or being on drugs or something, if you have been more than 32 hours without sleep, it is totally, completely natural for you to hallucinate. If you think you see things, if people around you, their faces are changing, like I said, if you have gone more than a day and a half without sleep, you will naturally hallucinate. It's totally natural. It's your brain's way of trying to articulate what's in front of you when you don't have enough energy to see what's in front of you. And then food is another piece of it. Is if you're not getting enough food, you're also going to hallucinate. You're going to be overexhausted. Be very careful not to fall asleep standing up. But do not fall for the notion of you are schizo or you are clinically insane if you're hallucinating, because the possibility is you're only hallucinating because of malnourishment. Make sure, and you got to bring that up. Like if somebody ever 5150s you or 302s you get put away because you're like homeless and you don't have anywhere to go, and people are saying you're crazy because of maybe you're talking psychobabble because you're, like I said, you're overtired, or maybe because you're hallucinating. Remember and make sure to mention to them that you have gone such and such time without food, blah, 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 blah. And that way you actually have something in your corner for when the situation arises of them trying to turn you into their little pet project for, 10 to 20 years of mandatory medication, and all because you didn't eat for 2.5 days. I've had to use that defense before. Now, I haven't had to go to court about it, but like you talk to people. Like when you end up talking with law enforcement, be like, you just like casually bring up when they're like, oh, you thought you saw something? Like if you were dumb enough to actually say that out loud on accident, you just turn around and you go, oh yeah, no, I just what do you call it, I haven't eaten in like 2.5 days. Well, immediately the brain goes to, let's go into the back and get this kid a bag of chips and a Gatorade, and then because I'll tell you, the number one thing people get wrong when it comes to engaging with law enforcement is they engage with law enforcement is they escalate the situation, or they say things that escalate the situation. Law enforcement is trained to de-escalate a situation. If you de-escalate a situation when engaging with law enforcement, you are not doing their job, but you are making their job easier. There's two ways that you can go about it when it comes to the police. One of two things. You can make them more money, or you can save them time. Those are two ways you can win them over. Most people don't know how to make the police more money without being a scumbag or a rat or a snitch. So if you don't know how to maintain your code of ethics in society and make the cops money, then just don't even try to get involved, because you're just going to end up incarcerated and they get leverage, and then before you know it, you're a CI and you hate your life. So option number 2 is de-escalate the situation. Whatever it is they're there for with you, or whatever you're going through, make sure that you make them aware that, number one, you're not a threat. That's the very first thing. You want to make sure that they know that they don't need their hand anywhere near a taser or a firearm, and they will love you for that, for starters. All right. Make them know that they're safe, not feel safe, but make them aware that, number one, you better not have any weapons on you. If you're in a position where there's a possibility that you're going to end up around law enforcement or dealing with law enforcement, unless you are a career criminal, don't have a gun. Be smart about it. If you're a career criminal, you're an idiot. Personal opinion. For engaging in the American public nowadays, because there is no way for you to stay out of prison. Go to another country if you're refusing to give up your ways, and go do what you're doing somewhere where you're not going to get yourself shot or worse. All right? I'm saying that to you as a nice guy. If you are somebody who is smart enough not to have a weapon on you when the police arrive, you've already done two things. You've alleviated their stress of whether or not you have a firearm on you or you have some sort of a weapon, which brings down their stress levels when they see you and they pat you down. And then secondarily is allow them to pat you down, okay? If they ask to, as far as searches and whatnot go, if you ever get arrested, first word of advice, don't have an Android phone if you're a criminal. If you don't have anything to hide on your phone, you don't got nothing to worry about. But if you have business on your phone, or if you got stuff on your phone that's just like sensitive, or if you have people in your life who may be involved in certain practices that you don't want them knowing about, my recommendation is don't have an Android. Have an iPhone and don't give them permission to go through your phone. But like I said, my number one is probably just don't have anything to hide. Anything that is something that could be useful to them, maybe just make sure that you take care of your stuff in person. I know that sounds old school and boring, but I can't tell you how many people I've seen just get locked up because they're freaking texting about just stuff that they shouldn't be doing to begin with. And then they're putting it on record on a number that's public on a phone that could be hacked by a 6-year-old. So, it's just common sense to protect yourself. But yeah, like I said, another piece of that is if you do end up getting like detained or something, give them permission to search all your stuff, unless you're stupid and you have stuff you shouldn't, except your phone. Like I said, my recommendation is do not let them in your phone. Don't. And why do I say that? Because one option they have is to, once they go through your phone, then I want to go paranoid here, but they could bug your phone. Okay. And then once your phone is bugged, you can't necessarily prove that they're the ones that bugged it once you get out and you have your phone back. And that's where things get sketchy. Now, if you have an iPhone, they can't bug your iPhone unless you have a phone. If you have below an iPhone X, all right, make sure that you look up as far as security updates. You want to make sure that your security updates are up to date, which the minimum is going to be iPhone X. Anything below an iPhone X is hackable. Anything above an iPhone X has the most recent security patch and cannot be hacked, not even by the police. Another recommendation, if you are engaging in whatever you're not supposed to be, do not put all of it in your iPhone, because eventually there's going to come a point where they could get, they could get a piece of paper that says that they are allowed to go in your phone, and then you have to give it to them. And if you do, and then you have all that in there, it looks way worse, because you have a phone with security on it that stops law enforcement from getting into it, full of criminal activity. And then, at that point, you're totally screwed. So, like I said, whatever you could do to just divert your behaviors from something that's going to attract law enforcement to begin with is probably pretty smart. But when it comes down to it, if you just want to keep from ending up in the back of that cop car, de-escalate the situation, prove to them that you are knowledgeable. I didn't say wise, I didn't say smart, knowledgeable. Make sure, not just information, make sure they understand that you not only recognize and are aware of the law, but that if you're not, you're immediately questioning and asking them to educate you. And then thirdly, is that you then turn that around and say, okay, now that I know what's going on, can you give me a chance to do it the right way? Because ignorance is not an excuse, but having not known, I would love for the opportunity to not have to learn the hard way the first time. Could you forgive me? I'm at your mercy. Use words like that and be telling the truth. If you don't mean it, they're going to notice. And you're not being a goody two-shoes. You're not being a pushover. And people that say you are usually people that just have to go sit in prison while you don't, because you're smart enough to maintain respect and ask for forgiveness. So humble yourself, and don't be embarrassed or ashamed to humble yourself. But like I said, I'm at your mercy. That's a good one, and it's the truth, you know, because you're at their mercy when they're standing there with what they got, and then you got what you got, and then you know, could you forgive me? You know, just looking for your forgiveness, looking for a little mercy, trying to work through the situation. I appreciate an education. I'm not trying to escalate the situation. I appreciate you guys helping to bring things down and teach me what I'm doing wrong, and I'd really like the chance to get to show you that I know how to do it right. But you know, what did you? So anyway, none of that's legal advice. Just a little preface to backtrack from that. Bigo saves the lives, so I'm good on that. But just a little word of advice if you ever have to deal with any of that. Like I said, just let them stay in control. It's not a good idea to take control or attempt to take control of a situation when you're dealing with law enforcement. They don't take kindly to that, and they're literally trained to maintain control of the situation. So you have to remember that they make a paycheck to be dealing with you. So if you're interrupting their process that makes them their paycheck that feeds their children, the likelihood is they're going to use you to make more money to feed their children. So don't interrupt their process, but don't be gullible. Don't know where any of that came from or why I said it to you, but there you go. Welcome, everybody new to the broadcast. We got 193 in the broadcast. I appreciate you. Bravo, Catnip, thank you. How are you, Catnip? Thanks for the gold bean and the glow stick. Good to see you. Kenny, welcome to broadcast, and thanks for the 100 bone arrows. Sissy, welcome to broadcast. Truckers, Sissy, let me up, she says. Welcome, everybody new to the broadcast. Good question. Do you think about places for possible sleep, like during the morning or during the day? No. There's another word of advice. If you want to stay away from being homeless, don't think like a homeless person. No matter what it costs you, no matter how difficult, don't think like a homeless person. You won't become one. And I know that sounds like redundant or like it might not be that simple, but that piece of it is that simple. No, you do not. Unless you are part of that culture, you're not going about your day wondering where you're going to put your head at night. You know, you're putting all the work you could and all the energy you have into finding a place to sleep legally. You know, you're looking for a hotel. If your eyes are going around, you're looking for a hotel, or you're looking for somebody to talk to that might have a place for you to sleep the night. If you could throw them $50 and say you sleep in their backyard, or like I said, a really good one, get a hammock, get a freaking hammock, and that's might be what I'm literally about to get. And like I said, just make sure you got cash or find a way to get cash or some kind of money. And just, like I said, find people that are appropriate to approach and approach them about possibly sleeping in their backyard or the front yard or maybe the porch, just somewhere that you could hang your hammock up for the night, and offer them enough money that would be like a hotel or a motel, like $50, and just stay on the porch or something. And they might go for it. Welcome to broadcast. Jackie, thank you. Good advice. So, all right. Sarah, you found your way back. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put Clapper in the bio. This is good. Yo, we're finding a quick one too here. I like it. All right. Yeah, could have been us, but you're playing. Amazes me. Guys, for real though, you know, like I'm seeing this family and they're all happy and stuff. I'm happy for them, but I kid you not, it's like a spitting image of what I would have had, what her and I would have had. But she had to play. That's the thing. It's always that greed, man. That's what gets people. It's always that greed that gets them. Every time. Every time. They got a good thing in front of them. It's going good. It could go better and keep getting better with a healthy pace. But no, we got to pretend like it ain't important. And then all of a sudden it's gone. And, oh, man, I wish I had that back, you know? I already knew that that's how life worked. But I'm presuming that they didn't know. Well, now they know. See, once you lose enough people and you lose enough, like, you find out. You find out. So, it's definitely going to rain. And I do not even have a jacket. I got a text, though, so let me take a look. I'm gonna. You know what? This sucks. I'll tell you. Like, it's not even like it could just be a nice night and I don't know, get out onto the pier somewhere or something, you know? No, it's gotta rain. It has to rain. You know, it has to. Because if it didn't, then I would get sleep and I'd be comfortable and I'd wake up refreshed and I wouldn't be bothered. But no, it's gotta rain. It has to. Now, who on earth? Oh, that's another thing. I don't know if you guys ever like catch vibes, but like I'll be catching these vibes and I'm like, come here. You know, like you ever get that? I know you guys get that. But like, it's like, come here. Like, why do they do that? Why do they be sending vibes? Like, I'll have a chick be quote unquote waving down the road. Like, what are you doing? Come here. What are you waving down the road for? Come say hi. It's America. It's a free country. You do whatever you want. You walk right up to me. Take me by the arm, pick me up, and take a walk. Where are we going? Let's go. And I'll be like, oh, and sometimes you ever get that look like, I have kids, and you know, look on my face is, not a problem. Like, I'm not sure why that applies in such a fashion that's negative, but I digress and appreciate. From what I heard, it's a good thing. Jose, welcome to Broadcast Chicago. Fonzie, thanks for the letters. Gotta bail. Catch you next time. All right. Good night, Jackie. Yeah, that would be awesome. If there's like, I don't know, just some chick down the road somewhere, and she's like watching. Yeah, I don't care how old. Just take me in for a night. I'm clean. I am actually. I've never done drugs, so I don't even mean that kind of clean. But my body's clean. My foot's broken, but that ain't gonna stop me. Lisa, welcome to Broadcast. I just don't get it. Like before, literally, when I would travel, women would come up to me. Now this is before I was with somebody, not together. Like whatever the heck, I don't even know what you call it now. I don't even know. They come up to me all the time. They really, for real. I still remember a couple of years ago. I was actually right here in town, and there was a chick. She must have been in her 50s. And her husband was away on a trip, and they were in an open relationship, or at least that's what she had said. And she invited me back to her place. Now I didn't, because at the time I was still, I was just real prude. I don't know how else to say. I was just real prude, and so I turned her down. And but we had, we went to the bar together, and that was nice. And she had a couple of beers, and I had like a root beer or something. I don't even know. It was so awkward, that piece of it, just because I don't drink. not all that much anyway. Like it's pretty rare. Like if I have somewhere to sleep and if I know that I'm safe, I could have alcohol if I know that I'm safe. But it's really, really rare for me to like not be in my own space and have a beer or anything of that sort. Eliza, welcome to the Broadcast. Thanks for the follow. I'm gonna have to charge up again. Just charge my phone. And this bubble's getting bigger too. Oh yeah, I promised y'all I'd show you. Patch it up before it ends up traveling any further up my toe. I'm gonna oh my god, I'm gonna lose my fucking toe. Alright, I have to take care of that. If I lose my toe, I'm going on a fucking rampage everywhere. Alright. Because dude, like I do not deserve this shit. I do not deserve what I'm going through right now. In the slightest. If I did, I would admit it. So there you go. There's that. What's up, Rodman? Yeah, and then I got this on my foot because my foot's broke. And I got that on that side just because all this, there's no skin. There isn't any skin over here at all. So I have it all covered up and gauzed. Ugh. It hurts. I gotta get like a blade or something sharp to let out the pus under my toe, and then patch it up. But I need to get at it like today or tomorrow, because it's starting to travel up my toe and into where the bone's at. And if that happens, I will lose my toe. So I gotta like take care of that ASAP. I couldn't even, if I lost a fucking toe. I'm an Olympian. Can you imagine? I'm literally an Olympic runner. If I lose a fucking toe, I'm gonna be pissed. I will blame this country, because literally the people in this country's fault. I ain't fucking kidding. So sick of this shit. And I'm putting up with it. Like, why the fuck am I putting up with it? I don't know. But I'm gonna go inside and charge up one more time. Don't forget to follow, by the way. I appreciate you. We got like 220 people in here. I know some people are like, it's a nice cushy life when you retire and you get on Social Security, disability, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I mean, that's nice for you, but I'm young. I got things I want to do. I don't mind working at all. And I'd be more than happy to have like a good, healthy body for the rest of my life, and work nonstop for the rest of my life. I have no issues with that. You got plenty of people that would rather lose a couple of toes and go on disability. I'm not that guy. I'm not. So don't make me that guy, because you will have a less productive society. Ugh. Man, how do they always know I'm coming? They always know. Oh, that's awkward. So I'm going to charge up one more time, and I'll stay with you guys for a little bit yet, and then I got to head out, and then from there I have no idea. But y'all will find out when we find out. What I figure I'll do is, what I did see is there's some people that'll just stay in random places, and I mean they'll literally just lay right in the middle of nowhere. I figure maybe I'll try it. What I wish I had like a blanket or something. That would be nice. But I'm gonna be just laying right on the freaking concrete somewhere. So just come walking around, you'll find me. So just go walk around the parking lots. You'll find me just sprawled out somewhere. Sorry, I thought it's funny. But it's getting thick. And I've yet to go anywhere or do anything where people aren't surprised at me continuing to do it like within the first hour. And then I'm doing it for like 12 to 14 to 16 hours. Sometimes 18 hours. I've done 72-hour broadcasts. So, without sleeping. And no, I don't do drugs. But things are looking up, and I'm thinking that I may be able to get like a car soon, and then I could start live streaming from the car, and I'll be able to do longer broadcasts and be able to show you guys like scenery and stuff. And with the way stuff's coming on the platform, I'll probably have gas money, so I can actually travel to some cool places and show you guys the scenery. That'd be fun. Like I said, it's nice to be getting back on my feet, for real. And I have to admit, I get desperate from time to time. But thankfully, I direct my desperations in directions that I would normally go anyway. So. Why am I nervous? Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with where I'm going to sleep or not. Or where I'm going to sleep. Sometimes I got to take mental inventory and figure out where my emotions are coming from. But yeah, I get nervous when I just get nervous sometimes. Don't mind me. Rodman. Why am I not surprised? Nice profile. I tell you, you and I have always danced around the facts here on the internet, but we've never really crossed paths all that much, you know? But we've connected, but not really had all that much to say. But I appreciate you being here. Oh, what do you guys think of the profile photo? I just figured to make a little squirrel face. Because I made a joke last night. I was walking around thinking to myself, I'm like, these cops are sitting there. And there's a dude that was turning the corner who was definitely freaking, I don't even want to tell you what he was doing, but I don't want to sell him out. But he was definitely up to something like real, real bad. All right, just telling you for a fact. And cop didn't even pull out on him. And then he's chasing, what I was saying is like chasing squirrels. Like sometimes the cops, they won't go after the bucks. They won't go after the 15 pointers. They'll be chasing squirrels in the woods when there's, 15 pointers walking right by them. But they're getting better. They're getting better with it. Getting a little more confidence, and I think sometimes they forget that they're strapped and that their belt is covered in stuff that's useful. Sometimes they forget, and then they remember, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get that guy." And then things get fun. But like I said, squirrel face. So what are y'all doing? I'm thinking about going back live on Clapper because it's quiet in here. Y'all are hanging out, but it's not anybody really saying anything. I don't know what y'all want me to say. I don't really know what else to say tonight. I came on here because y'all wanted me to, and I'm happy to. I just don't know what to say. I'm just like stalling time until I go sprawl out. I'm gonna make it good. Yeah, I will. It's gonna be alright. I'm gonna make it alright. That's the other thing though. Like I say, like I'm out of town, but realistically, I was gonna get out of town today, and then I couldn't make it because of my foot. I couldn't even get out of town. But then tomorrow is technically the day where I could go talk to the social worker, and I could maybe try to get my ID. Because I can get the car either way. I just get somebody I pay them to drive. But I get my ID, I drive myself. And I love driving. Snack goes, what's the weirdest place you slept? You really want to know the answer to that? I need a confirmation. I need you to confirm for me that you have asked me to answer that question. Because the answer, I don't know how you're gonna feel about the answer. I'm gonna take that payment as a confirmation. Semi-open broadcast. I asked the weirdest place that I have slept. I don't even want to. I can't tell you in public. I can't. There's like literally people are scattering because they thought I was going to answer the question, or for their own reasons. But I mean, if it were me, I'd probably be scattering based on that. But I slept in a really weird. I'll tell you guys actually in like 2 seconds because literally everybody's getting up and heading out. But I will tell you. Might make you blush. I can't even believe I did it, but it was kind of a dare. I'd say who dared me, but I can't. But I got dared by somebody whose dare I wouldn't turn down because that dare turned into like 2.5 weeks in a hotel. In a really nice, what do you call it? Call it a palace suite or something like that? I don't know. But real nice place. Like 3 rooms in it. I'm just waiting. I don't want to say anything inappropriate. You know what kills me the most is I am far more protective than the other one. Like I'm, you know what? In some ways, it's good just because of the situation. But I'll tell you what, they should consider themselves lucky that everything went down when I was in the position that I was in. That they made sure to freaking destroy my life first before even trying it. Because I'd be the one with the little one right now. 100% I would be. But and no, things wouldn't be going this way. I would obviously like you guys don't know like some of the time frame of like I was actually like I got a job and I was doing all the normal stuff and then just it's not her fault. I'm not gonna blame her, but like just some stuff that had gone in from her end. I was like, oh, well, that's conveniently inconvenient. And then once again, had to get in a car and take a drive. I was like, oh, awesome. When I finally had I had 2 jobs. I was working on a third. I was applying to colleges. I was about to start college. And you guys actually don't know anything about this, what I told you right there. Like it's actually a piece of what went down that you guys haven't heard anything about, at least from me. I don't know if other people have leaked that info, but I'm telling you from my end, it's like I was enrolled at another college again. I was actually going to go while we were together, and I had 2 jobs. I didn't expect her to do anything. I didn't. I was just like, you relax, you let that thing grow, and let that little one, let them little ones, because that's what I thought. It was more than one. Let them little ones grow, and when they're ready, then we'll talk about it. But for now, please relax. And I don't think she was able to handle the. I think it just freaked her out. I guess. I don't think she expected me to become responsible. But I am actually really responsible when I have to be. But only when I have to be. Why do all the stuff you don't have to do when you don't have to do it? When I have to do it, I do. When I don't, I don't. Common sense. So I think I have another hour. I think they close up at 10. Or they might close at 9. Let me see. Hey, excuse me, sir. What? Oh, he's busy. Oh, that's the only thing about Florida, though, is people are super fucking rude. I mean, beyond rude. They will literally hear you talking to them and literally ignore you. They're super douchey in that way. But I'll tell you what, there's worse ways to be. They're very rude, but, I'd rather somebody be rude than disrespectful. They're super respectful, just very rude. But there's a lot of places where people are polite, but they're totally fake and mean. So at least here, people will have respect. Ugh. Hello, Charlie Lewis. How are you? I'm just trying to charge up my phone before I. I have to admit, I'm kind of scared about my foot. I never expected it to get this bubbled up. But, I can't lose a freaking toe. Are you kidding me? It's me we're talking about. I'm in my 20s. No. Absolutely not. I don't have diabetes or anything, don't be freaking cursing me. Come on. I'm finally making it, I got my own head on straight. I'm ready to make some money. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know if y'all were 9 or 10.
Yeah, we're 9.
All right.
Yeah, now this kid's just waiting.
What'd they do? Was it food? Is there food in there?
Yeah.
Can I get it? Appreciate.
All yours, though.
Awesome. I'm gonna even take them fries. I don't care if y'all judge me. All right, so these kids might have on purpose left me a whole bunch of food. So give me 2 seconds. Thanks, guys.
locked it to keep people from trying to come in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you let me out because I'd rather be aware.
Yeah, I just locked it to keep everyone else from trying to come in.